Chapter 1 The Malevolent Youth. First, Weboto Heavenendirth the Harmoniophaian Andiang, with Heaven and Earth as our witnesses. Next, Webotorprince, in gratitude for their nurturing, never tobe forgotten be their descendants. Lastly, the couple bostoicher, unitetason, regardless of weltwar status. A withered old man, his mouth missing several teeth, shouted with effervor astwa young individuals, holding red burlap Bowdenturn. Febri donned a slightly worn dress, her head covered with episof red cloth of exceedingly simple, they garment born o conspicuous patches. In stark contrast, the groom sitaruas a patchwork of rough patches, haphazardly concealed by a borrowed cloth. Joyuan stood amidst tea bustling crowd, devoid of bulls sur disdain, only engulfed in confusion. Originally a proper citizen of Blue Star, had awakened to find himself in a world thought berethi zemblancy of figami. The race in Hedima didigum world wast half perceived health bar shovering gabovi verjonsheds, including isona tributus displayed in a panel. As forth semblancy of freelity, it stemmed from mis observations over the past month local villagers were oblivious to such painels and health bars. They were merely ordinary people, experiencing lysically of birth, aging, sickness, and death, toiling diligently and engage in mundane gossip. When Joyuan considered the gamalaki aspectitious uniki advantage, he overreared the village elder caution in Javeryon to remain vigilant against the dying demons lurking beyond. These sedments varied in strength, yet shared a singular trait immortally. Even if onig zertetrimendu a fortis latham, aslan gastuiching horpist, they wold resurrect. Fortunately, these sedments possessed Thyron territorias and rarely ventured due to their wise, the village would have long been devoid of survivors. Themor Joyuan listened, themor perplexed to Bekami how could such an extraordinary power of immortality reside within Thuake? For beings of such formidable power, why would they willingly imprison themselves, what sustenance did they require, surely they could no talba devoid of desires. Contemplating his ability to see health bars, a bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. Perhaps they sedemon swerie toga memonsters, naturally immortal but merely refreshing gate intervals. Yet, this notion was equally implausible if these were indeed a gum world, the human and peaks were far too normal, raising questions in how to simulate range motions and personalities. Joyuan found it increasingly difficult to discern whether the world had transformed into a gummy or if he himself had become gamolike. Slap. A rough, callous adhengent lip at a Joyuan's shoulder, as in elder limon with a fast fool of Krias spoke. Sure too, wiry out odling, array envious of ergus marriage? Don't blameth the village for not securing a partner for we our father left for military service early, and Dormother passed away the day you were born. Even if the village upon address or sistofine duive, how'll care for them and see our reconscripted, what if fortunas malsupanuandoli behinda child, how a look after them? Uncle de Wong a harbasuk thought how sayammerle pondering thir crut mentor de Rishubathi county. What's there at a ponder, you'dn't intend toraway doyu, that will be unacceptable. Our village has 67 households, needing to send off 23able bodedmen. If I flee, others will have to compensate. Sure too, in previous years, other households contributable bodedmen, whether for military service or labor. Vev spare dayu from conscription, considering Joward butikiled. No thatio your is exteen, yori a grown ming you can't avoid it forever. Surely not, Uncle de Wong were a conscientious and would never abandon new responsibilities. Though Joyuan had contemplated flaying, the village wary office lakofties had assigned three from alimento company him for meals and lodging. Hestud no cons against the three villagemen, so here solved to first gather information about these world before devising gaplan. Ritual complete. With a lewd proclamation, the newlywed sweria shared into their bridal cumber, while at village women brought forth baskets of soft tail flat bread sandbol so frick chicken broth. The villagers seth tending thuating contributed their customary gifts, ensuring they could partake in the feast of soft tail flatbreads. Zoyuan and the 23 conscripts not only received flatbreads boodle so each a portion of delicately mirrored chicken soup. Thesof tielo flatbreads, made from millet, were delightfully a touch of sugar would have enhanced their flavor. Thera chicken broth having simmered for an extended period exude a layer of savory oil, why the vena couple of small piece of chicken nestled within. These atwada lack sweetness unsalt, failing to pique Joyuan's appetite however, his body craved sustenance intensely. Slurp, slurp. As Jodyuan savored the chicken supan devoured the flatbreads, Hekut confident lideclare the most insipid yet delectably meal he consumed. The blandness representeth essency of the food, while it deliciousness was his body's responsifter and during gap prolonged lack of nourishment, Hefelt compelled to savor every morsel, wishing to lick the ceremoniable clean. Looking up, Hanada Sadaman indeed licking his bowl, while Jodyuan, not partaking in such behavior, suddenly felt fluent. Sure too, don't was stekly orbol. Uncle de one resolved to change me ways, beginning with not licking bowls. You've become a quite audacious and expect meadow share with you. After satiating his hunger, Joyu internet to head home, with the 3 village maniger limunching gone flatbreads, following closely behind. Their starkly different spirits, combined with the presence of the 3 honest villagemen, instantly elevate him to the most estimated figure in the village. I say, Uncle de Juan Iwun Trun do you follow me incessantly? Hurry back home if Febri Decigia, shall think the people of Yashi villager quitunkand. Sure too, vori abudio being gun tethered, if I wander into the old forest, walk no shomana people you might endanger. Enough, I fio keep saying that, it might just run away. Fine, no more talk war the master we shall heedio your words. With his belly filled, Joyu enough to have enjoyed the restful sleep, yethato sedanchurned, on a blado fine solace. Firstly, that women's no ring on the stromacariato cacophony, willeth a vigilant uncle de one kept to watch fulianum. Secondly, the uncertainty is of this new world instilled a profound sense of insecurity within him. Most importantly, his initial plan had failed had seized the village's right to slaughter chickens under the pretext of needing to see blood. However, after butchering 3 live chickens, had Jane no experiencier similar awards. This render a disambition of gaining strength through poultry hunting immer fantasy. Could dying demons mere living a memonsters the tree fresh periodically, providing the unlimited sof experience? Perhaps she can sartowecto yielden experience we notri eliminating gay person instead? Zoyuan regarded the 3 villagemen, comparing as physiquitothers, and resolved to protect this fellow villagers. After all, these men had family asand hay dated hymen reaching 16 of a bit would not consummate grass near its burrow. Better to venture beyond the village and see casuitable target for experimentation. Sure too, why do you keep staring at us, you wouldn't dare act foolishly, would you? It would be quite the jest if the old Dondun Velik fell note in battle, butatha hands of their own. That one thappen Uncle Dawang why not sleep on mead, he'll keep watch for a while. E wouldn't deriver since you heard their crut mentored you've been acting quite strangely. I still hope for mickle to enlist I can litia bring misfortune upon us. Uncle de Juan we is the renitash rid off trust him and gherkin, I can't bear the red to argim going to sleep. Chapter 2 You fool, I'm mad. Chausha village iliastathu estofa stone arch bridge, wility esternendis known as Jaudong village. Given the presence of the stone arch bridge, water flow is quite considerable. Aside from the occasional flooding during torrential rains, there is generally conducive to agricultural cultivation. Thus, both Kiaksa village and Kiaodong village are not impoverished rather, itis the harshness of local officials the trenders the villagers lives a struggle for subsistence. Joyuan initially felt exhilarate upon discovering his transmigration, but within just ways have found himself regretting that decision. For while Hayden visioned de la fulfilled with concubines and riches, reality presented him with mere flatbread sandaskant of bitter greens. Fortunately, the gamma-like perspective offered him unprecedented hope, allowing him to begrudgingly accept this peculiar world. However, 20 days prior, local official sand enforcers arrived in Shaoxi village, announcing in round-off conscription orders from the court. It was then that Joyuan learned that Shaoxi village belonged to a nation called Dewei. Dewei employed a system of conscription where a biver 3 households contribute doniable bodidman during time for her labor service. Tobe Frank, such a conscription method was not overly harsh by historical standards, yet coincidentally Joyuan as a solitary household full within the scope of this draft. Upon hearing this, Joyuan lamented, "You want me to fight, I'd rather venture into the old forest and surviveth there." At least in the depths of the forest, he could pilfer chickens, steal grains, and scrounge for clothing if you were rita gatwar, wouldn't he villagers be slaughtered be your moored soldiers? Yet, underestimateth the villager swisdom thought veride, hen der guarisen and 3 villagemen for supervision the villagilder the village head. Joyuan solitary status, devoid ofties, warren tedsic oversight, and ergo was not in a much better situation. Ergo's father had suffered gingerigering labor service ursego, leaving high munable tot properly now, ergo is the sole child. Upon hearing that his household was due for conscription, his father insisted on dragging Eisenjurid leg tor place ergo, yet Hilder would not permitted thys was military service, not labor. In the end, the village scraped together some funds to exchange for a girl from Chaodong village, so ergo called a wife. Now, the villagers chopet that ergo would master some espiritin thicaming descend levi a legacy for itseo family before enlisted. As for Joyuan, he held not hots off leaving behind descendants, and the village would notice them a solitary orphan in finding a wife. Firstly, there is concern about potentially harming the young lady, and secondly, any conscientious parents would never abandon their daughter to the care of his solitary household. Thus, ergo married while Joyuan enjoyed chicken soup, ergo embraced his wife in slumber, while Joyuan's room was occupied by 3 disheveled villagers. In this juxtaposition ergo mergetis the victor, whereas Joyuan's plight was truly lamentable. Contemplating this further deprived him of sleep, prompting him to rise and test whether Uncle De Huang was still awake. Uncle De Huang, if changed my mind please find me if he's well. Get lost, what good family would ever consider you? He wouldn't mind a girl from a reputable family ever their daughter Sario fen more beautiful. Nonsense, what constitutes a good familianda be done, a bad familiaisen like ours without ni support, struggling javenta marry off a daughter, let alone a findonu wise appealing. It's laughable. TCH, Warrington the same way v-length. In referring to enchanting fairies or seductive demons were mentioned anything gabu properiund ladies? Good heavens, this is alarming, how have I become so devilish daring to entertain thoughts of demons, thankfully, shall soon enlist in their my otherwise, if left in the village, you might treat havoc in several households and leave behind a brute illegitimate children. Uncle de Huang whose full name is Jada Huang is a relative often wed Joergo, as villagers often possess rather unrefined names. Joyuan is known as Shituan Xiaoshi villagil tof not particularly refined, I discertain lay an improvement over names like Ergo or Do Wang. Restless, he took out his attribute panel to scrutinize, hoping town cover hidden pathway stoop grade. Name Joyuan. Health 98. Essence 1, Chi 1, Spirit 1. Skills none. Experience none. A remarkably succinct attribute panilas ide from the absence of a tradition olivel, it lacks none of fecaridita. Still so balanced that despite a rigorous running the past few days, there has been no change whatsoever. Is the fictuminous skill to be displayed, or is the timid to short eld noticeable results? Ever since the announcement of conscription Joyuan has engaged in daily exercise, a shavethman from Miss Village. No nice waiting to meet their demi-seaver yon seeks to train diligently, even if it means gaining gamer fraction of strength. However, reality is harsh. Aside from the interruption caused by ergo sweating this afternoon, Joyuan has trained for over 20 days. His 3 curry tribute a chevanet unless shown improvement, but the shield has event diminished b2. Itis a predicamentine deed muscle strain sandong rebound whether the ruri and salts remains uncertain, but the ascertain lice wetted profusely. Experience, ifinly I could discover method toquire experience, everything will improve. In a drowsy haze Joyuan eventually fell asleep but the Hoangdan Theathers did not relax their watch, taking turns to vigilantly monitor his mischievous unman. The following midday Joyuan awoke feeling refreshed and hurried to thelatrine. Good morning, Uncle De Huang. It's no longer morning Lin kiss nearly ready. You might as well catch another nap, and Ocalio when needs to meet to eat. Currently, Joyuan enjoys the privilege so Fallon Lord no need to prepare meals or fetch water himself. The 3 villagemen are quite efficient, allowing him to revel in the highest treatment of Jiaoshi village. That went to bring me aches. I can feel it is without practice in forade. Alright, just wait a minute. Uncle De Huang handed Hymanaki and casually placid twapi soft dry wood before him. Hurry up, we still need to start a firolator don't get to katupin contemplating orphans of full swordsmanship. Ansio vechapedthwood, you can think obuta deslongagiowish. Itwant go orient sa master Theskalov splitting mountains, il share it with our villages a martial technique. Thethriva lajers exchange lances, hastily picking gunner by sturdistics, their expression sting it with apprehension. Old Huangwa scareless if hands over Theish, what if splitting mountains stirring sinta splitting villagers? Fortunately she too isn't too made otherwise, ono fuzz my tendup in trouble. Next time you a practice with Theish let's remind yourselves not a jit caught bithiskid. What area saying, can we casually claim thatcha to Ismad, if Hersend informs the authorities, we may tenjup with Ahmed man to deal with. Exactly, we mustn't speak carelessly. She too esquite clever heis renowned das te sharpest mind in these tenorso villages. Anyo no ho derastose or she too Ismad should but he and it to suffer for it. How ironicitis, Jodiuan perceivest the villager say signorant, while te consider him to be made a very one eyes merely playing their part, non outperforming Theothers and Thales. Fortunately Jodiuan was swally focus adunco pingwudan practicing his wordsmanship, oblivious to the villagers' murmurs. Otherwise, who would surely have had to introduce his new buffy to the authorities to avoid being seen as made and request a transfer to serve with amoration alcohort. Almost there's just a bit more break. Jodiuan did not disappoint the villagers' Manikarov madman. He muttered to himself, his face flushed, fixated in Thedrywood, and swung his axe with fire. Has spoke no full Zehud had truly was practicing his wordsmanship. Evni felloct for martial skills, he'd least master at the simply act of splitterwood. Throughout Tisade softening, Thophis attributus remained unchanged, the sensation of chopping were increasingly satisfying and exhilarating. Ding! You have comprehended splitting mountains, acquiring a form of swordsmanship. Chapter 3, A calamity to the region. You have grasped the essence of splitting Mount Hua, mastering a form of swordplay. Splitting Mount Hua LV1, 110, effect, harmonizes the body, concentrates energy, delivering a downward slash. When a prompt, audible only to Zhou Yuan resonated, he was enveloped by an indescribable sensation of relief, as if years of pressure had been instantaneously released. Ha, I have succeeded, the three villagers observed the wildly laughing Zhou Yuan and could only shake their heads in resignation. Alas, although Shirtu was previously simple-minded, he was honest and diligent, willing to undertake any arduous task at the behest of his fellow villagers, and now, with a mere recruitment notice, a foolish lad had been driven to madness. It was a miracle if he didn't flee in terror, let alone work. They all endeavored to care for him, ensuring he was well fed and comfortable, hoping to ease his mind and prevent his insanity from worsening. Yet, who could have anticipated that chopping would only exacerbate his madness? The three villagers exchanged glances, letting out deep sighs. The afflicted labor, even a fool, had been driven to the brink. In the end. They muttered a few more words. Shirtu is indeed a coward, it's merely military service, who among the young and old hasn't he had to serve? How could he lose his wits before even starting? The villagers engaged in their hushed dialogue were oblivious to the fact that the firewood before Zhou Yuan was cut with remarkable precision, the smoothness of the cut surfaces far beyond what a rusted axe could achieve. Bang! Splitting Mount Hua experience 1.at this moment Zhou Yuan felt an extraordinary thrill, as he continued to chop swiftly preparing today as firewood, and his skill splitting Mount Hua rose to level 2. I had chopped approximately 30 times. Yet only gained 12 experience points. It seemed not every strike yielded experience. Nonetheless, this was already commendable. I understood how to acquire skills. Focus and constant reflection were key. The emergence of skills and experience filled Zhou Yuan with excitement. Only now did he feel he had seized the trajectory of opportunity, earning his right to survive. As he prepared to continue chopping wood, aiming to elevate splitting Mount Hua to its maximum level, he suddenly realized that his hands, gripping the axe, were unconsciously trembling. After all, he was but a mortal, unable to embody the ceaseless vigor of a true game character, unyielding as steel. Thus, he cast aside the axe, intending to employ his previous success to cultivate a battlefield skill, running. It is well known that merely running faster than one's comrades significantly increases survival odds. After all, Zhou Yuan was merely a villager, his life no more valuable than that of the other villagers. What's wrong, Shirtu? Not practicing anymore. I have mastered splitting the mountain and am contemplating other martial techniques. Uncle Dawan, if you trust me, come chop wood in my yard. I cannot guarantee much, but at the very least I can teach you the art of extreme 1-for-1. Bah, 1-for-1, do you need to teach that? If someone jabs me with a spear, I simply stab him back. Right, that may be so, but in reality, we are not just facing a single spear or a single blade. Master my technique, and I can ensure you a backup. Provided the enemy is not armored, well then, your method is inferior to mine. Regardless of whether the opponent is armored or not, we shall all put in effort and take him down, even trampling him to death. Impressive, Uncle Da Huan. Have you seen battle? No, my father has. Before he departed, he mentioned that military service is all a farce. Only the great spear is truly valuable. As long as one masters the thrust and retreat of the spear, it surpasses all else. That makes some sense. Fetch me a long wooden stick later. I want to practice thrusting. Sure, you are strong. Using a spear is more advantageous than a knife. Zhou Yuan had not intended to keep secrets. If he were to enlist, these villagers would be more reliable than outsiders, as they formed a natural community. Fewer deaths were always a good thing. However, he did not anticipate that the villagers had their own ideas, far better suited to this world than he. Fortunately, he was one to heed advice, always willing to try reasonable suggestions. Sure too, Ergo is looking for you. You should have seen him. His legs are as weak as noodles, trembling as he walks. Good heavens, he just got married yesterday, and today he is in this state. That girl is certainly not an ordinary woman, I tell you. Luckily Ergo is set to join us in military service soon. Otherwise, he would have perished at the hands of his wife. A villager watching over Zhou Yuan approached him, gesturing towards the door with a wink. Enough. I didn't expect you, this stout fellow, to also be a scoundrel. Who hasn't been through such beginnings? This is simply savoring the flavor of love, deeply entwined. Sure too, how do you understand this? Tell me, have you secretly crept into someone's bed? You are indeed no good. We've been at your service for so many days, yet you share nothing good enough. My splitting the mountain has been perfected, and I need a scoundrel to validate my martial technique. The villager glanced at the axe at Zhou Yuan's waist and shrank back, muttering in discontent as he walked away, though his voice was somewhat loud, as if afraid Zhou Yuan would not hear. Scoundrel, untrustworthy, stealing a wife, devoid of morals. Zhou Yuan stood tall, unafraid of shadows, the sharpness of his blade rendering him indifferent to slander. In truth, the trio of villagers led by Uncle Da Huan had been quite amiable with Zhou Yuan these days. Their concern that he might go mad and harm someone led them to cater to him. Were it not for the villager's increasingly vulgar remarks, Zhou Yuan would not have frightened him off. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, Zhou Yuan realized he had somewhat misjudged the villagers. Ergo's current condition was hard to overlook. He appeared pallid, drenched in sweat, his legs weak and trembling, even as he sat on a wooden stump. Most critically, Ergo's health had plummeted, dropping below the 90 mark, now resting at 89. Brother Sure too, I have something to discuss with you. Ergo, hold your tongue for now. Take a moment to recover. It's not that I'm scolding you, but why exhaust yourself so? The girl is also human. If you tremble like this, surely she would be distressed. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Ergo's eyes reddened, tears threatening to spill. Brother Sure too, it is not as you think. Chuan Yang is a widow from Chaodong village, and my family's situation is slightly better than yours. What decent girl would risk becoming a widow by entering my home? Brother Sure too, I don't mind that Chuan Yang is a widow, but since last night until noon today, it has happened 7 times. I can't endure it any longer. My parents insist I must not leave the house before joining the military. They want me to leave them a legacy. Zhou Yuan grew increasingly alarmed, realizing he had underestimated Ergo. Who would have thought this frail frame could yield such vigor? Ergo, you've endured much hardship. Perhaps you should endure a bit longer. Chuan Yang surely wishes to bear you a child. Though I hold some renown in our village, I truly cannot interfere in such matters. Don't, Brother Sure too. You always wish to venture into the wild, to bring calamity to the region. Take me with you. Let us depart immediately. I cannot remain under the burden of the laborers in Chuan Yang. They seek my life. Ergo's lament did not evoke Zhou Yuan's sympathy. Instead, it rendered him serious. Ergo, whether we leave or not is not the issue. First, explain to me what you mean by bringing calamity to the region. Chapter 4, A Minor Infamy. Brother Sure too, I have little experience and lack eloquence. Please do not take offense. What I mean is to punish the wicked and protect our village. Can we harm our own people? Surely that is better than the skinning laborers. No, Ergo, don't try to deceive me. Uncle Da Huan says I am a calamity. I can understand that. After all, he is my elder and looks after my daily needs, so it's natural for him to harbor some grievances. But aside from Uncle Da Huan, whom have I harmed? Why must they say I bring calamity to the region? Am I unable to wield a blade, or have they become too sensitive, since traversing into this otherworldly realm? Zhou Yuan, striving to overturn his previous foolish and stagnant existence, had taken to masquerading as a reckless madman, often bullied by others. The villagers still recalled the scene over 20 days ago when a madman wielding a firewood axe rampaged from the north of the village to the south. Though none were harmed, the fleeing targets were keen on revenge against Zhou Yuan. Yet Zhou Yuan was no magnanimous person. he haunted the vicinity of the villageress home day and night. Sometimes he would burst forth from behind haystacks. At other times peeking curiously from street corners, or even breaking in at midnight. Since then Zhou Yuan's name echoed throughout Xiaoxi village. Everyone knew he was not jesting when he declared intent to harm. He would certainly follow through. The villagers who had bullied his former self were terrified and fled to relatives in other villages, not daring to return. Even now Zhou Yuan had thus become a tyrant in the village. And wherever he went, none dared provoke him. That he had thought himself a renowned warrior, yet to his astonishment, someone dared to voice his inner thoughts. This person understood him too well. It was time for a lesson. Ergo, brother has suffered greatly. I bear the burden of a bad reputation, yet I have not committed any misdeeds. How can this stand? You tell me who has tarnished my name, and once I deal with him, we shall remain good brothers. Or brother Shirtu, please do not pressure me. It's not that I don't want to speak, but there are too many who speak ill of you. You cannot possibly deal with them all. Understood. Ergo, let us discuss our venture into the wilderness. As the saying goes, a person is cheap when away from home, and goods are precious when far from their origin. Another saying advises against letting fertile waters flow into outsiders' fields. Since we brothers are so exceptional, we ought to focus on bringing calamity to Xiaoxi village, setting an example for all to see what is right and what is wrong. Brother Shirtu, harming our own people doesn't seem right. Why not? It is precisely because they are our own that they have experience. The paths and people are familiar, ensuring we strike true. Zhao Ergu was filled with regret. Initially, he merely sought to evade the nagging of his wife at home, harboring a faint notion of dodging military service. However, Zhou Yuan's words jolted him back to reality. Indeed, a person of his conscience could not conspire with Shirtu Gu to wreak havoc upon their village. Speaking of Shirtu Gu, it suddenly dawned on him that as a family man, escaping military service was out of the question. Otherwise his father, mother, and wife would all suffer the consequences. He had to adhere to his principles. He truly could not abandon them to venture into the wilderness with him. Nevertheless, Shirtu Gu, if you truly intend to bring disaster upon our Xiaoxi village, do remember to spare my family. We have already endured enough misfortune and have never wronged you. So we cannot afford to face utter ruin. Such a fate would be unacceptable. Given our brotherhood, if I were to harm an outsider, I would still owe your family a token of gratitude. That sounds fair. I always knew Shirtu Gu was the most loyal. As Zhao Ergu lavished praise, Zhou Yuan patted the axe at his waist, signaling that he had no concerns and intended to practice his blade. With gritted teeth, Zhao Ergu revealed another plan he had in mind. Shirtu Gu, I have come to an agreement with Chuanyang. I will toil during the day while you handle matters at night. Regardless of whose progeny it may be, as long as the Zhao family has an heir, that is all that matters. However, let me be clear, if I return, my wife and children must be mine. If I do not make it back, you will care for Chuanyang and the children. Let us not be overly meticulous about these matters, and may fortune favor the worthy with a resounding slap. Zhou Yuan struck Zhao Ergu's shoulder, leaning down to fix his gaze intently upon him. That stern expression was quite intimidating, resembling a precursor to anger, almost a silent interrogation. Shirtu Gu, you. What is this, Ergu? Do you wish for me to shield you from danger? Stand up. For your heartfelt intentions, your brother must also embark upon this perilous journey, ensuring that when your time comes, there will be someone to collect your remains. That sounds agreeable, if you can bring my body back. My father and mother will surely treat you as their own son. Just don't joke around. I hope you won't be so frightened that you soil yourself. Zhou Yuan was not native to this world, and he could not comprehend Ergu's spirit of sharing everything, yet he understood that he was flesh and blood, and the people here were the same. Off you go. Shirtu Gu, remember to visit my home under the cover of night. Leave me be, take care of your own affairs. You shouldn't always be looking for an easy way out. It's best to handle such matters personally. Shirtu Gu, something seems amiss. Do you harbor disdain for me and Chuanyang? Not at all. If you don't disdain me, why not go? Even without leaving a legacy, one can still be a man. It is better than dying without leaving a trace. Fine, I do find you rather bothersome. My heart is set on wreaking havoc upon enchanting women and wicked sorceresses. I have little regard for honest folk. Zhao Ergu and Zhou Yuan exchanged fierce glares, and he suddenly felt at a disadvantage. Having divulged his innermost thoughts only to be met with disdain, yet he sensed a kernel of truth in Zhou Yuan's words. Enchanting women and wicked sorceresses certainly sounded formidable. Perhaps Shirtu Gu did not disdain him but rather aspired to greater heights. Well then, I shall take my leave. I won't leave the door open for you tonight, lest it benefits outsiders. Wait, what is it, Shirtu Gu? Are you having second thoughts? Second thoughts? How dare you? My resolve is unshakable. My intention steadfast. Aside from truly malevolent entities, none can divert my focus. Ergu, you are now married, a man in your own right. I possess little to offer you, but I shall bestow upon you a name. Should you perish along the way, you will at least have a proper marker. That sounds good. Let us name you Zhao Yang after the sun, in hopes of counteracting the imbalance of yin and yang in your family. Zhao Yang is certainly a more admirable name than Urga. If I manage to leave a legacy, the child shall bear this name. If fortune does not favor me, I shall retain it for myself. Suit yourself, now hurry home and fulfill your duties, for I am busy honing my skills. Whether in military service or causing calamity, it is paramount to first master one's abilities. Zhao Urga was sent back home to procreate. While Zhou Yuan diligently pondered the intricacies of skill acquisition. In that moment, the erstwhile victor, Urga, became the true loser. At least he did not enjoy the same freedom as Zhou Yuan, who could only charge forth with tears in his eyes. Utterly exhausted, the ability to cleave the mountain could be transformed into a skill. Surely running could be as well, but what of eating and sleeping, two daily necessities? It was worth a try from this day forth. He would adopt a regimen of small, frequent meals, endeavoring to consume only 3 bites of bread at a time, aiming for 20 or 30 meals a day. Sleep could not be neglected either. After each hour of training, he would take a half-hour nap, striving to skillfully enhance his living capabilities. Let us go. First, we must run, for swiftness is the foundation of survival. Chapter 5. I have gained insight ever since Zhou Yuan began to explore the concepts of eating and sleeping. His reputation for eccentricity grew even more pronounced. It was hardly surprising that the villagers were taken aback. Zhou Yuan's behavior had become exceedingly peculiar. Previously, while his words were often nonsensical and his actions fierce, he at least engaged in normal conversation and lived somewhat decently. And now, however, he treated bread as if it were a treasure, chewing it slowly as though savoring some rare delicacy. Were it merely this, the villagers might have labeled him simple-minded, a straightforward person. Yet, he did not partake in just one leisurely meal. Rather, he consumed several bites at a time, 30 times a day. The frequency alarmed those who looked after him, leading them to believe his madness had intensified, rendering him oblivious to hunger or satiation. Sure too, don't spiral into despair. If you choke yourself to death, the ghosts in the afterlife will mock you. If you wish for something better to eat, just say so. There is no need to frighten me with these peculiarities. Uncle Daihuang, you have lived long enough to understand the heart of those who have not. I am merely taking precautions, ensuring I consume enough before enlisting, lest I find myself without a morsel of bread afterward. However, you do make a valid point. Perhaps I should indulge in some better fare tomorrow, so that I might forget about the bread. Bah, what nonsense are you spouting? Who says you have lived long enough? You are the one who has lived enough. This is absurd. If the military does not provide even a single loaf of bread, who in the world will fight for those lords? The king of hell is not concerned about the hungry ghosts. In a vast military camp, there is no shortage of food for you. That may not be the case. If I were a general, I would send a few cavalry units to burn the grain supplies, ensuring the enemy is left starving. Where have you heard such fallacies? We are serving in the military, not going to war. Do you understand military service? It is merely a replacement for veterans transporting supplies, digging trenches, and cutting timber to repair walls. There is plenty of work to be done. To become a soldier, one must first be selected. How unfortunate. I wondered why you, an elder, showed no concern. It seems there are many able-bodied youths in the village, so you need not bear the brunt of it all. Ha, this is the advantage of age. You younger fellows should learn from it. Seeing that Zhou Yuan was still capable of normal conversation and had not succumbed to madness, Zhao Dahuan let out a significant sigh of relief. This peculiar lad, with his warped mind, would be better off sent to the military camp sooner rather than later, lest he stir up trouble. The 3 villagers tasked with watching over Zhou Yuan initially believed that Zhao Dahuan had successfully dissuaded him. However, they soon realized that this lad spoke one way but acted another, as if his mind could not control his body. The next morning, Zhou Yuan not only repeated his previous antics but also became even more abstract. Brothers, I pondered through the night and have grasped the true essence of martial arts. The path to mastering martial arts lies in the balance of tension and relaxation, stillness and movement. We have practiced our movements, but the key lies in stillness. Consider this: to be still and to rest, these two concepts combined are nothing but sleep. From this day forth, I shall practice my sword and spear, sleeping at every opportunity, ensuring I develop a robust physique. The 3 villagers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. This is bad, Uncle Dahuang. I find myself agreeing with what Shirtu said. Have I lost my sanity too? With a resounding thud, Zhao Dahuang struck the chest of one of the villagers, his gaze fierce enough to devour him whole. Nonsense. What foolishness is this? That is called cleverness. Do you understand? You are becoming clever too. If you do not wish to be known as the cleverest person in 10 li and 8 villages, keep your mouth in check. Oh, I understand now. I shall be the most honest, not clever at all. Uncle Dahuang, why not let someone else keep watch over Shirtu? At this rate, we will surely come to grief. Let us reconsider. Shirtu is merely a bit cleverer, but his heart is not wicked. Observing the three villagers deliberately distancing themselves, Zhou Yuan realized he had perhaps been too heavy-handed with his methods. His lifestyle had changed too rapidly and lacked any semblance of logic, were it not for the pressing obligation of military service. The villagers would surely avoid him like the plague. Alas, this was the situation. He had to persevere. Brothers, once Zhou Yuan had laid down his pretense, he officially embarked upon a path of disregard for convention. His daily rhythm transformed into a cycle of running, eating, sleeping, practicing swordsmanship, eating, sleeping, practicing marksmanship, eating, sleeping. If he merely trained during the day, the villagers might have managed, but the fact that he also practiced at night left them bewildered. They could not fathom how a clever person could forego sleep at night, which rendered them too apprehensive to rest. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yuan was equally unaccustomed to his newly adopted segmented sleep schedule. His mind felt as heavy and muddled as porridge, yet the existence of a status panel allowed him to monitor his health. His pursuit of skill kept him motivated. With unwavering focus, he swiftly transformed his daily routine, gradually entering a peculiar state, not of enlightenment, but of profound concentration. Undistracted by external matters, wholly dedicated to his goals, his focus quickly yielded results, the first feedback manifesting in his eating habits. You have comprehended the concept of dietary supplementation and acquired a valuable life skill. Dietary supplementation, Level 1, 110, Effect, exquisite consumption, allows one to extract greater nourishment from food. When the ingredients are nutrient-rich, a small quantity restores vitality, the enhanced efficiency in obtaining nutrition and the ability to restore life, albeit modestly, is truly remarkable. The path of skillfully integrating life abilities is indeed achievable. The emergence of the skill dietary supplementation has endowed Zhou Yuan with a certain capacity for recovery, providing renewed assurance for his training regimen. Observing his dwindling health bar, now at a mere 91, he resolved to seek out some supplements to mend the physical toll exacted by his recent rigorous exercises. Shirtu, what brings you out at this late hour? The erratic routine of Zhou Yuan has tormented the three villagers to the brink of despair. Ultimately, they decided that two of the younger villagers would accompany Zhou Yuan in his reckless pursuits by day, while the elder Zhao Dahuang would rest during the day and keep watch at night. Uncle Dahuang, I have come to a realization. Martial arts practice necessitates both stillness and motion, and it also emphasizes the principle of food and medicine originating from the same source. If I do not consume something nourishing to bolster my health, I am merely depleting my own vitality. You promised to prepare something good for me, yet all I have received in these days is a single egg. I understand you have done your utmost, so I have decided to take matters into my own hands, and in the process, I shall prepare something delightful for your stomach as well. Young man, why are you in constant contemplation? You mustn't act recklessly. The villagers are not affluent, so do not impose upon them. I am aware that the villagers are not affluent, yet there are those who possess sufficient means. Follow me. Today, I shall introduce you to the pleasures of indulgence. We shall engage in a modest act of robbing the rich to feed the poor, borrowing a bit of sustenance to alleviate our hunger. Zhao Dahuang licked his cracked lips, pondering the merits of venturing out at this hour, which was indeed a time when hunger could drive one to madness. That he was caught in a mental struggle. Yet his body involuntarily followed Zhou Yuan into the night in search of food. As they approached a courtyard with a tiled roof and earthen walls, Zhao Dahuang suddenly regained his senses. Shirtu, this is the home of the village head. We must not act recklessly. Fear not, Old Li is quite affluent. I shall merely borrow a chicken, and I promise to return it in 100 or 80 years. 100 or 80 years, are you not effectively stealing? How can the practice of martial arts be considered theft? This is merely borrowing. Old Li has borrowed countless items in his capacity as village head. If he can borrow, so can we. Chapter 6, A Night of Dwindling Vitality. Although the village head is a resident of Xiaoxi village, he possesses a semi-official status, thus, the villagers generally tolerate him and accept his governance. However, Zhou Yuan is different. He is not of this world and is, therefore, unbound by local customs. Moreover, having been selected for military service, he would not remain in Xiaoxi village for long, rendering the village head's opinions irrelevant. After a few crowing of roosters, Zhou Yuan emerged from the courtyard, clutching a chicken with its neck twisted. Uncle Dahuang, we are in for a treat tonight. You prepare this chicken, and eat without hesitation. I shall bear the infamy alone. You shall not suffer this is solely your doing, and I am not implicated. Zhao Dahuang fumbled to catch the chicken thrown by Zhou Yuan, cursing himself for his insatiable appetite. Having been unwittingly drawn into this escapade, look at your timidity. If you continue in this manner, I shall consume it all myself, leaving not a drop for you. Do not, now that we are here. How could you exclude me? Let us hasten to the eastern hillside. My teeth are not in the best condition, so we shall use a clay pot to stew it tender. Agreed. You fetch some salt and a large piece of ginger. I shall go gather some firewood. In the darkness, two shadowy figures stealthily traversed from the north of the village to the east, utilizing rudimentary tools to prepare the chicken. At that moment, Zhao Dahuang suddenly felt that Zhou Yuan was not deranged. This young man was likely leveraging his eccentricity for personal gain. Sure too, I see through your ruse. Although you are peculiar, you are not foolish. Now that it is just the two of us, once we have feasted on the meat, hand me a stick, and I shall feign a fall while you make your escape. In this way, we can consider ourselves even. You shall call me uncle, and I cannot regard you as a mere scoundrel. That will not do, Uncle Dahuang. I genuinely intend to visit the military camp. What, you wish to go while still causing mischief? Your reputation is tarnished, and you still wish to serve? What exactly are you after? You are mistaken. I have always been of good conscience. Thank you very much. As the saying goes, the crying child gets the candy. If I do not stir things up, will the village care for me? Zhou Yuan's words were a mix of truth and fiction. Initially, he did contemplate fleeing. However, he had changed his mind not out of newfound conscience, but rather because of the continuous generation of skills. He no longer wished to hide in this barren village. Here, one could scarcely find enough to eat, let alone meat. He required more resources and a broader horizon. Thus, he planned to undergo military service, hoping to secure a position within the camp, thereby gaining insights into this world while utilizing military resources to bolster his own strength. You truly have a clever mind. They claim you are foolish. Yet I see you are the most astute. You have found yourself in a fortuitous time. Had I been your age, every household struggled to put food on the table, and military service was fiercely contested. There would be no allowance for your antics. Indeed, it is only because you insist that I play along with you. Were you to compete for a spot, I might well concede it to you. Do I appear to be a fool, who would believe your nonsense? Though Zhao Dahuang was no longer young, his movements were remarkably agile, tending to the fire without requiring Zhou Yuan's assistance, resembling a caring elder. Uncle Dahuang, let us discuss a matter. For this military service, you need not go. Let your son take your place. You are getting on in years, and should you falter on the road, you may never return. I promise to return Erlang, but I cannot carry you back. A person is worth less away from home, and it is best not to die far from one's homeland. Zhao Dahuang, fanning the flames, fell silent upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words. He rubbed his rough hands, wishing to say something, but only managed to utter, "Sure too, the meat is ready. You have good teeth. Eat quickly, or it will become tough." Very well. I shall leave you some broth. I am not fit for such rich fare. Alright, I shall save you a couple of chicken feet to gnaw on. You truly are something. You do not understand polite conversation. And I see you are quite simple. Zhao Dahuang wished to avoid discussing matters at home, and Zhou Yuan did not press further, instead picking up a slender twig and fashioning it into chopsticks. Happily devouring the meat, seeing that Zhou Yuan was entirely unreserved, fearing he might be too late to partake, Zhao Dahuang also fashioned a twig and dipped it into the pot, and fortune smiled upon him as he retrieved a piece of succulent meat. The oily chicken skin glistening painfully in his eyes. "Eat, Uncle Dahuang. Do not stand on ceremony. When you learn to steal chickens, be sure to invite me. You may very well miss out on that. We cannot learn your peculiar methods." As the chopsticks trembled, a piece of chicken fell back into the pot, and as he rummaged, he pulled out a chicken head, which the elderly man eagerly began to gnaw upon. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhao Dahuang, who was engrossed in the chicken head, and thoughtfully retrieved a chicken foot for him. "Uncle Dahuang, have another chicken foot for nourishment. If you cannot bite down, just let go." "My teeth are fine. You, young man, have not spoken a single word of sense." After enjoying the chicken and sipping the broth, Zhou Yuan reclined on the grass, examining his attributes until he noticed his health bar beginning to rise. Prompting a satisfied smile, approximately an hour later, his health bar climbed from 91 to 97. A substantial portion of the chicken had found its way into Zhou Yuan's mouth, yet the recovery was minimal and the pace slow. Ultimately, the chicken was too lean and his dietary supplementation skill level was still too low. Zhou Yuan glanced towards the eastern riverbank, abruptly sitting up. "What is it, Sure too? Are you still hungry? Would you like to eat a couple more pieces?" "Uncle Dahuang, please tidy up this scene of the incident. I shall wash in the river." "Why must you run again? Did we not agree to serve together? Hand me a stick, otherwise I cannot account for this." "I shall return shortly. There is no need to deceive you." Zhao Dahuang watched as Zhou Yuan melded into the night, letting out a heavy sigh before leisurely continuing to gnaw on the bones. Zhou Yuan was not lying. He He had just inadvertently caught sight of two segments of health bars, which were moving towards the stone arch bridge. The shape of the health bars clearly indicated they belonged to humans. Not the short, slender ones associated with poultry. In the dead of night, what would two wounded beings seek by the riverside? Were they to duel or perhaps contemplate a leap into the water? After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan decided to follow them, not out of a desire to meddle, but because he was the only one in Xiaoxi village who frequently spoke of bloodshed and had even taken action. He worried that someone might use his name to secretly commit murder, leaving him to bear the blame. As he neared the stone arch bridge, he observed one health bar disappearing into the river, while the other remained still. He did not rush forward to investigate the individuals represented by the health bars but chose to wait quietly, preparing to see where the remaining health bar would lead. To his surprise, not long after, the individual who had jumped into the river resurfaced, meeting up with the other on the bank, and they ambled back towards Xiaoxi village. Zhou Yuan did not follow the individuals but trailed the moving health bar, maintaining a distance that allowed him to go unnoticed. It turns out to be Erlang's family. This fellow just married. Is he not too busy to be gallivanting about at such an hour? Could it be that he was weary of the domestic bliss and sought excitement in the wild? Chapter 7. The cold wave and the shrimp soldiers. Erlang's household was impoverished. Their courtyard was not even made of earth walls, but rather a haphazard fence of branches and sticks. Zhou Yuan rummaged around, seeking a point of leverage, and promptly climbed over. The entire courtyard was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any illuminating lights. He approached the only respectable main house in the courtyard, cautiously crouching by the window. Mother, I am cold. Quickly, let me soak in the warm water bucket. Husband, do not venture into the Dragon Palace to pilfer treasures again. If you go a few more times, Ergo's life will be forfeit. I dare not go again. Today, Ergo nearly did not return. I shall never go back. What, did Ergo not follow my instructions? He must not provoke the Dragon Palace guards. That is how my husband met his demise. Ergo must not act recklessly. A young woman's voice emerged, and Zhou Yuan surmised that she was Cui Niang, the newlywed wife of Ergo. Cui Niang, you inform us of the entrance to the Dragon Palace. Our family has benefited from your fortune. How could we not heed your words? It is just that the size of a person's steps varies. You said one could only take 36 steps, yet Ergo attracted the attention of the Dragon Palace guards after taking only 32. Fortunately, he ran swiftly and was not greedy, otherwise, he would have surely met with disaster. Alas, it is also to blame on that fool Sher too. Had he entered our home, he could have aided Ergo in his endeavor. In this village, we can only trust Sher too, as long as he remains isolated. Our two families can unite as one. Father, why speak of such things? It is rather embarrassing. However, you are right. I trust our family. If I enter another family, I dare not speak of the Dragon Palace. I fear they might bury me alive for those pearls. Cui Niang, lend me a hand, and refill the warm water for Ergo, so he may warm himself thoroughly. Here he comes. Zhou Yuan listened, bewildered. Outside the house, was Ergo's family not burning with fever? The clear sand river beneath the stone arch bridge actually harbored a dragon palace, and Ergo could pilfer treasures from it? He finally survived. That dragon palace is truly no place for humans. It is a frigid abyss that could take half a life with a single visit. Father, mother, wife, we have acquired over 20 pearls. We are indeed wealthy, yet we must keep it hidden. If I return from military service, we shall claim it as my spoils of war. If I do not return when Sher Tu comes back, you shall say it is my relic. Nonsense, you will surely return. When you do, we shall move to the city and live well. That cannot be, a father. If we all leave, who will mark the spot, if the next heavy rain alters the river's course? Future generations will be unable to locate the entrance to the Dragon Palace. You speak wisely. We must leave a path for our descendants. When you return with Cui Niang to the city, I shall remain with your mother. After waiting a while longer, surrounded by the family's yearning for a better life, Zhou Yuan stealthily departed from Ergo's courtyard. He had underestimated Ergo. He had not anticipated that this family had their own schemes. He had thought Ergo was genuinely willing to share everything, but it seemed he was merely drawn to his own vulnerable background, seeking to forge an alliance. Cui Niang was also quite astute. It was only that Ergo's family had little choice. In any family with many brothers, there was a real possibility of her demise over that so-called Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan was uncertain of the veracity of the alleged Dragon Palace. Yet there must be something within the clear sand river that yielded pearls, a place where the dangers were manageable, allowing Ergo's family to reap benefits. He walked under the moonlight and soon arrived at the stone arch bridge. There, he observed a thick layer of water plants floating atop the river, the water slightly murky yet flowing steadily. Zhou Yuan shed his clothing, biting down firmly on the hatchet, and with a splash, He plunged into the river. He had expected the entrance to the so-called Dragon Palace to be exceedingly concealed, otherwise Ergo's family would not have spoken of marking steps and counting them. Yet, contrary to his expectations, what was considered a very secretive entrance by Ergo's family appeared strikingly conspicuous to him. He noticed a black whirlpool atop the riverbed, covered in silt and water plants. 2 lines of blood-red characters were clearly inscribed above it. Instance, Lair of the Clear Sand General recommended challenge level, 15 recommended number of challengers, 5 to 10 splendid. The challenge level and number of challengers were clearly marked. A testament to the gamified vision's renewed achievements, however, a minor issue arose. Zhou Yuan's attribute panel did not display any character level indication. Was there a bug? What on earth was the challenge level? He hoped his gamified experience was not incompatible with this instance, pondering how such discrepancies could arise. Zhou Yuan was not perplexed by his ability to view instance information. He had grown accustomed to the blood bars all over the streets. And encountering a portal to an instance was not surprising. However, he could not fathom why the portal bore a challenge level, yet he himself lacked such an attribute. Ergo had stated that 36 steps constituted a safe zone. His legs were short, so he would not compare himself to him but would walk 20 steps instead. Zhou Yuan was resolute in not retreating. After all, Ergo's family had conducted experiments, and passing up such a splendid opportunity would be a lamentable loss. With a sudden dive, he came into contact with the pitch-black portal. In the next moment, he found himself in a spacious passageway, its length limited but its width comparable to a 4-lane road on Blue Star. Most importantly, the ground was paved with dark red coral, with pearls of varying quality embedded in the crevices, resembling a celestial pathway. On either side of the passage stood 6 shrimp-headed humanoid creatures, wielding tridents, and remaining motionless like rigid stone statues. They not only bore health bars above their heads but also displayed identity information. Level 15 Cold Wave Shrimp Soldier. An excruciating chill permeated the entire passage, and Zhou Yuan noticed that the droplets of water on his body began to show signs of freezing. There were quite a few pearls underfoot. Why had Ergo rushed to the edge of the safe zone? Zhou Yuan pried with the hatchet and began to understand why Cui Niang's ex-husband and Ergo had approached the shrimp-headed monsters. The reason was that these pearls were embedded very firmly and were difficult to pry loose. After some effort, he had damaged many and was left with only 2 in pristine condition. Strangely, the closer he got to the Cold Wave Shrimp Soldiers, the more fragile the coral ground became, and the likelihood of prying out intact pearls increased significantly. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan's purpose for coming was not to collect pearls, but to investigate the Dragon Palace Ergo had mentioned, which he perceived as an instance. Thus, after acquiring 6 pearls and walking approximately 20 steps, he abandoned the impulse to continue forward, although the names and levels of these shrimp soldiers appeared to resemble mere gatekeeper minions. They could invoke localized temperature changes. Zhou Yuan, no matter how bold, understood that he could not contend with them and saw no need to attract their ire by personally experiencing their attack power. The last individual who had been so reckless had seen his wife remarry, and Ergo's family ought to be grateful to that big brother. However, refraining from contact and experimentation did not prevent Zhou Yuan from estimating the strength of these Cold Wave Shrimp Soldiers. Assuming a gaming rhythm where the initial character attribute was 1, and each level gained at least 1 attribute point, then he was at least 15 points inferior to the Cold Wave Shrimp Soldiers in terms of strength. While their skills were incalculable. Of course, this assumption represented an ideal state, and the actual disparity could be even more exaggerated. With such strength, coupled with the instance's refreshing characteristics, they could rightly be considered immortal demons. Chapter 8, Instance Experiment. The level 15 instance, Lair of the Clear Sand General, was beyond Zhou Yuan's current capabilities, yet, this instance still held immense value for him. He swung the hatchet brutally, shattering numerous pearls, and discarded the headband on the ground before retracing his steps into the instance portal. Upon escaping the frigid environment and returning once more to the clear sand river, the icy water felt as soothing as a gentle hot spring. He dressed in warm clothing and returned home to fetch a large covered clay jar along with a thick outfit. Zhao Dahuang had yet to return, and the 2 villagers slept soundly. Oblivious to Zhou Yuan's actions, returning to the stone arch bridge, he stuffed both outfits into the clay jar, clenching the hatchet as he re-entered the instance. The moment he entered the instance, he opened the jar and donned both outfits. Then began to observe the changes in the instance environment. The intact coral ground, the absence of shattered pearls, and the vanished headband all confirmed the instance's refreshing ability. Moreover, this refreshing ability not only reinstated items within the instance but also eliminated any foreign objects left behind. When individuals were present, the instance would not refresh. Upon their departure, it would automatically do so. If one person were to remain stationed in the instance for an extended period, could it not serve as a secret base for stockpiling resources? Distant from the normal world, situated in an unknown space, with an internal environment that was self-contained, it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary paradises viewed from another angle. If I were a native of this world, I would undoubtedly regard such a mystical space as a hidden realm of fortune between heaven and earth. No wonder Ergo's family referred to this place as the Dragon Palace, hidden beneath the river. Guarded by shrimp soldiers, and existing in its own spatial realm, it could very well be the fabled Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan caressed the remarkably tangible coral ground and recalled an ancient text he had studied in his youth. The tale of the Peach Blossom Spring, excluding the perilous monsters within the instance, it could indeed be described as a peach blossom spring for ordinary people, a paradise for seekers of truth. The Clear Sand River was merely one of many tributaries, and a rather obscure one at that. The existence of an instance in such a location implied that the number of instances in this world was surely not insignificant. During his time on Blue Star, Zhou Yuan had played numerous video games. He understood that if instances were stripped of all prompts and cast into a vast gaming world, they would be exceedingly hard to uncover. However, as their numbers increased, there would inevitably be unexpected discoveries, just as now, Cui Niang's ex-husband had uncovered the lair of the Clear Sand General, which he relayed to Cui Niang, who in turn informed Ergo's family. This indicated that certain individuals or forces might pass down the secrets of instances through generations, regarding them as their personal hidden treasures. In the Great Wei Kingdom, families that inherited instances were spoken of by village elders, never leaving their territories, and those immortal demons were indeed ever present. Such circumstances resembled a normal human society seamlessly integrated into a gaming world. Zhou Yuan shook his head, dismissing the narrow-minded conjecture. His understanding of this world was far too limited. Analyzing the social state based solely on a dungeon was neither reasonable nor reliable. However, such seemingly fallacious conjectures were not without merit. At the very least, Zhou Yuan could rely on his hypotheses to extend his environmental awareness. According to conventional game logic, the intelligence of wild monsters should be comparable to that of dungeon creatures. The behavior exhibited by the 6 frost-tide shrimp soldiers indeed resembled that of game monsters with a hate range. Thus, if he refrained from entering their attack zone and merely provoked them with sound, would it trigger their attack judgment? Leaning against the portal, Zhou Yuan began to strike the coral floor with a machete while calling out loudly, "Hey, over here, here!" The 6 frost-tide shrimp soldiers did not even glance in his direction, resembling 6 lifelike statues. This phenomenon was exceedingly deceptive. Local inhabitants might let down their guard and find themselves pricked by the frost-tide shrimp soldiers upon entering their attack range. Faced with the rigid and unyielding frost-tide shrimp soldiers, Zhou Yuan immediately thought of digging pits, setting fires, and poisoning them. Yet, the coral floor was surprisingly hard, and both fire and poison would require verification of the frost-tide shrimp soldiers' judgment, logic, and defensive strength. Thus Zhou Yuan ignited a fire, using smoke to influence the frost-tide shrimp soldiers, observing whether they would attack the source of the flames and the arsonist, and whether the fire could diminish their health points. The lair of General Qingsha provided an excellent experimental ground. Zhou Yuan would not depart without acquiring some intelligence, therefore, he first returned to the riverbank, filling a large clay pot with branches and leaves before heading back to the dungeon. After advancing 20 steps, he extracted a flint to ignite some dried grass, creating a bonfire. As the flames grew robust, he tossed in several damp, thick branches, with both hands gripping the front of his clothing. He fanned vigorously, attempting to direct the smoke toward the frost-tide shrimp soldiers. As the smoke wafted toward one of the soldiers, Zhou Yuan quickly retreated to the vicinity of the portal. Before long, the frost-tide shrimp soldiers detected the scent of smoke, determining they had been attacked, and promptly exited their standby state. Charging toward the bonfire and scattering it with a thrust, they trampled over the burning branches and continued their advance toward Zhou Yuan, crushing the flaming branches beneath their feet. While the other 5 frost-tide shrimp soldiers also entered an attack state, Zhou Yuan stepped back, coming into contact with the portal, and left the dungeon. Upon returning to the riverbank, he had to concede that the frost-tide shrimp soldiers were not truly rigid and unyielding. They were proficient killing machines. As long as they perceived themselves to be under attack, even if the assault was minuscule and inflicted no damage upon them, they would transition into an offensive state. The methods of poisoning followed by fire seemed relatively viable, provided someone could withstand the frost-tide shrimp soldiers' attacks. Allowing the fire and poison to take effect gradually, could living beings disrupt dungeon respawns? Zhou Yuan submerged himself in the water and soon surfaced with a palm-sized freshwater turtle, deftly binding its shell with grass rope to ensure its limbs could not escape. He then re-entered the dungeon with the turtle, and indeed, the burning branches had respawned the pristine coral floor and the motionless frost-tide shrimp soldiers rendered the area extraordinarily tidy. Turtle, this is a grand experiment. And I shall remember you. After placing the turtle on the ground, Zhou Yuan skillfully exited and re-entered. Then, a miraculous event transpired. The turtle had vanished, as if the dungeon did not recognize the turtle as a player-type creature. Resulting in its immediate respawn, the turtle could not interrupt the dungeon's respawn, and it was likely that chickens, ducks, fish, and dogs could not either. Insects needed not be mentioned. It seemed my method of employing cockroaches for poisoning would not work. The gamified perspective, combined with dungeon prompts, led Zhou Yuan into a state of attempting to tackle dungeons beyond his level, yet reality proved that entirely opportunistic methods could not threaten dungeon monsters. The local inhabitants similarly struggled to resolve formidable dungeon creatures through cunning. The level 15 dungeon was far beyond his current capacity. He needed lower-level dungeons or weaker wild monsters. However, the lower the level of the dungeon, the easier it would be to breach, making it all the more valuable to the locals. Inquiring about or exploring such lower-level dungeons would likely prove quite difficult. The murky river water and the emerald-green algae obscured his vision, preventing him from promptly noticing the anomalies in Qingsha River. Let alone the various mountains and buildings. No, there were buildings, illogical buildings, mountain manors, waterborne fortresses, and even temples and Taoist shrines, all constructed without the advantage of terrain. Among others, any unreasonable construction could potentially be erected to conceal a dungeon. Chapter 9, Skill Recovery. The dungeon of General Qingsha provided Zhou Yuan with a line of thought. The village elder's admonitions and the experiences of Cui Niang's ex-husband demonstrated that game monsters and dungeons did not merely emerge with Zhou Yuan's arrival but were phenomena deeply embedded in history. This led him to contemplate cities, fortresses, and temples. In a normal world, cities would likely be established in areas with convenient transportation or perilous terrains. Temples and shrines would also prioritize beautiful scenic locales. However, in this world, where game monsters and dungeons existed, the locations of buildings held an additional layer of consideration. If he were a local, upon discovering a dungeon, he would have two primary choices: to keep it secret or to safeguard it. However, the option of secrecy was unreliable. If left unattended, others would inevitably stumble upon it. Choosing to guard it, though time-consuming and laborious, would deter intrusion into private spaces such as manors, shrines, fortresses, and libraries, provided one possessed sufficient strength. As Zhou Yuan integrated the concept of game dungeons into a historical framework, he arrived at a conclusion that was both advantageous and disadvantageous. The advantage was that he no longer needed to flounder aimlessly in search of dungeons. Dungeons that had been easily discoverable throughout prolonged history likely already had their respective owners or guardians. The disadvantage was that the factions preserving the legacy of these dungeons would likely regard them as their most treasured assets. Not only would they endeavor to conceal them, but they would also go to great lengths to protect them. The Great Wei Kingdom, along with its preceding dynasties, these constantly changing regimes inheriting the legacies of their predecessors, would undoubtedly have accumulated numerous game dungeons. Zhou Yuan realized that his purpose for serving in the military had grown. Initially, he sought resources from the barracks, but now he also had an additional reason: to infiltrate the court and investigate game dungeons. For him, game dungeons were not merely sources of experience points, they were crucial for rapidly strengthening himself and even provided a chance to encounter the legendary immortality. Since arriving in this world, he had felt a significant lack of security and social standing. Given the opportunity, he would not allow himself to languish and decline. He could only wonder how the inhabitants of this world would utilize game dungeons and what unique society would emerge as a result. Zhou Yuan had once inquired of the village elder regarding matters akin to the imperial examination, but the elder claimed never to have heard of anyone becoming an official through reading and examinations. The Great Wei practiced a system of recommendation, akin to the Zhuxialian of the Han dynasty of Blue Star. Here, nobles and high officials indeed possessed a certain quality. Without some familial influence, opportunities for officialdom were nearly non-existent. Zhou Yuan had initially thought that such a system was due to low productivity and limited means of disseminating knowledge. The phenomenon of game dungeons now suggested that there might be powerful clans utilizing dungeons as a means of perpetuating their lineage. As long as the dynasties continued to inherit their roots, it would be exceedingly difficult to displace them from the historical stage. Wringing out his damp clothing, lifting the clay pot, and securing 6 pearls in his belt, Zhou Yuan rose to return home. The duty-bound Zhao Dehuang, upon seeing a shadow push open the courtyard door, quickly poked his head out to call out, "Shitu, still practicing? No more practice, I am quite fatigued. I intend to catch up on some sleep tonight. That's splendid. You rest, and I shall ensure your peace of mind. Come dawn, I will prepare a chicken egg to soothe your stomach. That would be great." "Mere pancakes do not fill me." Zhou Yuan was aware that Zhao Dahuang was keen on a piece of meat. Feeling that he had taken advantage of his junior, he planned to procure something substantial to reciprocate. He did not refuse Zhao Dahuang's kindness, casually agreeing before collapsing onto the bed. Perhaps having understood the direction of his progress, he fell into a deep and steady slumber. In his dreams, he advanced from level 1 dungeons to level 100. Not only becoming the strongest human but also transcending the boundaries of the mundane and the celestial. Just as he soared through the cosmic expanse, a cerulean planet suddenly appeared, unleashing a formidable gravitational pull that dragged him down from the heavens. "No, this is too unfair." Zhou Yuan executed a nimble roll, successfully tumbling off the wooden bed. Sunlight streamed through the window into the dim chamber, where a large coarse clay bowl sat atop a wooden stool that served as a seat. Containing a small chicken egg nestled within. Uncle Dahuang is considerate, opting for a whole chicken egg. Zhou Yuan rose to wash his face, biting a willow branch to cleanse his mouth, then settled on the wooden stool. Peeling the chicken egg while examining his attribute panel, his 3 attributes, spirit, vitality, and energy, remained unchanged, harmoniously resting at 1. However, his health points had once again fluctuated. After consuming meat the previous night, his health had restored to 97. Yet, after enduring the frigid environment within the dungeon several times, his health had plummeted to 92. A rough rounding indicated that the chicken he had consumed the night before was essentially wasted. "Indeed, the chicken was for naught, which means I have not truly eaten chicken, and the loss of the village head's chicken has nothing to do with me." Aside from this, the most significant change in the attribute panel was the addition of a new skill. You have comprehended recovery, mastering a life skill. Recovery, LV1, 110, effect, restores fatigue, nourishes the spirit, alleviates negative states. It is the essence of tranquility and the initiation of movement. The bright and clear skill description enlightened Zhou Yuan regarding the power of this new skill. No wonder he awoke feeling invigorated and refreshed, devoid of any symptoms of cold or malaise. It turned out that sleep had been transformed into a skill. Rest and nourishment are the 2 essential life skills that Zhou Yuan values most highly. These abilities represent his most promising avenues for recovery, and fortunately, both skills have proven effective, granting him a certain margin for trial and error, despite experiencing muscle soreness and a decrease in vitality. He finds himself unable to forego the exercise of these skills. Relying on his dietary supplementation and recuperation techniques, he strives to restore his physical condition. In stark contrast, Ergo has nothing to aid him. Once his vitality is diminished, how can he hope to recover? Zhou Yuan gazes at his attributes panel and is suddenly reminded of Ergo. On the night of his marriage, he must have ventured into the lair of General Qing Sha. Or else his vitality would not have plummeted so abruptly to 89. Reflecting on their earlier encounter, when Ergo appeared pale and weak, it is increasingly likely that he has caught a cold. Rather than having indulged in any lascivious pursuits, last night, while at Ergo's residence, Zhou Yuan had even heard him speaking, and he is not overly concerned about the possibility of Ergo succumbing to illness. What he is more curious about is how an ordinary person's vitality can be restored. After excessive depletion, does their maximum vitality decrease? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he becomes restless. A courageous soul like Ergo, engaged in self-experimentation, must have an observer to collect data. Sure too, are you going for a run? Yes, you two better hurry up, or you'll find yourselves at the mercy of Uncle Dahuang's scolding. Sure too, let's make a deal, since you woke up late today. How about we skip the run? Lately, the idlers in the village have been mocking us, calling us cowards for not training our strength or marksmanship, but only practicing how to flee. What are we waiting for? Bring the sticks. When we catch up to them and start swinging, they'll understand the value of speed. Finally, that's the spirit. If you don't take the lead, we wouldn't know what to do with Chapter 10, Illusory Vitality. Strangely enough, why are those cowards not practicing their escape today? Who knows, perhaps their courage has faltered. In my opinion, Shirtu and his companions are merely timid. If we were to serve in the military, we would undoubtedly face our challenges head-on without fear. Indeed, I've long yearned for an opportunity to charge into the enemy ranks and fight fiercely, but fate has not favored me with such chances. 5 Lazy men, living off their wives, reclined beneath the old elm tree at the village's edge, munching on dates and bragging about their supposed valor. At first glance, one might mistake them for unrecognized heroes. As the idle men revel in their banter, they suddenly notice 3 men approaching from the south. Initially indifferent, they soon grow terrified upon closer inspection. Brothers, it's time for lunch, I must return home. Oh dear, my stomach aches. I need to relieve myself first. How fortunate, I forgot to feed my dog, let's reconvene later. Seeing Zhou Yuan, armed with a wooden stick and a machete, the bravado of these boastful men evaporates in an instant, and they hastily retreat. You two, hurry up, if you're late, you won't even get a chance to swing a stick. With Zhou Yuan and the 2 village men offering friendly encouragement, the 5 ruffians are swiftly sent back to their homes. This 3-on-5 confrontation resulted in no injuries, as they overwhelmed their opponents with ease. And the 2 men accompanying Zhou Yuan are exceptionally excited. Sure too, you're right, with scoundrels like these, we should confront them directly. With renewed pride, the village men puff out their chests, shedding their previous sense of humiliation. Let's stop by Ergo's house on the way. That lad came to visit me on his 2nd day of marriage, and I can't forget him. Upon entering Ergo's courtyard with rightful confidence, Zhou Yuan realizes that Ergo has fallen ill. While he was still animated and lively the previous night, by midday today, he is burning with fever. Zhou Yuan peers through the window and discovers that Ergo's vitality has plummeted to 77. Ergo's parents stand in the courtyard, sighing deeply and discreetly wiping away tears, while Chuan Yang inside busily washes cloths to help lower Ergo's temperature. Honestly, Zhou Yuan is not surprised by this scene. Having personally experienced the chill of the lair of General Qingsha, he understands that submersion in water would inevitably lead to dampness of the body and hair. It is entirely normal for an individual to catch a cold after such drastic temperature changes. Especially considering Ergo's frequent excursions into the dungeon. Unlike Zhou Yuan, who possesses recovery skills, Ergo lacks the same advantages, and this world is far from the medical advancements of Blue Star. While a severe cold might not be a significant issue in Blue Star, here, the stakes are much higher. Uncle Zhao, has old Luo from Qiaodong village come by? Yes, he has. Old Luo said that Ergo has been afflicted by a malicious wind, and he has gone to fetch some medicine. I wonder if old Luo's prescription will be effective. If there's no improvement in a couple of days, we should take Ergo to the county for treatment. Alright, if we go to the county, just let us know, and we'll help escort Ergo there. No wonder Sure 2 is reliable. My legs aren't up to the task, and I don't have any brothers to assist me. Thank goodness for Sure 2. Although Ergo's family has somewhat calculated their relationship with Zhou Yuan, their intent is to forge connections for the benefit of their next generation. Thus Zhou Yuan harbors no ill will towards them. While comforting Ergo's parents, he observes Ergo's condition and soon notices that his vitality has decreased by another point, now standing at 76. Cough, cough, the sound of coughing intermittently echoes from within the house. As a weak Ergo demonstrates the consequences of diminished vitality. In most games, a character could drop to 70 vitality or even below 30 and still remain vigorous, with instances of miraculous comebacks being quite common. However, in this real world, the rapid decline of vitality carries severe consequences. In mild cases, one loses combat effectiveness, while in severe cases, it leads to a continuous deterioration of health, potentially resulting in death. This signifies that an ordinary person's vitality is but an illusory figure. It doesn't need to be entirely depleted. Once it drops to around 40, maintaining their combat state becomes exceedingly difficult. For instance, while Ergo's vitality appears to be at 76, ostensibly not too concerning, the reality is that in just a matter of days, 10 days or half a month, either his condition will stabilize and improve, or the entire village will gather for a feast. Ergo's father, old Luo, has only a handful of prescriptions, and they all seem to be the same. He probably won't be able to cure Ergo's fever. Should we take advantage of Shih 2's presence and rush into the county for medical attention? Let's wait a bit longer. We don't have much cash at home, but if Ergo's fever doesn't subside by tomorrow, we'll sell the land to get him to the county, though Ergo's family currently possesses wealth. The pearls produced from the dungeon must remain hidden. Any hasty attempts to reveal them could endanger their lives at the hands of powerful figures in the county. Thus, Ergo's father places his hopes on old Luo from Qiaodong village. Wishing for Ergo and his family to survive this ordeal, sigh, perhaps I was too greedy. Ergo's father murmurs softly, his lips trembling as he silently prays for his son's safety. Creak, the wooden gate of the courtyard is abruptly pushed open, and an elderly man with only a few patches on his garments enters, accompanied by a simple-minded young man. Has the water boiled? Hurry and prepare the medicine. My son and I will be staying here tonight. If there's no improvement, tomorrow morning, I'll take you into the city to find my old employer. A flurry of activity ensues as everyone scrambles to prepare the medicine for Ergo, and now it is up to fate to determine his recovery. Zhou Yuan, having observed the proceedings, intends to take his leave of Ergo's home. However, Ergo's parents, fearing that he might refuse their request for help in the future, insist on offering him 2 eggs. To reassure them, Zhou Yuan expresses his willingness to take Ergo to the city, reluctantly accepting the gesture of goodwill. Though he only receives 2 eggs, the 2 village men accompanying him do not mind. They share 1 egg and leave the remaining 1 for Zhou Yuan. For them, helping a fellow villager in need is a natural obligation. Given Ergo's family's current plight, no one can fault them for it. Accepting the egg without hesitation, Zhou Yuan peels it and approaches old Luo, inquiring about remedies for replenishing vitality. Uncle Luo, do you have any prescriptions for replenishing vitality? Please prepare 2 doses for me. Naturally, old Luo, who is responsible for both accompanying patients and liaising with the county's medical clinic, is well compensated, and he and his son also possess eggs. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's request, he pauses his peeling. Scrutinizing Zhou Yuan closely, sure too, you appear to be in good health, with a rosy complexion and ample energy. It doesn't seem like you're lacking in vitality. I guess there's some hidden ailment you're hesitant to disclose? Don't be embarrassed. You're still young, the sooner you address it, the better. If you let it linger and become chronic, you'll regret it for life. Uncle Luo, I assure you, I'm just preparing to enlist in the military. I've been intensifying my training lately, which has left me with aches and discomfort. I see that I do have a prescription for promoting circulation and nourishing vitality. However, since nourishing tonics are precious, you likely can't afford them. And I don't have any on hand. I can only provide you with some common, inexpensive herbs. Alright, I'll give it a try. If it proves effective, I'll order more. Chapter 11. A shot across the bow. Ultimately, Ergo is just a robust 16-year-old lad blessed with ample physical resources. After consuming 2 bowls of medicine and sweating profusely, he surprisingly manages to bring down his fever. The entire Ergo family rejoices. And the apothecary, old Luo, finds time to quickly prepare medicine for Zhou Yuan. Sure too, although this medicine is nourishing, you mustn't overindulge. Remember, all medicine has its risks. Don't worry, Uncle Luo, I'm just using it as a temporary measure. If I need to take it regularly, I'll seek out some more valuable tonics. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Those precious tonics are worth more than you. Ginseng, Lingji, Hishou Wu, those are not within your means. After extracting 12 copper coins from Zhou Yuan's hand, old Luo instructs him on how to brew the herbal concoction. Relying on his attributes panel, Zhou Yuan boldly experiments with the medicine's efficacy. Old Luo, a trustworthy figure in the community, is unlikely to deceive him, and as he swallows a bowl of bitter herbal soup, Zhou Yuan indeed notices a change in his vitality, however, rather than an increase. His vitality initially declines. After losing 2 health points, he then regained 4 health points, which ultimately meant that a bowl of medicine only restored 2 health points. Zhou Yuan observed as his health bar diminished from 92 to 90. And then ascended to 94, suddenly grasping the meaning of the empty cannot be replenished. Although he now felt invigorated and robust, if a frail individual were to endure such fluctuations, the potent medicinal effects could potentially inflict greater harm, yielding less recovery, rendering it more prudent to abstain from supplementation altogether. Zhou Yuan firmly believed that there existed remedies with gentle effects yet remarkable efficacy in this world. However, old Luo lacked both precious tonics and effective prescriptions. What is sweet to one may be poison to another. Possessing the skills of nutritional supplementation and recuperation, he could absorb more restorative effects while alleviating the negative impacts of the decoction. For him, this potion served as nourishment, a minor restorative elixir. For others, it might not hold the same merit. The decoction could restore health, even if it first inflicted harm, and although it only produced a positive feedback of 2. Zhou Yuan found it acceptable. A single packet of medicine could be brewed twice, allowing him to recover 4 health points in a day, thus offering him a new method of recovery aside from his usual mischief. With the assistance of the tonic, Zhou Yuan further enhanced his skill training and soon reaped new rewards. He comprehended the thrusting spear, mastering a form of spear technique. Thrusting spear LV1, 110, effect, the forward hand forms a ring. The rear hand resembles a lock, strength gathers, and the spear strikes in a line. The essence of the thrusting spear technique lies in 2 key aspects, power and precision. After the skill was developed, Zhou Yuan's thrusting technique finally transcended the stage of ineffectual attempts, significantly enhancing its accuracy. Clang! The blunt bamboo pole precisely pierced the copper coin suspended from the grass rope. The sound of metal clashing caught the attention of 3 villagers, who, initially believing Zhou Yuan was merely fortunate, were soon met with a series of clangs. The clarity of the bamboo pole striking the coin was far more apparent than the subtlety of chopping firewood. Only then did the 3 villagers realize that this lad, Shirtu, had truly refined his abilities. Incredible! De Huang Shirtu has genuinely grasped something this time. I've been practicing with sticks for days, aiming for the eyes. And if I could land a thrust to the neck, that would be commendable, yet Shirtu managed to strike such a small copper coin. Do not compare yourself to Shirtu, he has undergone this awakening countless times. It is only natural he would develop some genuine skill. However, this lad is becoming increasingly uncanny. He stood at least 5 paces away from the coin yet still managed to strike it. Striking a single line may sound simple, yet executing it is not so straightforward. Zhou Yuan's thrust was not a slow and deliberate aim followed by a gentle release, but rather a powerful and vigorous lunge. In such an explosive thrust, maintaining accuracy was no less than that of a seasoned practitioner. Excellent, this lad possesses some talent. If he becomes a warrior, with this level of precision, he could certainly pierce through several skulls. A fierce and ruthless spear is indeed essential. You too, quickly fetch tea and offer words of praise, encouraging Shirtu to teach you. De Huang, why do you not join, at my age, with my declining health? I have no chance of becoming a warrior. You should practice diligently. With a spear, speed is crucial, precision even more so. The 2 villagers were quite receptive to the counsel. Initially, they felt resentful when chosen to guard Zhou Yuan. But the situation had changed as Zhou Yuan's boldness in driving away idlers and his pointed spear, which struck true, earned their respect. Thus, they brought tea and towels, standing quietly beside Zhou Yuan hoping to learn a trick or two. Enhancing their prospects for military service, after waiting until the thrusting spear skill reached level 2, Zhou Yuan finally laid down the bamboo pole, stretching his sore arms. The benefits of skill development were truly immense. The emergence of skill served as a benchmark, firmly establishing a lower limit for technique. As his proficiency increased, so too did the baseline of the skill, granting Zhou Yuan a sense of freedom as if the spear moved effortlessly at his command. Shirtu, are you done practicing? Speak up. What should I say? I've awakened again. That's the phrase. Since you've awakened, you must have grasped the essence. Why not teach us? We won't let you work for nothing. We'll ensure to provide you with delectable treats like eggs, beans, and fruits. Alright, you practice a bit while I observe. Lacking a panel that guarantees returns for efforts, rapidly honing martial skills proved challenging. Zhou Yuan guided the 2 villagers for half an hour, yet their thrusting technique showed little evident improvement. Fortunately, his instructions were straightforward, and the techniques were clearly articulated, even if they did not master it. They felt greatly benefited. The tactile feedback from a skill like thrusting was far more pronounced than that of life skills. Upon acquiring a new skill, Zhou Yuan's ambition for running intensified. He compressed his rest periods, dedicating every moment not spent on skill training to running practice. Shirtu, running again. Wait until I'm ready to join you. Sure, how is Ergo faring? He can get out of bed now the pain has subsided. But he feels quite weak and is still coughing. Zhou Yuan passed by Ergo's home, glancing at him as he basked in the sun atop a wooden stool. His wife was concerned about him overexerting himself, forbidding him from doing anything other than resting. His health bar had recovered from 76 to 80, indicative of his youth. Once his illness improved, vitality surged forth. Rest as much as you need. I have some tonic from old Luo. Once you've fully recovered, I'll bring you a dose to bolster your health. Just as Zhou Yuan waved his hand to leave, Ergo hurriedly stood from the stool and leaned against the fence, calling out, Shirtu, come here, I have something to discuss with you. What is it, Ergo? Do you have some secret? Shirtu, I nearly met my end this time and have come to many realizations. This pearl is Chuanyang's dowry. Take it, and if you enter the army, it can serve as a bribe for a better position. The round pearl, glistening beautifully in the sunlight, was immediately recognized by Zhou Yuan as originating from the lair of the Qingsha general. It is too precious. I cannot accept it. Besides, we're brothers going to serve together. Securing a good position should be a shared endeavor. Just keep it. Shirtu. My father sold the fields and asked the village chief to report an illness. The county agreed to let someone else take my place in the army. Very well, you should seek a livelihood as soon as possible and live well. Chapter 12, The Worth of Fellow Villagers. The quota for registered laborers is not immutable. The laborers will filter out the disabled and dismiss those afflicted with illness. Among the disabled, there is some leeway, but illness is entirely intolerable. The laborers at each county office will never allow the sick to mingle with the able-bodied. This is a capital offense in Dewey, as it spreads plague within the military. Thus, wealthy youths, who dare not risk losing limbs, will often feign illness to evade military service. Of course, this comes at a cost. Families seeking to replace conscripted individuals must bear the financial burden themselves, which can be substantial. Zhou Yuan never anticipated that Ergo's father would leverage their ancestral land to secure a replacement for Ergo's military service. This meant that Ergo's family had no choice but to seek a livelihood in the city, leaving them with no escape route. Their family could no longer even be considered farmers. At best, they were merely displaced persons, their social standing plummeting from the bottom to the absolute depths. Perhaps this grave illness altered the family's perspective. Now they were willing to gamble on risk to preserve the life of their only male descendant. However, venturing into the city without support, uncertain of whether it would lead to safety, posed its own challenges. Ergo kept his wealth hidden. Regardless of where he went, it was better to live modestly in unfamiliar territory. I understand, sure too. My father suggested I go to the city as an apprentice. Old Luo from East Village introduced me to a carpenter master. I can endure hardship, as long as the master doesn't beat me to death. I'll ensure he is cared for in his old age. Alright, if I achieve some success, and you find yourself bullied, just call my name. The fact that Ergo was willing to part with a pristine pearl touched Zhou Yuan's heart. After all, gifting such a valuable item carried inherent risks. If Zhou Yuan had been a malevolent character, the lives of Ergo's family could have been in jeopardy. Sure too, can your family reclaim the land? If not, you could also consider exchanging land for military exemption. We could head to the city together for a better chance at survival. I cannot pursue that path. You know well the land deed specifies that I can only reclaim the land after I marry. Before his previous incarnation went to war, fearing he might not return, the village took advantage of the situation to remove Zhou Yuan's access to the land by placing it under the village chief's name. This arrangement allowed his former self to grow up safely, receiving a share of grain from the village chief each year. However, reclaiming it now posed a significant challenge given his former reputation for being simple-minded. Both respectable and disreputable families looked down upon him as a mere fool. Indeed, for someone like you, marrying is likely more difficult than for me. Your land is probably regarded as the village chief's private property now. He would never agree to your using his land for military exemption. Cough, cough. By the way, sure too, just forget what I said a few days ago. I want to take matters of childbirth into my own hands. After a brief farewell, Ergo's family left in haste, departing for the city 2 days before the county laborers arrived in the village. The man replacing Ergo in military service was named Li Dezhuang, who had 5 sons at home, a typical case of too many people for too little land. Zhou Yuan observed clearly that when the laborers called out for other able-bodied men, they merely drew a circle. However, when they called for him, they marked a cross. This signified that their family had been cut off. As long as he did not return, future service and tax obligations would count as 66 households. Although Ergo's family had lost their land and gone to the city to seek a living, their household registration still remained in Xiaoxi village, and they would continue to be counted among the eligible households for military service in the future. Silence, everyone, allow me to speak for a moment. The conscription is a decree from the court, not an imposition from us brothers. Look at the able-bodied men called to serve. There are youths and elders among them. We brothers are willing to consider that your households lack robust young men, and we could let it slide. We value brotherhood and hope you will uphold righteousness once you leave this village. Do not flee or cause chaos, for if the county office investigates, it will undoubtedly implicate your families. I shall not say much more. Simply choose a capable man to lead the team that we will pass through over a dozen relay stations without entering the county town. Heading straight for the district office in Jing'an City. It is entirely reasonable for the conscripts not to enter the county town, as they are all from the same village and are merely passing through. Should any ill thoughts arise, it could very well endanger the families within the county. Interestingly, the officials also condone the act of the elderly substituting for the able-bodied men. It seems the Great Way does not face many conflicts. Their usual recruitment is merely to maintain the system rather than urgently reinforce the ranks. Why not make a selection? If you delay further, I shall choose at random. If it were for corvée labor, the villagers would eagerly vie for the leadership role, but this is military service, and the leader is likely to be appointed as a soldier, a burden the villagers would prefer to avoid. I shall take charge under the watchful eyes of the villagers and officials. Zhou Yuan stepped forward, armed with a hatchet and holding a staff. A valiant youth, indeed. The energy of youth is commendable. Very well. You shall be appointed as the captain of the Xiaoxi conscripts. Zhou Yuan's aspirations differed from those of the villagers. While they primarily yearned to return home to till the fields, he sought to dedicate himself to martial arts and enhance his skills. Thus, the position of captain, which the villagers shunned, became a stepping stone worth striving for. Little did Zhou Yuan realize that he would need to prepare his own provisions for the journey ahead. The village head boldly grasped Zhou Yuan's hand, repeatedly advising him to keep a close watch on the several unicycles from their village, emphasizing that he must not let any grain be lost. And so, under the guidance of the officials, the villagers set forth, pushing the unicycles laden with hatchets, clay pots, and straw mats. As the captain, Zhou Yuan was not required to push a cart. instead, the officials placed him in the middle of the formation to manage 23 villagers. The group traveled intermittently, first converging with another team of able-bodied men at Xiaodong village, then proceeding to Shashir village, and finally gathering 100 men at Dilin Zhuang before heading towards Jing'an city. With a familiar guide among the officials, the able-bodied men arrived at the relay station just before nightfall. There were accommodations available, a large communal bed lacking blankets, but at least it provided shelter from the wind and rain. And no fees were charged for the conscripts. However, meals here would incur a cost. Even the team leaders among the officials merely requested hot soup, pulling out flatbreads from their cloth bags to soak in it. The elderly with prior service experience became invaluable at this moment. Under their calls, a few young lads darted outside to gather firewood and hay, igniting a fire to boil water. Zhou Yuan initially viewed the scene as akin to a group adventure and picnic. When Zhao Dehuang handed him a cold flatbread, he was jolted back from his romantic musings to the reality of sleeping outdoors. Sweet, this is delightful, Uncle Dehuang. You managed to find sugar. Nonsense, this is a juju paste cake. Made by steaming red dates with millet. In previous years, we had no such treatment during corvée labor. We barely made it to our destination in one piece, but military service is different. If one is in poor condition and is sent back from the barracks, we must supply capable men. You are fortunate. After eating this jujube cake, you will certainly be in high spirits for the military. After a noisy dinner, the villagers did not require Zhou Yuan to direct them. They willingly offered the communal bed to the elderly and infirm, laying down straw mats on the ground to sleep. In that moment, Zhou Yuan truly felt the hardships of military service and the value of kinship. Sure, to choose a few men to watch over the grain carts. We cannot afford any mistakes. It will be fine. Rest assured. Chapter 13. The beast of rank. The arduous journey of sleeping outdoors was indeed challenging, yet Zhou Yuan managed to find profit within it. After 3 days of travel, his running ability finally became a skill, enabling him to gain benefits while in motion. You have grasped swift steps, acquiring a life skill. Swift steps, LV1, 110, effect, energy emanates from the waist, strength connects with the feet, walking nurtures endurance, running enhances speed. The emergence of the swift steps skill had an immediate impact, as Zhou Yuan's movement speed increased, while its greater value lay in the nurturing of endurance. At this moment, Zhou Yuan possessed 3 life skills: food supplementation, rest, and swift steps, alongside 2 attack skills: forceful strike and spear thrust. Yet he remained unsatisfied, gathering numerous small twigs along the way, breaking them down to finger lengths to practice throwing. Sure, to stop throwing branches at me. If you have time to spare, gather more firewood so we won't have to search for it at the next relay station. Uncle Dehuang, bear with it. The little twigs barely hurt, just think of it as playful banter. Xiaoxi's captain, are you practicing your aim, hoping to learn archery? I must tell you, once you learn to draw a bow, you cannot return home. Those skilled in archery are considered elite soldiers, and the barracks will never let you go before you are too old and frail. The officials were surprisingly amicable while out in the wilderness, refraining from arbitrary beatings or scolding of the conscripts. Typically, if any incidents arose, they would relay the message to the village captains, allowing them to resolve matters themselves. Zhou Yuan discerned their intention to manage conflicts within the villagers, thereby alleviating their own responsibilities. Thus, these officials interacted quite harmoniously with Zhou Yuan, often gathering to chat once they became familiar. I am young and strong. Having become the captain of the able-bodied men, it is unlikely I can evade the ranks of soldiers. It is better to learn some skills and become a well-treated marksman. I see the military values bravery and archery. If you can draw a strong bow and shoot accurately, you will surely gain favor from your superiors. However, let me advise you, many aspire to ascend through bravery and marksmanship. Bravery relies on fervent passion, while archery depends on innate talent. Merely relying on hard practice makes it difficult to surpass your comrades. Thank you for the counsel. I do not seek to force it. I will try and see. Martial prowess bolsters courage, and with courage comes a strong disposition. The officials gazed upon the spirited youth before them, suddenly feeling that this young man might truly not return. Those with ambition among the lowly either perish on the battlefield or squander their years struggling to elevate themselves. Let us move faster. Dusk approaches, and the wilderness becomes heavy with dew, making sleep difficult. It is best we reach the relay station as soon as possible. The group laughed and joked, finding joy amidst hardship, with most discussions revolving around their farmlands back home. While a few expressed their yearning for military life, only the officials understood that without a measure of bravery and vigor, serving in the military was less appealing than corvée labor. After all, within the military tents were men accustomed to battle, where strength spoke the loudest. The weaker one was, the more miserable their fate. While the stronger thrived. As Zhou Yuan walked alongside the formation, observing the bustling villagers, he recognized that these individuals were the most likely foundation he could rally. Auxiliary soldiers served for 3 years, while regular soldiers committed for 10. Even if these villagers were all auxiliary soldiers and did not enter the ranks, they would still be conscripted for 3 long years. These people were his kin. As long as he became the strongest among them, they would naturally gather around him, ready to follow his lead and serve him. Bang, bang, bang. Just before nightfall, Zhou Yuan and his party finally arrived at the next relay station. However, the gates were tightly shut, and no lights illuminated the area, forcing the officials to approach and knock. "Why have you arrived so late? Come in. There is no food left, but we do have hot water." "Make do with that." An elderly relay keeper opened the gate and ushered the officials into the courtyard. "Why are you the only one here? Where are the other relay keepers? The others left long ago." "I am too old and frail to run, so I might as well eat this official grain until I die." After admitting the group into the courtyard, the elderly keeper turned to close the gate, securing it with a sturdy wooden post. "Our relay station does not keep lights at night. We lock the gates at dusk. Once you enter the courtyard, do not venture out again. There are bears roaming in this area. While they may not compare to the great brown bears of the northern regions, they are still quite fearsome. Have your strong men keep watch at night. If a few of the elderly or young ones are taken, it would be a grave trouble. With so many of us, if the bears are not truly blind, they would not dare approach for food." You are mistaken. It is precisely because there are many of you that it is easier for them to hunt. Those bears are quite cunning, often appearing in groups of 5 or 6, taking one and fleeing. If you dare to pursue, they will ambush you along the way." The old keeper's words sent shivers down the spines of the officials. This relay station was established in a desolate area as a transit point, and if they were truly attacked by wild beasts, there would be nowhere to hide. Does your county office not intervene in such serious matters as wild beasts attacking and disturbing the relay station? How can they intervene? The soldiers come, and the beasts flee. Once the soldiers leave, the beasts return. It takes considerable effort to seal off mountains and roads. It is far more effective to simply close the doors and stay indoors. Very well, we shall refrain from going out at night and barricade the doors and windows. The accommodations at the relay station were limited. With over 100 people cramped together, they could barely manage to sleep on the straw mats on the floor. While more than 20 unicycles had to be left in the courtyard, the villagers, not foolish, wisely took the advice to move the miscellaneous items and provisions inside from the unicycles. I have said all that needs to be said. Be cautious at night. If any harm comes to you, do not blame me." The elderly keeper ambled back to his quarters, leaving the villagers in a state of uncertainty. "Sure too, what shall we do? During the day, we might not fear those beasts, but at night, it is hard to say." The men from Qiaoshi village instinctively transferred the decision-making authority to Zhou Yuan, the nominal captain, to devise a plan. Zhou Yuan raised his hand to signal for silence and approached the officials with a question. "Great official, may I borrow your iron spear? Wild beasts do not discriminate. We cannot all sleep. It is best to leave a few brave souls to keep watch." "Very well, take it, if you can indeed harm a wild beast. It is yours to keep." In the territory where beasts roam, the courage of the night watchmen was lacking, yet they possessed the audacity to borrow 2 blades. With their assistance, Zhou Yuan not only acquired an iron spear but also assembled a night watch team armed with clubs and machetes. The other strong men were ready, and at the slightest command, they would seize their weapons to drive away the beasts. The cold moon and the resplendent stars emitted a faint glow, dispelling the darkness of the night. Zhou Yuan and the night watchman hid in a large room, their eyes fixed intently on the courtyard inside and out through the window. Around the midnight hour, fatigue began to overtake the watchmen, who yawned and wiped tears from their eyes. Suddenly, 6 bears appeared. "Where are they? How come we can't see them?" They struck the gong, arousing everyone from their slumber. "If we cannot scare them off, we shall have to fight for our lives tonight." Zhou Yuan's vision differed from that of the strong men. He discerned 6 health bars rapidly approaching the courtyard wall of the relay station. Among them, 2 health bars bore the inscription of blood. Level 3 Forest Crescent Bears. There are even levels. They must provide experience. Chapter 14. Experience drops. Ding, ding, ding. As the crisp sound of the gong resonated, the watchmen in the other rooms immediately sprang to attention, striking their clubs and wooden sticks. Given the potential danger posed by the beasts, the watchmen were already in a light slumber, and this sound startled them into a flurry. Only the old postman calmly glanced outside, rolled over, and burrowed into a hole beneath the bed. A few watchmen attempted to follow him in, but the hole was small, and the old postman refused to open the lid, inciting a flurry of curses. Brothers, arm yourselves and gather at the doors and windows. If that creature dares to force its way in, we shall push it back." Under Zhou Yuan's command, the watchmen regained their composure, wielding their clubs to barricade the doors and windows. "Hey, ho, hey!" The watchmen shouted their rallying cries, striking their wooden sticks to create noise, hoping to frighten the beasts lurking in the night. Logically, the cacophony produced by over 100 men should suffice to scare off ordinary beasts. Yet, the creatures outside seemed to distinguish between soldiers and laborers. Despite the thunderous shouts, the beasts showed no intention of retreating. The darkness provided a shroud for the bears, obscuring their movements from the watchmen. But in Zhou Yuan's eyes, the bears' actions were crystal clear. He observed 2 level 3 forest crescent bears continuously battering the courtyard gate, then they began to ascend the earthen wall. Once the 2 great bears vaulted over the courtyard wall. Zhou Yuan could vaguely discern their features. The 2 black bears stood taller than men, with a V-shaped white patch on their chests and large rounded ears, exuding an imposing presence. The other 4 black bears were smaller. Their heads adorned solely with health bars and lacking any level attributes. They're coming. Quickly light the lanterns. Don't be afraid, those creatures cannot possess greater strength than our 20-odd men. The warm yellow light illuminated the room. And the tense villagers gasped for breath as sweat poured from their brows. At that moment, the relay station served both as protection and as a cage. Nearly 6 bears had compelled the watchmen to fortify their defenses, leaving them too fearful to step outside. Thus, the numerical advantage of the watchmen was significantly diminished. With no option but to rely on their immediate companions, they faced not 100 men but merely 20 within the confines of the room. "Let a few of you dismantle the bedboards and use them as shields at the doors and windows." The earthen walls were solid and reliable. The black bears would find it difficult to breach them. But the wooden doors and windows remained the most vulnerable points. Bang, bang, the black bears began to ram the door, causing the villagers inside to grip their clubs tightly. Trembling uncontrollably, Zhou Yuan stood at the front by the window, readying his spear for an attack. Roar! A fearsome bear head suddenly smashed through the wooden window, roaring fiercely at the villagers within, who shrieked in terror. "Steady yourselves, strike its skull, stab its neck. Bear paws and gallbladders are worth a fortune. If we succeed in this endeavor, we shall all rise in status." Under Zhou Yuan's rallying cries and the stimulus of fear, the villagers finally erupted, launching a frenzied assault on the bear attempting to enter. Such an attack could only provoke the bear's ferocity. It would not slay it. The best strategy was to hold its head back, preventing it from entering, but the villagers were unable to maintain their composure. The man by the window, brandishing the bedboard, was so frightened he dropped it and retreated. Zhou Yuan too felt a tinge of anxiety, but the power of his skills began to manifest. Regardless of his mental state, activating his skills would yield consistent damage. He thrust his spear at the bear's mouth and snout, causing it to bleed profusely as it howled in pain, infuriated by its injuries. The bear lunged into the room. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuan planted the butt of his spear firmly on the ground and thrust it forcefully into the bear's gaping maw. The icy spearhead pierced its throat, and the bear's weight combined with Zhou Yuan's steadiness caused the spear to penetrate deep into its neck. Zhou Yuan watched as the bear's health bar plummeted by half. He swiftly drew his machete and delivered 2 powerful cleaves to the bear's head. With the enhancement of his skills, Zhou Yuan struck with precision, rendering the bear truly sightless. Though the wounded bear attempted to flee, it became ensnared by the iron spear lodged in its neck. And as it struggled, its health bar continued to drop until it lay motionless, howling in silence. Yet this feigned death could not deceive Zhou Yuan, observing the beast with merely 26 health remaining and still declining. He seized a club and called upon the villagers to jab at its head, exerting their collective strength to push it out. This time, the black bear could no longer pretend to be dead. The clubs jabbed at its neck where the spear was lodged, dealing further damage. As it toppled over, Zhou Yuan grasped the spears but yanked it forcefully, delivering a fatal blow. Ding! You have slain a level 3 forest crescent bear. Experience 30. Thud! The heavy bear carcass crashed to the ground, invigorating the villagers within while terrifying the remaining black bears. Unlike the villagers who saw only the bear's corpse, Zhou Yuan perceived an object exuding a faint green glow. Had it dropped loot? Zhou Yuan gazed curiously at the bear's body outside but refrained from rushing out to collect it. The other bears still lingered, and venturing out now would be perilous. After a series of roars, the 4 bears without levels prepared to flee, while the remaining level 3 forest crescent bear lunged to maul them. What an opportunity! Zhou Yuan seized the moment to reach for the iron spear lodged in the bear's body. With the assistance of 2 villagers, he managed to extract it. Whetstone! Hearing Zhou Yuan shout, Zhao Duhuang quickly rummaged through the clutter and handed him a whetstone. At this moment, the spearhead in Zhou Yuan's hand was bent and damaged. With a piece of the tip broken off, yet he refused to abandon it. After instructing 2 villagers to sharpen the spear, he found a hammer to serve as a backup weapon not long after. The level 3 forest crescent bear killed 2 of the bears without levels, while the other 2 scaled the wall to escape. The dead black bears seemed crucial to it, disregarding the 2 fleeing bears. It charged at the broken window once more. Brothers, this creature holds a grudge. We cannot allow it entry. Do not strike wildly. Use the clubs to push it out, tire it out. If we can kill one, we can slay a second. After dispatching 1 great bear, the villagers' confidence surged. Though still tense, they no longer struck recklessly with the efforts of over a dozen strong men each time the bear attempted to climb through the window. They succeeded in pushing it back down, transforming the battle for survival into a contest of strength. Zhou Yuan steadied his spear, delivering several thrusts that pierced its eyes, mouth, and nose. By this point, it had lost much of its threat. And amid this exchange, Zhou Yuan thrust into its ear canal, summoning the villagers to join him in pinning it down. With a little more effort, let us pierce its skull. Ding, you have slain a level 3 forest crescent bear. Experience 30. Once both great bears lay dead, the villagers were about to catch their breath when Zhou Yuan climbed out the window. I'll check on the other brothers. Do they require assistance? Amid shouts of caution, be careful, stay righteous, don't be foolish. Zhou Yuan bent down to collect a green orb and a white orb. Ding, you have obtained Moonlight Bear Gallbladder and Great Bear Pile. Chapter 15, Surgeon Power Herb. Moonlight Bear Gallbladder Pharmacology. Clears heat and detoxifies, calms the liver and sharpens vision, strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence, can be combined with other herbs to refine elixirs and amplify effects. Usage effect: if the essence attribute is less than 5, then essence attribute 1. Upon touching the white and green orbs, the 2 items dropped by the great bears vanished instantly. Checking his attribute panel revealed a new item option: Moonlight Bear Gallbladder and Great Bear Pile. Both automatically stored. The Moonlight Bear Gallbladder could directly enhance attributes. Despite its limitations, it was indeed a precious item. Zhou Yuan did not expect that collecting dropped items would activate the item inventory. Could ordinary machetes and bear carcasses be stored as well? After some experimentation, he discovered that neither the machete nor the bear carcass could be stored in the item inventory, but collected loot could be freely retrieved. Interestingly, the Moonlight Bear Gallbladder and Great Bear Pile could only be used by clicking in the inventory, otherwise, one functioned solely as a medicinal item, while the other served as a book. He recognized the difference in energy utilization. The attribute panel prized efficiency and stability, which was challenging to achieve in the human body. Moreover, the efficacy of the Great Bear Pile was slower than that of the Moonlight Bear Gallbladder but more comprehensive. Skill: Great Bear Pile effect: directs energy through intention, cultivates vitality, strengthens the physique, harmonizes spirit and intent. Usage effect: level 3 increases essence attribute by 1, level 6 increases energy attribute by 1, level 10 increases spirit attribute by 1. Although the Great Bear Pile is an external stillness with internal motion technique, its essence lies in strengthening the body and nurturing energy, seeking the most subtle and elusive fulfillment of energy and spirit. Zhou Yuan, after employing this seemingly sophisticated martial technique, soon realized that its training method was rather commonplace. Without the augmentation of an attribute panel, the Great Bear stance bore little difference from the ordinary boxing techniques of Blue Star. Far from the extraordinary claims made about it, sure too, why have you stopped? Did you twist your foot? It's nothing, just a cramp in my leg, I'm regaining my strength. As Zhou Yuan utilized his skills, he caught the attention of the villagers, and amidst their words of comfort, he rose to proceed to another room. Come up, brothers, we have slain the bear blind, there is no more danger. Zhou Yuan knocked on the doors, eliciting exclamations of brave man from within. A few of the underlings first glanced out the window before joining the villagers to tally the casualties. When the underlings and laborers beheld the 2 black bears lying in the courtyard, as well as the 2 great bears sprawled beneath the shattered windowsill, they collectively gasped in astonishment. Young lord, you actually managed to combat 4 bears, truly impressive skill, with the gruesomely bloodied bear heads as their backdrop. The underlings no longer referred to themselves as the Qiaoshi squad, their demeanor humbled significantly. While the laborers failed to perceive the inherent danger, the underlings understood that if one could slay 4 bears, they could easily be dealt with as well. With the bear corpses at hand, a few more injured would not be surprising, thus maintaining a measure of respect for the fierce men of Qiaoshi was imperative. You've misspoken, my friend. When the first bear charged, we were all paralyzed with fear. It was Shirtu who seized the moment to pierce its throat. We did exert ourselves against the second, but ultimately it was Shirtu who pierced its skull with an iron spear. I did not expect the young lord to be so valiant. We have been remiss in our treatment of you, please forgive us. The effect of a group slaying bears differs vastly from that of a lone individual. A group can claim camaraderie and bravery, yet a solitary fighter embodies true valor. Indeed, this time, the brothers fought with all their might. None retreating, each a true hero. Had it not been for their selfless efforts, I would not have found the chance to strike the bear. This merit belongs to all my brothers. Excellent, Shirtu is gallant. From this day forth, we the men of Xiaoxi will follow your lead. Brother Shirtu is loyal. We will heed your command from now on. The underlings exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves, this young lord does not seem like a mere brute. Although his methods of winning over the villagers were not particularly sophisticated, the men who had just fought alongside him were swayed by such tactics. Very well, we understand, the merit shall be shared. 1 bear for the young lord. 1 for the men of Xiaoxi. Let us be bold. Might we divide the 2 bears in the courtyard among us? What nonsense is this? We all hail from the same village. Brothers united, the black bears in the courtyard were not slain by us. Distributing them among the brothers is of no consequence. Since you desire them, take 1 each, and let the brothers from the other 3 villages have 1 too. Indeed, you are a youthful hero, generous in spirit. Let us not dwell on this. The bears can be exchanged for coin, and thereafter, we brothers shall venture into the city to procure some fine provisions. As the underlings jested, they drew knives and brandished spears to alter the wounds on the black bears. Solidifying their claims to glory unexpectedly, an old man stumbled over, shouting loudly, spare the bear, do not ruin the bear gallbladder, do not harm the bear paws. You old postmaster have finally crawled out of the cellar. What concern is it of yours regarding the spoils we have fought for? Do not be reckless. Quick, load the bears onto the cart and follow me into the city. We shall meet with the county magistrate. Not only will we gain merit, but also rewards. The key is that only the county magistrate can handle all 4 bear carcasses at once, even if he cannot offer us a fair price. He will not overexert us. Hurry, the fresher these goods are, the more valuable they become. Under the old postmaster's guidance, 100 or so men rushed to the station belonging to Leiji County upon their arrival in the county town. Dawn was just breaking, and the city gate had not yet opened. The old postmaster approached and knocked on the city gate, awakening the sentinels on duty. After some exchange, he returned to the group. Wait, with so many of us watching, the sentinels would not dare to cheat us. I informed them that the soldiers of Jing'an City hunted 4 bears for the county magistrate. Should the gallbladders spoil, they shall bear the consequences. Zhou Yuan and his companions were indeed considered soldiers of Jing'an City, albeit they had not yet entered the camp and had not thought of raising their banner. With this banner raised, the magistrate of Leiji County would surely pay heed to their actions. This was to prevent the foolish village men from missing out on their gains and later complaining to the military camp, claiming they intended to offer the bears to the army but were robbed by the magistrate of Leiji County on the way. Such a notorious reputation was one the magistrate would not bear. Nor would he wish to offend the county lieutenant. While waiting, Zhou Yuan utilized the Moonlight Bear gallbladder and added the 60 experience points provided by the 2 level 3 Mountain Moon Bears to the Great Bear Stance. Level 1 of the Great Bear Stance requires 10 experience points, level 2 requires 20, and so forth, with level 3 requiring 30 experience points. The 60 experience points were sufficient to elevate the Great Bear Stance to level 3. Enhancing Zhou Yuan's attributes by 1 point, coupled with the 1 effect from the Moonlight Bear gallbladder, his attributes surged in a double leap, shifting from a balanced 1 to Essence 3. Qi 1 Spirit 1. The sudden increase in attributes felt unexpectedly gentle. Zhou Yuan experienced neither pain nor comfort, only a sensation of his strength continuously amplifying, and his physique becoming significantly sturdier. Stealthily lifting his shirt, he observed that his formerly soft flesh had become remarkably firm, with streamlined muscles harmoniously sculpted, as if he were naturally endowed with a physique forged through rigorous training. The Great Bear Stance and the technique of bear palm manifested in this stance were not mere killing moves, but rather a method of exertion that complemented the Great Bear Stance. Under this technique's enhancement, other martial skills would yield tremendous force. Attention, be cautious, do not let those unscrupulous soldiers seize our goods. As Zhou Yuan practiced the coordination between the Great Bear Stance and martial techniques, the old postmaster suddenly beckoned him and several underlings to approach. After instructing a few groups of villagers to guard the bear carcasses, he made his way to the forefront of the crowd. The city gate had indeed opened, and a middle-aged man clad in fine garments approached, accompanied by 6 attendants and over 30 soldiers. Upon nearing the laborer group, he did not immediately inspect the bear carcasses, but rather, with a smile, inquired, which brave man led the charge against the bears. I must express my gratitude. The subtlety of his words was striking. Heavy thanks and heavy reward were but a word apart. Yet the attitudes conveyed were entirely different. At this moment, the old postmaster dared not speak out of turn, instead glancing towards Zhou Yuan alongside several underlings as Zhou Yuan, unfazed, stepped forward from the ranks, cupped his fists, and bowed to Zhou Yuan of Xiaoxi. Greets the magistrate. It is entirely due to the trust of my brothers that I have had the honor of leading the charge against the bears. Excellent, excellent, young man. I am Zhang Ji, the county magistrate of Leiji. I would never covet your goods. Let my herbalists and butchers handle those 4 bears. Come with me. I happen to be going to have breakfast, and we shall enjoy a drink together. Thank you for your recognition, County Magistrate Zhang. County Magistrate treated Zhou Yuan with a measure of courtesy, yet was stern with the underlings, merely nodding coldly at their praises. Interestingly, he was exceedingly amiable towards the villagers, dispensing considerable provisions to them while they observed the bears, leading them to believe that this magistrate was indeed a rare good official, lamenting that they did not live under Zheng County Magistrate's governance. In examining the bear carcasses, Zheng County Magistrate paid no heed to the damaged pelts, instead meticulously scrutinizing the bears' abdomens. I have counted. You shall assist in processing the bears shortly. I shall return first. My underlings will send you some food. Safe travels. We shall see the magistrate off. As Zheng County Magistrate departed, a scholar accompanying him worried that Zhou Yuan might not comprehend the situation, tugging at him to signal him to follow. To be candid, Zhou Yuan was reluctant to be alone with Zheng County Magistrate. The disparity in their statuses was too vast, and the mere presence of a few bear carcasses hardly warranted a banquet. However, as Leiji County was his domain, Zhou Yuan could not afford to disregard the magistrate's authority without cause, thus he complied for the time being. Upon entering the city, Zheng County Magistrate led Zhou Yuan into the government office. And before long, a maid arrived to serve food. Young lord, I must sincerely thank you. You have resolved a significant dilemma for me. You cannot imagine how detestable those black bears were. Just the thought of common folk being harmed by those beasts pains my heart. There is no need for the magistrate to express gratitude. We fought desperately merely for our own safety. Do not refuse. Such modesty is unwarranted. In all matters, it is actions that speak, not intentions, since you have eliminated a menace for the people. You are deserving of this county's gratitude. Zheng County Magistrate appeared quite affable, intermittently inquiring about Zhou Yuan's background and reminiscing about how heroes often emerge in youth. The more Zhou Yuan listened, the more alert he became, uncertain of the magistrate's true intentions. Young lord, you are so valiant and capable of slaying bears. You must have encountered extraordinary adventures, no doubt, besides caring for the people. I take great delight in unusual tales. If you have any, please share them. It would serve well for the wine. Only at this moment did Zhou Yuan comprehend why Zheng County Magistrate sought to host him. Frequently showering him with compliments. It was evidently a tactic to leverage his noble status and flattery to provoke youthful pride, drawing out tales of the extraordinary. Simultaneously, it made clear that the ruling class of Dwei was indeed aware of the existence of dungeons and placed considerable importance on information related to them. Even a group of laborers slaying black bears could pique their curiosity. Unusual tales. I have heard the village elders mention such things. Speaking of immortal demons and ageless deities, however, I have never encountered anything supernatural myself. Slaying bears was merely a matter of leveraging our terrain and wrestling with my brothers, seizing the opportunity to strike at their mouths and nostrils. Immortality. The originally amiable magistrate Zhang, upon failing to extract any information, lost interest in further conversation. After casually taking a few bites, he declared that he had official matters to attend to, and promptly departed from the government office. When Zhou Yuan returned to the convoy under the guidance of the constables, he learned that the county's head constable had just inquired in detail about the bear hunting incident and was now hastening towards the relay station. The constable's aspirations for merit were instantly dashed, and even the timing of the old courier's retreat into the underground was questioned. Indeed, Magistrate Zhang was a man of strict law enforcement. Those who contributed were duly recognized, quite unlike the befuddled characters often portrayed in tales. He was a man of unpredictable demeanor, yet with meticulous attention to detail. Zhang's actions made Zhou Yuan acutely aware of the perils of this world. He needed a more formidable stage to assert his strength in broad daylight. Otherwise, he would inevitably draw suspicion. Fortunately, the bear hunting incident could withstand scrutiny, and the testimonies of the villagers sufficed to offset his peculiar position. By the afternoon, the bear carcass had already been disposed of, and Magistrate Zhang finally arrived late with 2 documents. One was for Zhou Yuan certifying his involvement in the bear hunt in Leiji County, the other was for the men of Xiaoxi village. Acknowledging their collaborative efforts, the county's constables delivered rewards, and after distribution Zhou Yuan received 500 coins, while each man from Qiaoxi village got 50 coins. The bulk of the payment was for the purchase of the bear carcass. This time, Magistrate Zhang did not divide it so finely, allocating the finances into 4 portions for Zhou Yuan, the men of Qiaoxi, the constables, and the other villagers. Due to the differing numbers, the monetary shares varied. Zhou Yuan held a small gold ingot, the constables each received 200 coins, the men of Qiaoxi 60 coins each, while the other villagers received a mere 20 coins each of this distribution model. While granting Zhou Yuan the largest benefit, also rendered him a conspicuous wealthy individual amidst the masses. To bridge this stark disparity in wealth, Zhou Yuan took the initiative to speak. Your Excellency, I shall return to camp. There is no place for these riches. I wish to procure some nourishing medicine to strengthen my physique. I hope for your kind consideration. A young man with aspirations, our meeting is indeed fortuitous. I shall oblige. This is the Lingshan pill from the Zhang family of Linjiang, renowned for its restorative qualities. You possess a gold ingot and 500 coins, I can offer you 5 pills. But since you have rid the county of a menace, I shall add another, to assist you in your martial endeavors. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall forever remember your kindness. Zhou Yuan of Qiaoxi. Magistrate Zhang was eloquent. And Zhou Yuan matched his finesse, both expressing gratitude and appreciation, appearing as one who recognizes favor in the other who is grateful. The villagers observed this exchange with curiosity, pondering why such an esteemed magistrate did not recruit such a promising youth. Even as they departed, the men of Qiaoxi expressed their regrets. Zheng County Magistrate holds you in such high regard. Why not seize the opportunity to remain, if you became an official in the county? Our fellow villagers would surely benefit. I cannot stay, nor should I. On another front, Zhang's attendants posed similar questions. Brave men who dared to confront bears were rare, so why not have him stay to serve? The youth possesses a measure of courage and martial spirit. He ought to fight for our great weight. If I were to retain him, the minor roles would resent, while the significant would question. What position could suit such a spirited lad? Chapter 17, Jing'an Armies. The Lingshan pills provided by Magistrate Zhang were common items, not special ones signaled by game prompts. Zhou Yuan could not ascertain the specific effects of these pills. Yet he believed that a county magistrate would not deceive a mere country boy. In any case, he spent the money, and did so before the eyes of the constables. This not only reduced many trivial matters but also balanced the disparities within the small group of constables. Why did you spend all your money? I'm not saying this to scold you, it would be better to save it. When you have more, you can find a wife, ensuring the continuation of the Zhou family line. I would have forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it. Didn't you just receive 110 coins? Lend me some. I can't lend you any. Aside from this matter, everything else is negotiable. I still need to save for my children's marriages. It was fortunate that Zhou Yuan had no money left, otherwise, he would have attracted the attention of several opportunists, which would have been quite bothersome. Now, it was his turn to be a source of annoyance to others. Through his efforts, although he did not borrow much, he did gain some tangible benefits. Several constables, recognizing his bravery and having received 200 coins each for no reason, would often bring him delicious treats whenever they passed through towns. Thus, despite the arduous journey ahead, it was far more tolerable than when he first left home. When the group finally arrived at the military fort on the outskirts of Ding'an City after much toil, the 100 or so constables had remarkably not lost much weight. At least, their spirits seemed intact. Fellow villagers, as we send you off 1,000 miles, this is our farewell. Today, we have completed our duty and shall return. You must live well in this camp, endure a little, for the 3 years of auxiliary service will pass swiftly. We shall return to escort you back home. Young master, you are different, you will likely join the ranks of the regular soldiers. If possible, do not endure unnecessarily. While young and full of vigor, make a name for yourself to secure your place in this camp. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of being in a foreign land, or perhaps the camaraderie developed over days of shared trials. The constables suddenly felt a surge of hometown affection, sincerely offering advice, hoping their fellow countrymen would not be lost in this strange land. Fear not, we are honest farmers, with wives and children waiting at home. We will certainly not cause trouble. The villagers expressed their intentions earnestly, while Zhou Yuan tightened his grip on the broken iron spear, nodding towards the direction of the military camp. A group of those without ambition could endure. A person with aspirations must be resolute. Since ancient times, the paths of civil and military service have served as avenues for advancement in human society. If the civil route proves unfeasible, then one must establish oneself through martial prowess. Farewell, fellow villagers, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. The expansive military fort resembled a small city, but within there were no commoners, only soldiers and auxiliaries. Under the guidance of the constables, the recruits lined up before the fort. Awaiting inspection for service in Jing'an. A robust soldier surveyed the crowd, his brow furrowed in displeasure, seemingly dissatisfied with the quality of the recruits. The two leading constables hurried forward to explain in hushed tones. Occasionally gesturing towards Zhou Yuan, if what you say is true, I shall accept these individuals. We are but humble folk, how could we deceive the general? The general will know upon inspection, surrounded by a dozen personal soldiers. The Jing'an officer approached Zhou Yuan. I have heard that you are a brave individual, daring enough to confront bears. Show me the documentation certified by the county. Yes, the constables had previously instructed that in the military. One must respond with yes when given a command. If the general inquires, one must acknowledge before acting. The Jing'an officer took the document from Zhou Yuan, glanced at the county seal, and finally nodded in satisfaction. You may enter the Wu Wei camp and join the ranks of the regular soldiers. I shall obey the orders. Good, truly a fine young man. Your background is clear, and you are young and strong. Your virtues lie in your courage and tenacity. I shall place you in the armored camp to learn the use of strong bows and swords. The armored soldiers train and fight, they do not engage in trivial matters. You will have 2 assistants from your fellow countrymen. They will bear armor and equipment, taking care of your needs. Select 2 reliable individuals from among your villagers. Thank you for your support, esteemed officer. Incorrect. In the camp, all soldiers have their roles. There is no distinction of rank. I am responsible for selecting soldiers for training, thus I am known as the officer in charge of selection. I hail from the Ma family of Qingxi. So you may refer to me as Officer Ma. Remember, the military is serious. Do not address ranks inappropriately. Zhou Yuan understood, replying, Thank you for your guidance, Officer Ma. After securing a warrior for the camp, Officer Ma was in high spirits. He took the selection seal from his personal soldiers and stamped the service documents for the constables. I will accept these recruits. You may return to report back. The constables bowed repeatedly, watching the recruits enter the city before turning to leave. The management in Jing'an's military was very strict. As soon as Zhou Yuan entered the city, he was directed towards the eastern part, while the recruits were divided into 2 groups and led to the north. He chose 2 fellow villagers, Li Dazhuang and Zhao Tiniu, as his assistants. He did not select Uncle Daihuang due to his advanced age, as it would be difficult for him to manage the carrying of armor and equipment. Good fellows, this is our Wu Wei camp in Jing'an. Here, we train 3 days and rest for 1. During leisure, we can change into casual clothes to enjoy the city. However, as a new recruit, the instructors will keep a close watch on you. So it is best not to venture out unless necessary. The guiding soldier said a few words before heading towards the armored soldiers. After the handover, Zhou Yuan officially entered the city's inner fort. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan immediately sensed a single word, prosperity. Within the camp, a squad of soldiers was engaged in armor training, clad in fine iron armor and steadily advancing while wielding weapons. Surrounding them, the assistants held water bags and towels, some bearing weapons, and when the armored soldiers paused, they lined up to provide water and wipe sweat, as well as to replace weapons. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Yuan could not help but wonder. Is this treatment, this configuration, this level of training, what a military camp in the prefecture should resemble? The martial virtues of the Great Way seem rather excessive and incredible, isn't it? If you can stay, you will gradually become accustomed to it. Do not linger. Follow me to the dormitory. Soon, it will be time for meals. You will eat in the West Hall, while your assistants will dine in the East Hall. The armored soldiers wear red uniforms, and the assistants wear black. Do not confuse or interchange them, for military law cannot be forgiven. Why is there a separation in dining? We are all in the same camp. Would meeting in different locations foster resentment? What resentment? If you want to eat better, go become an armored soldier yourself. In our camp, we do not allow assistants to become armored soldiers. The training for armored soldiers is rigorous, without sufficient meat and medicinal supplements. One may suffer from blood in the urine. If one were to fall ill, how could they fight against the enemy? You are still young. This is the time to nourish your body, so be sure to eat and train well, lest you be sent back. Upon reaching the dormitory, Zhou Yuan discovered that the treatment for the armored soldiers was indeed remarkable. In the spacious chamber, 4 large beds, 4 sets of bunk beds, wooden cabinets, and armor rack, tables, and chairs were all present in abundance. Hurry and stow your belongings, then accompany me to report to the quartermaster. Initially, armor will not be issued to you, but you may receive a set of bows and arrows, a steel dagger, and a spear. My dear brother, I have a question. Is our Jing'an army particularly affluent? What do you mean by that? The scion of a noble family finds the humble lacking. While the child of a respectable household sees the wealthy as extravagant. Chapter 18. The call of the Bao. Though the phrase reflects a mere observation, it also signifies the presence of noble scions within the ranks of the Jing'an army's Wuwei camp. After donning a red military uniform, Zhou Yuan proceeded to the quartermaster's office to report. The supply officer recorded his place of origin, age, and name, providing him with a wooden military badge, while informing him to return in 2 days to collect his official copper badge. As for weaponry, he received a birch longbow, 30 broadhead arrows, a refined steel dagger, and a green oak iron spear. This arrangement alone, with just the birch longbow, would be beyond the means of an ordinary household. Let alone the subsequent quality armor. Young man, train for 3 months, don your armor for 100 days. If you are still in this camp after 3 months, bring your documentation to collect your armor. However, do not waste these days. Send a soldier to learn how to don armor for the combatants and how to maintain it at Li Dejuan. You stay, after returning to the dormitory, to store the equipment on the weapon racks. Zhou Yuan made his way to the western hall of the camp. By the time he arrived, many soldiers were already dining. The utensils here were quite rudimentary, with most soldiers using coarse pottery bowls. While a few had more refined dishware, those with the finer dining were clustered at one side of the hall, and the passing soldiers kept their distance, creating a distinct divide. Zhou Yuan surmised that these individuals were either officers or the so-called scions of noble families. However, it seemed the two categories often overlapped, as noble scions entering the military were undoubtedly there to become officers, rather than serving as common soldiers. Bring me a serving of food, newcomer. You can only take 1 bowl of meat. Take as much as you want of the rest, or you will be penalized. The meals in the Western Hall were not particularly varied, but the key element was the meat. As he sat down with his meal and a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of unreality. The Jing'an army was indeed exceedingly wealthy, or rather, their logistics system was unreasonably affluent. Although Zhou Yuan hailed from the modern era, he understood that relying on ancient productivity, it was challenging to provide sufficient meat for a local army. Good heavens, it's solid. As he flipped the contents of the meat bowl with his chopsticks, he expected it to resemble modern servings, with meat atop vegetables. To his surprise, it was all meat except for the soup. In contrast, the villagers of Qiaoshi lived in stark disarray, unable to afford such fare even during the new year. While here in the Wuwei camp, it was a commonplace occurrence. With an abundance of meat, Zhou Yuan's nutritional supplement skill could finally come into play. For others, it was merely grease and oil, but for him, it meant restoring vitality. Gurgled, gurgled. The bowl of dark brown medicinal soup, though bland, carried a mix of spicy sweetness and medicinal flavor. It seemed to be of no significant nourishment, as many soldiers glanced past the soup, opting instead for the solid food. Upon inquiring with the cook, he discovered that the restorative medicine was brewed for 10 days, to be consumed 3 times a day, and today's soup was a cooling remedy for heatstroke. Just as he was about to find a sink to wash his bowl, a nimble aide whisked it away, treating him like a young master. The crucial aspect of enjoying such treatment was that it cost him nothing, and he would even receive a monthly stipend. If he did not have to face the battlefield, it could be considered a welfare position. When the new recruits gathered in the afternoon, Zhou Yuan realized this privilege was not easily attained. After the instructors introduced the camp regulations and their names, they required the newcomers to line up and draw their bows. If it was merely about drawing and shooting, any man capable of entering the Wuwei camp would have no issue. However, Instructor Hong demanded they practice drawing with empty bows, warning that those who dared to release an arrow would be responsible for damaging the bow body or string. Zhou Yuan's birch longbow was a one-stone bow. With his 3 points of agility, coupled with the martial skill of the Great Bear stance, drawing the bow felt effortless. The other recruits, however, fared poorly. After a short while, their arms ached and trembled, some unable to bend their fingers. Instructor Hong paid no heed to the struggling newcomers, instead approaching Zhou Yuan. This bow is too light for you. I shall exchange it for a 3-stone hard bow. Understood. In the Great Way, 1 stone equated to 60 kilograms. Thus 3 stones amounted to 180 kilograms or 360 pounds of draw weight. Instructor Hong initially intended to temper Zhou Yuan's enthusiasm, making him aware that valor in the military was not everything. But he was taken aback when Zhou Yuan indeed managed to draw the 3-stone hard bow. That seems appropriate. Continue your practice. Your bow is heavy, so I grant you the right to adapt. Should you struggle, ease up on the tension and do not overexert yourself to the point of injury. With a stern expression, Instructor Hong departed, but upon encountering other instructors, his demeanor shifted instantly. How are your new recruits faring? I've got one who is rather difficult to manage. What shall we do? That lad is exceptional. On his first day in camp, he can draw a 3-stone hard bow. Though Instructor Hong lamented the situation, A smile could not be concealed from his face. It had been ages since a youth of such caliber had emerged from the respectable families of the farming towns. That bow was no ordinary piece. Arrows shot from it could hardly be called mere arrows, but rather spear-like projectiles. What is going on, old Hong? How did such a fine talent fall into your hands? Just wait, I shall report to Captain Lee and recommend that lad for careful cultivation in the shooting sound camp. No, I still have an itch to scratch. Let me retain him for a couple of days to see if he possesses any archery talent. What if he merely has strength but no aim? Old Hong, skill is cultivated through practice. As long as he has strength and endurance, and his eyesight is intact, he will inevitably develop decent aim. Very well, you go ahead and report, I shall continue training him. Among these recruits, there was only one standout. Were it not for Captain Lee, I would not even be conversing with you. We must train this lad well, to show those noble scions that the children of respectable families can also produce fine men. The captains of the shooting sound camp and Wuwei camp were not the same, and their requirements for soldiers differed. The Wuwei camp sought warriors who were brave and skilled, while the shooting sound camp required soldiers with exceptional arm strength, ample endurance, and preferably some innate archery talent. Zhou Yuan had not anticipated that upon his arrival at Wuwei camp, he would attract the attention of the shooting sound campus instructor. At that moment, he was still lifting the bow, unaware that he was soon to receive special attention. As dusk approached, the new recruits gradually dispersed from the training ground, leaving only Zhou Yuan behind at instructor Hong's behest. Young man, do you wish to be an ordinary soldier or aspire to become an officer in the camp? Naturally, I wish to be an officer. Who would want to remain a mere soldier? That is indeed the reasoning. You can draw a hard bow and possess sufficient endurance. I have recommended you to Captain Lee of the shooting sound camp. Your transfer order should arrive in the next couple of days. Given your ability to draw a 3-stone bow, you will at least hold the position of a squad leader in the shooting sound camp. If you also possess some archery talent, it is not impossible for you to be promoted to a captain. The captain is the most basic officer in our great way, commanding 50 soldiers. Below the captain are the soldiers, and above the captain are the officers. Attaining an officer status and entering the ranks of officials would elevate you, young man, to a lofty position. How could one not seize such an opportunity? Thank you, Instructor Hong, for your recommendation. It is what I have long desired. What is there to fear? Chapter 19, The Secret Realm Within the Camp. The military structure of the Great Way is meticulously defined. Not all leaders are officers. The ranks include squad leaders, team leaders, military officers, captains, district supervisors, military strategists, and the like, forming the framework of military governance. Below the captain are the soldiers who are part of military households, while above the captain are the officers who enter the ranks of officials, and only upon reaching the rank of captain can one be considered integrated into the ruling class of the Great Way. Otherwise, they remain mere soldiers acting under orders. However, this does not imply that positions of captain rank are not esteemed. At least within the military, captains wield significant power over life and death. Zhou Yuan did not expect to meet Captain Lee of the shooting sound camp in person, leading the soldiers of Wuwei camp to speculate that he was a hidden scion of a noble family. And now, try this bow, shoot the arrows freely, let me see your endurance. Understood. Thud thud thud, the sound of heavy impacts echoed across the training ground. Although Zhou Yuan's archery skills were not flawless, they were certainly not chaotic. He could at least ensure that his arrows landed in a similar area. After shooting 30 arrows, he felt a bit fatigued, his arms experiencing a burning soreness. Good, truly a natural marksman. Your raw power in drawing the bow today is commendable. With training, it will become effortless. I appreciate your kindness, Captain. I am truly grateful. Do not rush to thank me. The shooting sound camp is different from the Wuwei camp. The latter is esteemed, while the former is more modest. The Wuwei camp is the finest in the entire Gingan army, with soldiers who are brave and skilled, often led by noble scions. The conditions in the shooting sound camp differ somewhat from the Wuwei camp, but promotions are easier. The gains and losses are for you to consider. What is there to contemplate? Since the captain has offered an official position, I am willing to serve in the shooting sound camp. Zhou Yuan staying in the Wuwei camp was indeed pleasant, but entering the shooting sound camp would enable him to converse with the commanding officer. A massive elevation in status, with the recognition of leadership, coupled with the benefits of his skill attributes, he would secure a stable path for advancement. Very well, follow me. I will assign you a new instructor. The Wuwei camp is situated to the east of the city, while the shooting sound camp lies to the west, although Captain Lee indicated a difference in treatment between the two camps. It was evident that this referred to the soldiers' conditions, not the officers'. In the new military camp, Zhou Yuan not only acquired a more spacious room and more nutritious meals, but also bypassed the selection stage. Directly receiving his official soldier's insignia and armor, the armor of the Shisheng camp was a relatively flexible chainmail, as opposed to the iron plate armor commonly used in the Wu Wei camp. In terms of defense, the iron plate armor was more comprehensive but heavier, while the chainmail allowed for greater freedom of movement and was somewhat lighter. After receiving the armored, Zhou Yuan commenced systematic training. And under the tutelage of a skilled archer, he swiftly acquired new skills. You have comprehended control the bowstring, mastering a shooting technique. Control the bowstring, LV1, 110, effect, harmonizes energy, focuses the mind on the target. Enhances bodily coordination and strengthens mental focus. This skill, transformed from systematic instruction, was far more comprehensive than the spear techniques Zhou Yuan had previously developed, not only possessing offensive capabilities but also incorporating enhancement effects. With professional guidance and ample nutrition, Zhou Yuan began an intense regimen of martial training. The nourishment skills aided in his recovery, while the rest skills alleviated negative states. Under the assurance of these two restorative skills, a remarkably diligent genius emerged in the Shisheng camp, practicing archery from the faintest light of dawn until nightfall, as if he possessed iron arms that never fatigued. This grueling training regimen, in the eyes of the camp instructors, bordered on self-harm. Despite numerous attempts to intervene, they could not alter Zhou Yuan's relentless pace. Eventually, upon realizing that this young man was consistently full of vitality and exhibited no signs of weakness, they begrudgingly accepted his almost self-destructive training methods. This, however, proved burdensome for the ordinary soldiers of the Shisheng camp, leading them collectively into a delusion of lacking both talent and effort. Whenever they rallied their spirits to emulate Zhou Yuan, they found themselves utterly exhausted after merely a day, unable to even lift their arms. Ultimately, far from enhancing their training effectiveness, they struggled to maintain even the normal regimen the following day. It was only at this moment that they recognized that effort had its thresholds and was contingent upon physical aptitude. Consequently, many once spirited soldiers found their resolve waning, spirits dampened. It was one thing to be born less fortunate than the scions of noble families, but to realize that effort alone could not bridge the gap due to the disparity in natural talent made them question the purpose of striving in martial practice. When the first batch of disheartened soldiers emerged, the camp instructors swiftly recognized the underlying issue. Captain, that lad Zhou Yuan is ill-suited for practicing archery in the training grounds. His presence diminishes the morale of other soldiers. Oh, what is it? Has his archery prowess skyrocketed, surpassing the seasoned veterans of the camp? Not only has he surpassed them, but he can shoot with both hands, hitting targets with unerring precision. What's more, he wields a 3-stone hard bow, capable of piercing through the target with ease if he is even somewhat close. What a prodigy! Surpassing others is one thing. Our camp has seen its share of talented archers. Those whose spirits are dampened should strive harder instead of wallowing in self-pity. Captain Li Fu of the Shisheng camp had yet to grasp the severity of the situation. The premise of striving is the existence of space for effort, yet Zhou Yuan had condensed rest periods to the utmost, rendering ordinary soldiers incapable of even qualifying to strive in his presence. Captain, it's impossible to keep up. Zhou Yuan possesses iron arms and practices for 6 hours daily. Even if other soldiers were to push themselves to their limits, they could not match his training volume. 6 hours. Is his endurance truly that formidable? Indeed, not only is his endurance remarkable, but his recovery capabilities are also astonishing. The camp's healer, after examination, reported, that lad is as robust as a bear. Endowed with a natural physique for martial training, the instructor's words brought great satisfaction to Captain Li Fu. He had not misjudged Zhou Yuan, who indeed appeared to be a natural talent. We have struck gold. Zhou Yuan has yet to be assigned soldiers, correct? Captain, think carefully. Assigning him soldiers may not cultivate them but rather exhaust them. If he demands the same from his subordinates, we may lose a batch of elite archers in no time. No, what I mean is not to assign him soldiers but to promote him, placing him in the Divine Arm team. Is that appropriate? He is still a newcomer. Wouldn't it be too hasty to send him into the Divine Arm team to engage in secret realm battles? Not at all. If he perceives the camp is filled with mediocrity, while he stands above them, it is inevitable that he will harbor feelings of disparity. Moreover, he must be placed in the team. Even the finest sword must be blooded in battle to reveal its brilliance, lest it remain merely an ornate decoration. Understood. I shall return and discuss it with him. Zhou Yuan, appearing as a mere youth, lacked the rebelliousness and arrogance often associated with youth, yet Captain Li remained unaware of this. To him, Zhou Yuan was a raw gem, requiring careful polishing without excessive pressure. Thus, he resolved to transfer Zhou Yuan into the team that would explore secret realms. allowing him to witness the vastness of the world and the divine wonders within, thereby realizing his own insignificance. A perfect shot every time with a 3-stone hard bow. Let us see if he can slay enemies. I hope he does not disappoint me. Chapter 20. The Theory of Spiritual Energy. The Divine Arm Team is a special guard within the Shisheng camp, composed of over 30 elite archers. Zhou Yuan had heard soldiers in the camp mention the Divine Arm Team, but he only regarded them as elite soldiers without understanding their specific responsibilities. When the camp instructor sought him out for a conversation, he began to grasp the team's uniqueness. Zhou Yuan, are you aware that there exist undying and imperishable demons in this world, as well as martial artists with the power to shatter armies? I have indeed heard of such things, though I have never witnessed them myself. I had thought these tales mere myths. The instructor Zhong suddenly broached this topic. What did he wish to teach? Observing Zhou Yuan's earnest expression, Zhong recalled his humble origins. He could not help but lament the tragedy of the farmer's family, who live in ignorance throughout their lives, unaware of the world's true nature. Yet, he had forgotten Zhou Yuan's background. How could one from a remote village, starved of information, comprehend the vastness of the universe? I know you possess innate strength and exceptional talent, and it is only a matter of time before you grow weary of the mediocrity in the camp, yearning to test your prowess against the world with your arrows. However, I must inform you that the world is vast, and your talents, in the face of true power, amount to little. You misjudge me. Instructor, I bear no arrogance, nor do I underestimate the heroes of the world. Zhong's words made Zhou Yuan realize that his recent performance had been somewhat outstanding, attracting both reprimands and attempts at recruitment from the camp. You are still somewhat sensible, or else I would not be sharing so much with you. Since you have heard tales of demons, let me tell you about the origins of martial artists. You must understand that our physical forms have limits. Individuals with innate strength like yours are exceedingly rare, let alone those capable of contending with demons. The true essence of a martial artist lies in Qi, also known as spiritual energy. This energy does not reside in mountains and rivers but within celestial realms and secret places. More accurately, it exists within the demons or extraordinary items found in these realms. These secret realm demons are immortal, and the armies of dynasties, noble families, and temples constantly seek to attack them, extracting items imbued with spiritual energy. Thus, the world is graced with formidable figures like the demon-slaying martial artists, profound practitioners, and indomitable warriors. As Zhong spoke, Zhou Yuan's understanding deepened. The formidable beasts, wondrous plants, and mysterious weapons within dungeons truly serve as the foundation for the extraordinary, paving the way for greatness. So, according to what you say, humans consume the spiritual energy of demons to become extraordinary, while demons gain wisdom through killing humans. Indeed, astute as ever. When humans are devoured by demons, the latter gain intelligence. Historical records indicate that when demons slaughter a sufficient number of people, they can develop consciousness, akin to marionettes animated with souls. However, the stronger the demon, the more difficult it is for them to gain intelligence. Weaker ones can become sentient after slaying a few, while the powerful may still remain as puppets even after massacring hundreds. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by the notion that monsters could gain intelligence through murder, reminiscent of the legendary demons that consumed humans to attain enlightenment. However, it seemed that the awakening of game monsters was not a significant issue. Otherwise, the city of Wei would not be so prosperous. Yet, he remained puzzled and decided to probe further into the human predicament. If demons are immortal and gain intelligence, how do we survive? That is indeed the case. However, it is their bodies that are immortal, not their souls. Even if they gain intelligence, being killed once will still reduce them to mere puppets. This is also a reason for the flourishing of humanity. Thank you for your guidance, instructor. Today I have come to understand the vastness of the world and the mysteries of the universe. In the future, I shall diligently practice martial arts and guard against arrogance. Zhou Yuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without Instructor Zhong's explanations, it would have taken him an indeterminate amount of time to grasp the realities of this world. Upon reflection, the game dungeons and monsters brought far more than mere calamities. They also offered myriad wondrous opportunities. As long as you are aware, Captain is preparing to transfer you to the Divine Arm Team. This team, alongside the Xinjia team of the Wu Wei camp, is specifically tasked with secret realm battles. The majority of our meat supply comes from the realms. Without the Divine Arm and Xinjia teams, Jing'an City could not sustain so many elite soldiers. What say you? Are you prepared to witness the marvels of the world? I could not wish for anything more. Please, instructor, lead the way. Good, you are still young with ample time to accumulate merits, should you achieve great feats in the future. You may yet receive spiritual rewards, allowing you to explore the realms of martial artists. Although Zhong's words were pleasant, he understood that a youth from a humble background like Zhou Yuan would likely never receive such chances. Why did the scions of noble families enlist? They did not wait for their families to allocate spiritual items to it was simply because the output of such items was limited, even if produced continuously. They could only serve a select few, especially since the stronger one was, the more spiritual items they required. Some families struggle to support even 2 warriors, constantly fearing a shortage of spiritual resources that could lead to the starvation of warriors who rely on spiritual energy. Consider Zhang Su, who hails from a prestigious lineage, yet, what does that matter if he finds himself without any spiritual resources to enjoy, forced instead to enlist and fight for his life? He still recalls the words of the family head, the clan can barely supply enough spiritual resources for 1. Let alone 2, thus only 1 may be sustained, with the remainder preserved for future needs. Otherwise, should a warrior in the family break through and require additional resources, they would be compelled to risk their lives. Begging another clan for sustenance. The state of the world, the hardest burden is watching others rise like the mighty rock while one's own situation is akin to that of a mere chicken. What troubles Zhong Jiao? Why such sorrowful lamentations? You are still young and have seen little. Perhaps it is for the best that you never witness such things, lest you be ensnared by dreams of upheaval. Ultimately, one might find themselves in a state of neither being extraordinary nor ordinary, restless wherever they go, haunted by their own thoughts. Zhou Yuan glanced at Zhong Jiao but offered no words of comfort. Each individual carries their own narrative. Perhaps Zhong Jiao's life is riddled with regrets, yet he remains an outsider, and it is wise to avoid empathy in such shallow interactions. Under the troubled countenance of Zhong Jiao, Zhou Yuan exited the Xisheng camp, only to realize at that moment that the Divine Arm Brigade's encampment was not located within the camp itself. The 2 walked in silence, each lost in their own thoughts, and soon arrived at the central city Shaowei mansion. After the gate guards reviewed their orders, they waved the 2 inside. Traversing through long corridors, they soon encountered a spacious and peculiar training ground. Here there were apothecaries, administrative halls, taverns, and charming flower houses, resembling an orderly little town. Moreover, Zhou Yuan found a familiar black vortex in a room labeled Warehouse 2. Niu Tu Zhai recommended challenge level, 3 recommended number of challengers, 10 to 15. What do you think? Shall we indulge in the flower house? The maidens there are all dancers from Jing'an City. Members of the Divine Arm and Xian Armor elite teams can enter the secret realm to seek enjoyment and listen to music, alleviating the burden of their martial bloodlust. Chapter 21, Soldiers enter the secret realm. Zhong Jiao's discourse on spiritual energy revolves around a singular concept: supply and demand. The stronger the warrior, the more spiritual energy they require. Without sufficient supply, ordinary resources cannot sustain formidable warriors. Zhou Yuan discerned a centralization of power, with vast resources skewed towards the warriors, creating a transcendent class that combines wealth and strength, while simultaneously extending downwards to uphold local aristocratic families. This represents a unique mode in which the extraordinary govern the ordinary. At first glance, it resembles the ancient times of Blue Star, yet fundamentally, ordinary individuals lack the capacity for rebellion. The rise and fall of dynasties depend entirely on these extraordinary warriors. Zhou Yuan did not believe these issues were distant from him. Having entered the Great Wei military camp, he would inevitably confront the limitations of his lineage. He was not mistaken when Zhong Jiao brought him to the inner sanctum of the Divine Arm Brigade. The members welcomed the newcomer but inquired about his background. Brother, how many stones can you draw? 3 stones. Can your arrows hit the mark? I can hit a stationary target 100 times out of 100. And 8 or 9 times out of 10 on the move. Excellent, good lad. What is your lineage? Merely a farmer from a good family. That is rather humble. With your skills, you ought not to belong to such a family. Strive to slay the enemy. If you can take down over 100 foes, you shall surely earn an official title as reward. Members of the Divine Arm Brigade hold at least the rank of squad leader. With many attaining higher military positions, it can be said that most here are officials rather than mere soldiers. Fortunately, they mostly rose through combat, valuing ability alongside lineage. Otherwise, Zhou Yuan would have found it challenging to integrate into a unit with more officers than soldiers. As he conversed with the veterans beside him, he observed the members of the Divine Arm Brigade in the inner sanctum. Their health points were all diminished, with the highest being 93 and the lowest 86. Most wielded 2 bows, one a 2-stone longbow and the other a 3-stone hard bow. Their secondary weapons comprised a pair of knives of varying lengths, and their armor mainly consisted of half-body armor, surprisingly lighter than that of the Xisheng camp. Wu Gu, is there a particular significance to our armor? it seems to reduce our defense rather than enhance it. Do not attempt to emulate us. We are veterans, frequently entering the secret realm for combat, having developed our own fighting styles. As a newcomer, it is better to prioritize caution, but I can offer you a piece of advice: you should carry a bow that allows for rapid shooting. The demons in the secret realm vary in strength, and the 3-stone bow can be laborious to wield over time, while the 2-stone bow is just right. Thank you, Wugu. Should I practice any formations? Not necessary. Once we enter the secret realm, you will understand. The Xian armor team requires formations. We need only shoot accurately and learn to evade. Zhou Yuan wisely selected a 2-stone bow and imitating the veterans, filled his quiver with armor-piercing and pointed arrows. String the bow. What are you dawdling for? You are the newcomer. You should go first and shed some blood so everyone can witness your worth. Due to the bowstring being prone to losing power when taught for too long, the camp mandated that combat bows must be unstrung when not in use for maintenance. Thus Zhou Yuan's 3-stone hard bow remained unstrung. He had expected that upon his arrival, even without relevant training, he would at least receive some observational treatment. To his surprise, the veterans welcomed the newcomers in such a direct manner, tossing them into the secret realm for combat without any prior practice or observation. Is it always this direct? I thought there would be training first, followed by an assessment of whether I could stay at training. Why would you come here if you weren't trained? Only scions of noble families receive training. Those from good families must work immediately, otherwise, by the time you finish training, there will be no rewards left to reap. In the spacious inner sanctum, the archers busily strung their bows, inspected the quality of their arrows, and adjusted the tightness of their armor. At that moment, it felt less like a resting area and more like a camp always prepared for battle. Thud, thuds, thud. As the sound of drums echoed, the archers began to depart one by one. As they passed Zhou Yuan, they did not forget to call out, "We are deploying. Hurry and follow." 36 archers formed a 5-person line before the warehouse, alongside over 100 armored warriors. A stern-looking man clad in bright armor swiftly inspected the lineup and paused slightly upon noticing Zhou Yuan. "Newcomer, step forward. I am Kai Chang, the military commissioner of this camp, and from now on, I shall be your direct superior." Zhou Yuan was nudged by the veteran behind him, and from the Xian armor side emerged 2 burly men wielding large shields. "Very well, the rule of our Shaowei mansion is to bring in the new with the old. During this secret realm expedition, each of the Divine Arm and Xian armor teams will bring in 1 newcomer. Though you are newcomers, you are also veterans from your respective camps, so I shall refrain from lecturing you on military law. Remember, once inside the secret realm, do not retreat unless commanded, and do not advance without orders. Those who disobey shall be executed without mercy." Understood. Divine Arm Team 3, step forward. Xian Armor Team 3, prepare to advance. Zhou Yuan, already standing in front of the line, did not need to move, for Divine Arm archers automatically positioned themselves beside him. From the Xian armor side, 8 shield bearers emerged, randomly selecting 1 from the 2 newcomers, completing a total of 9. With 9 Xian armor warriors, 5 Divine Arm archers, plus military commissioner Kai Chang, the numbers perfectly match the dungeon prompt of recommended challenge number, 10 to 15. It seems the game dungeon is not simply entered at will. The number of challengers represents the maximum capacity of the dungeon. Today, with new recruits joining our ranks, let me add one more thing: slay all demons. And the resources will be compensated in cash. Healing potions will be provided to the injured, and all spiritual herbs must be surrendered. Moreover, the achievements of those from the Divine Arm and Xian armor shall count towards merit. 10 slays will elevate your rank, while 100 will grant an official title. The promotion mechanism within the Divine Arm and Xian armor teams proved even more stringent than Zhou Yuan had anticipated. 10 slays for a rank elevation is already quite harsh, while 100 for an official title seems to disregard the worth of the soldiers entirely. In the annals of Blue Star's history, achieving the feat of slaying 100 would warrant a general's title, yet here it barely suffices for a rank. Having established the rules, brothers, follow me into battle. Under the leadership of Military Commissioner Kai Chang, Zhou Yuan followed the team as they stepped through the portal to the dungeon. In the next moment, the world transformed, shifting from a fortress camp to a desolate wilderness. Looking ahead, 2 small hills emerged on a gentle slope, resembling the horns of 2 yellow oxen against the backdrop of rugged terrain. The Xian armor team formed ranks to advance, while the Divine Arm team followed suit. Upon Kai Cheng's command, he led the way with a round shield and spear, demonstrating familiarity with the terrain as he occasionally prodded the ground with his spear to reveal hidden pitfalls, advising the armored soldiers to steer clear of danger. The team had not traveled far when they encountered a village built against the hillside. The village, with a foundation of earth and stone and walls of round timber, stood about 3 meters high, flanked by 2 wooden arrow towers at the entrance. Approximately 20 to 30 individuals stood atop the not-so-tall fortifications. Some wielding swords and shields, others brandishing spears, while 6 archers were also present. Their health bars displayed identities as follows: Level 3 Bandit Swordsman, Level 3 Bandit Spearman, Level 3 Bandit Archer. Raise shields. At this moment, without needing Kai Cheng's command, the familiar soldiers instinctively raised their large, leather-covered shields. Thunk, thunk, thunk. The Level 3 Bandit Archers exhibited remarkable accuracy, landing several arrows upon the leather shields. With a brief opening, the Divine Arm team swiftly eliminated the archers. Zhou Yuan equipped his 3-stone hard bow and aimed at a Level 3 Bandit Archer, releasing an arrow that depleted 70 of their health. With a second shot, he finally dispatched the Level 3 Bandit Archer clad in leather armor. Ding! You have slain a Level 3 Bandit Archer. Experience 30. Chapter 22. Team cooperation. Indeed, the archers of the Divine Arm Brigade proved to be elite, swiftly clearing the Level 3 Bandit Archers from the walls. During this process, Zhou Yuan received 2 experience notifications, the second one for assisting in the kill, granting him 20 experience points. Advance 10 steps, clear the archers from the arrow towers. Military Commissioner Kai Cheng pointed with his spear, prompting the Xian armor team to envelop the Divine Arm team as they moved forward. On 2 wooden arrow towers, each occupied by 2 Level 3 Bandit Archers, they loomed above, unleashing a barrage of arrows upon the shield formation below. The terrifying force of their shots nearly pierced the surface of the large leather shields. In a mere exchange of arrows, even with their high shots, the Divine Arm Brigade would not be suppressed. The critical factor lay in the shooting apertures left on the arrow towers, while the rest was fortified by sturdy logs. Thus, the Divine Arm Brigade could not eliminate their foes in a short span and could only hold their breath and wait for an opportunity. However, this predicament posed no challenge to Zhou Yuan. The enhancement from his skills allowed him to shoot with remarkable precision, unaffected by the pressing shield formation. Seizing the moment, he loosed 2 arrows, each piercing the arms of the 2 archers, significantly alleviating the output pressure on the Divine Arm Brigade. With his skillful shots, the others focused their fire on the left arrow tower, while newcomers dealt with the injured archers. The wounded archers did not retreat. Instead, they drew short knives, preparing to descend the tower and continue fighting. Zhou Yuan, fixated on the direction of the wooden ladder, lay in wait and swiftly dispatched the 2 injured archers. Ding! Killed 2 Level 3 Bandit Archers. Experience 60. Meanwhile, on the other side, the archers on the left tower fell one after another under the siege of 4 Divine Arm troops. The Xuanjia Brigade adjusted their formation, preparing for close combat, while the Divine Arm Brigade took advantage of the elevated terrain to shoot from above. No explanations were given nor were any questions raised. The veterans maneuvered expertly, while the new recruits of the Xuanjia Brigade needed only to coordinate with their comrades. Only Zhou Yuan, imitating the veterans' actions, climbed the steep hillside nearby. Creak! Shortly after, with the sound of wooden stakes grinding, the great gate of the stockade swung open from within. More than 20 melee bandits erupted forth from the stronghold with a series of roars. Zhou Yuan noticed that the veterans had switched to rapid-fire bows, and he too followed suit, equipping a faster-firing 2-stone bow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, an unending hail of arrows rained down upon the bandits, while the steadfast Xuanjia Brigade relied on their large shields and long spears to fend off the attackers. The sound of gaining experience rang out continuously, with armored soldiers protecting the front and teammates assisting from behind. The small squad of soldiers resembled professional gamers, allowing Zhou Yuan to truly relish the thrill of swift leveling. As bandits fell one after another, Zhou Yuan noticed several white orbs drop to the ground. The satisfaction of gaining experience and the anticipation of looted items filled him with exhilaration, causing him to unconsciously quicken his shooting pace. Ceasing fire, the Xuanjia Brigade advanced to seize the gate. After clearing the melee bandits, military Sima Kai Cheng did not order arrest. Instead, he disregarded the injured team members and commanded a swift assault on the gate. Compared to the frontline Xuanjia Brigade, the safety of the Divine Arm Archers was undoubtedly much higher. As they passed through the previous battlefield, Zhou Yuan intentionally lowered his head to observe, seemingly examining the differences between the Secret Realm's monsters and humans. In truth, he stepped on each orb to collect the loot. Ding! Acquired 3 long knives, 2 long spears, 8 rice balls, 2 healing ointments. Each orb contained varying quantities of loot, some held only one type, while others had multiple. With rice balls being the most abundant and healing ointments being the best, Zhou Yuan did not scrutinize the information of the other loot items. After walking a few steps past the bandit corpses, he quickly caught up with his teammates. Isn't it strange? The monsters in the Secret Realm are actually human. Quite unbelievable. I even thought I was attacking ordinary mountain bandits. You'll get used to it. When you return and see them resurrect as usual, you won't think of them as human anymore, the veteran aimed to show off before Zhou Yuan, the newcomer, and Zhou Yuan played along, feigning confusion. When they reached the gate, the soldiers of the Xuanjia Brigade had already set up a defensive shield formation, apparently intending to leverage the gate's narrow passage to minimize contact, taking 2 steps forward. They held the gate passage while the Divine Arm Brigade spread out freely to shoot. The Xuanjia Brigade advanced 2 steps, perfectly providing the Divine Arm Brigade with an angle for shooting. At this moment, the bandits within the stockade surged forth, and the Xuanjia Brigade continued to fortify their defenses while the Divine Arm Brigade stood ready as marksmen. Due to the proximity, the 2 stone bows exhibited considerable power within the passage. Coupled with Zhou Yuan's steady and accurate shooting, he aimed at the foe's faces and necks, making it feasible to achieve a kill with a single arrow. However, the space for his output was won through the sacrifices of the Xuanjia soldiers at the front, who, despite their heavy shields and armor, could not escape injury and bloodshed. Once the area was cleared again, military Sima Kaicheng finally ordered a rest, allowing the injured to apply ointment and bandage their wounds before exiting the instance. Making way for another batch of Xuanjia soldiers to enter, seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yuan collected new loot, acquiring 6 knives and spears, 12 rice balls, and 3 healing ointments. Let's all switch bows, we'll soon face formidable monsters. As Zhou Yuan awaited the arrival of his new teammates, he mentally counted his previous kills and discovered that they had slain approximately 60 bandits in the 2 battles. He glanced at his attribute panel and found his experience points had reached an impressive 320. Given the current circumstances, he prioritized allocating his experience points to the skill control bowstring. Such a significant allocation of experience points instantly elevated his control bowstring skill to level 8, leaving just 2 levels to reach the maximum. Control bowstring skill, level 1 to 10 experience, level 2 to 20 experience, level 10 to 100 experience. Indeed, to gain experience, one must engage in instances. After diligently practicing for so many days, my control bowstring skill only reached level 4. Yet a single wave of monster slaying catapulted it to level 8. Witnessing the rapid growth of his skill levels stirred excitement within Zhou Yuan. He possessed numerous skills, and there were also martial techniques such as swordsmanship, spear techniques, and horsemanship available for learning in the camp. If he could elevate all his skills to their maximum potential, it would undoubtedly result in a transformative change. Military Sima, the 4th Xuanjia Brigade has arrived. The efficiency of the Xuanjia Brigade's troop replacement was remarkable. It wasn't long before the second batch of soldiers reached the gate passage. This time, they wielded hooked halberds, and their leather shields had been replaced with iron tower shields. Utilizing the instance's capacity limit, they replaced some injured soldiers with fresh reinforcements, which Zhou Yuan found quite professional. In a sense, this simulated the rapid recovery capabilities of regular players. The monster chief of the bandits was violent and fierce, and this battle remained a contest of control. The Divine Arm Brigade must shoot swiftly and decisively to eliminate the bandit chief. Newcomer, how are you holding up? Rest assured, Military Sima, I am naturally strong and did not expend much energy using the step bow earlier. Good. Once we enter the stockade, each of you choose advantageous terrain to shoot from, while the Xuanjia Brigade lines up to confront the enemy. Chapter 23, The Bandit Chief of the Monster Stockade Instance. The monsters of the Bullhead Stockade adhere to a certain code of conduct. Or rather, their inherent judgment logic limits their full potential. Had they all charged out of the stockade for a wild battle instead of advancing in waves, the Xuanjia Brigade would have been overwhelmed, leaving no room for troop replacements or rest. Soldiers, after all, are not typical players. Their seemingly stable combat state is, in fact, influenced by various factors such as stamina, emotions, and injuries. With their hooked halberds ready, they prepared for feigned thrusts and real hooks, focusing on heavy control and light damage. As the Divine Arm and Xuanjia soldiers crossed the gate passage, Zhou Yuan finally beheld the internal landscape of the Bullhead Stockade. This was a stronghold that fully utilized the mountainous terrain. With its buildings constructed in a tiered manner along the hillside, the elevation changes would impact the movements of the Xuanjia soldiers, but they were very favorable for the freely shooting Divine Arm archers. In the center of the stockade stood a wooden platform, adorned with a tall flagpole. A black cloth served as the base, with a white design depicting a vivid bullhead pattern. 4 bandits stood at the corners, while seated on a wooden chair beside the flagpole was a robust man clad in half armor and wearing a red scarf above his head. Not only was there a health bar and identity information, but also the designation of level 5 bandit leader, accompanied by a blood-red skull icon. Zhou Yuan was not unfamiliar with this situation. Certain boss-level monsters in games indeed bore special markings. So this is the boss fight. Isn't this a bit hasty? the Divine Arm archers unleashed a flurry of arrows, targeting the four surrounding guards. As military Sima Kai-Cheng issued a command, the boss battle commenced in earnest. With his level 8 control bowstring skill, Zhou Yuan had mastered a unique rhythm in wielding the bow, resulting in not only rapid shooting but also reduced energy expenditure when drawing the bowstring. Thus, before the other four Divine Arm archers could eliminate their targets, he had already dispatched 2 bandit guards with successive headshots. However, his overwhelming output drew the ire of the boss, and the bandit leader leaped down from the platform, charging directly at Zhou Yuan. Wielding a heavy broadsword, the Xuanjia Brigade advanced to meet the threat, while the Divine Arm archers spread out to snipe the enemy. Military Sima Kai-Cheng was highly reliable, even though the bandit leader's target was clearly Zhou Yuan. He led the Xuanjia Brigade to intercept. Bang! The heavy broadsword struck the iron tower shield like a hammer, cleaving a deep crack into the sturdy shield. At this moment, Zhou Yuan could no longer concern himself with the other Divine Arm archers. He swiftly ascended to a higher vantage point, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. The armor-piercing arrows shot from the 3-stone hard bow were rapid and steady, each aimed directly at the bandit leader's head. Strangely, the bandit leader's skull was remarkably tough, and the armor-piercing arrows could not penetrate. They merely tore flesh or lodged themselves within the bone. In the face of such a heavy blow, the bandit leader was furious. Disregarding the nearby Xuanjia Brigade and turning to pounce on Zhou Yuan hook and lock, 10 hooked halberds began to showcase their might as the Xuanjia soldiers exerted their utmost strength to pull the bandit leader back. This tug shifted the tide of battle once more. The bandit leader's target changed again, now focusing on the Xuanjia Brigade behind him, and he retaliated with a powerful slash. 2 Xuanjia soldiers were sent staggering back, struggling to maintain their grip on their tower shields. Observing this, their comrades rushed forward to fill the gap, reinforcing the defensive line. In that moment, although the bandit leader remained imposing, he was already on the verge of defeat. As the rhythm of battle with the Xuanjia Divine Arm had been established, the space available for his output had become exceedingly limited. Indeed, in the next moment, the bandit chief lunged toward Zhou Yuan once more, prompting the Xuanjia team to engage their hooks and sickles. Just as the bandit chief raised his heavy blade to retaliate, the Xuanjia team had already readied their tower shields, poised for defense. Ding! The 5th-level bandit chief was slain, granting an experience boost of 200. The formidable force that should have been unleashed did not materialize. Instead, a sound akin to a heavy object collapsing resonated through the air. Bang! The bandit chief, whose head had been transformed into a pincushion, fell to the ground, leaving the Xuanjia team, whose spirits had been soaring, momentarily bewildered. This was unusual. Typically, it would require 5 or 6 engagements and inflict injuries upon several Xuanjia soldiers. Why had this encounter gone so smoothly today? Had the demon bandit leader learned to feign death? Amidst the confusion, only Zhou Yuan and the military advisor Kai-Cheng understood the underlying issue. Zhou Yuan, through his ability to perceive the health bars, could naturally ascertain when the boss was likely to perish and how many arrows he could endure. Military advisor Kai-Cheng, with his wealth of experience, quickly attributed the battlefield variables to the newcomers. A newcomer, what is your name? How many arrows did you strike the demon bandit leader with? With a flourish, Zhou Yuan slid down from the heights, responding to Kai-Cheng's inquiry as he approached the Xuanjia team. To military advisor, I am Zhou Yuan, and I fired 18 arrows, all of which hit their mark. What a skilled archer! If you were a Xuanjia soldier, your valor could earn you the position of team leader in the secret realm. Military advisor Kai-Cheng did not underestimate the archer. Rather, he recognized that the team leader in the secret realm required not just martial prowess but also a fearless spirit, leading the charge and bearing all the damage. The Xuanjia team needed an intrepid commander to direct them and bolster their morale. Only when they witnessed their leader fighting valiantly could they unhesitatingly pull back the demon bandit leader with their hooks and sickles, disregarding danger to create space for output. Thank you for your praise, military advisor. It is not my valor but the indomitable courage of the Xuanjia soldiers that deserves recognition. It is rare to find someone with such strength who remains humble and understands the bonds of camaraderie. You are indeed a promising candidate. Zhou Yuan approached the lifeless body of the bandit chief, bowing in gratitude, as if acknowledging the efforts of his comrades. In truth, he discreetly stepped on the nearby blue orb of light, completing the collection of dropped items. Ding! Acquired Breaking Edge 8 Styles 1 Golden Silk Heavy Blade 1 Jade True Powder 3. Martial Technique. Breaking Edge 8 Styles Description. The blade possesses 8 colors: cleaving, chopping, flicking, hacking, sweeping, striking, blocking, and hanging, each representing a distinct method. Herb, Jade True Powder Effect. Stops wind, calms spasms, alleviates pain, nourishes qi. Ingesting it can clear meridians and nourish internal energy. Usage. quickly restores a small amount of true chi and removes one negative pain status. Both Breaking Edge 8 styles in Jade True Powder are valuable items, while the Golden Silk Heavy Blade is rather ordinary, a thick steel sword adorned with golden lions. As Zhou perused the information on the dropped items. Military advisor Kai Chang was already assessing the contributions to the defeat of the demon bandit leader. The other 4 divine armed soldiers collectively struck 21 arrows, averaging 5 arrows each, nearly overshadowed by Zhou Yuan's performance. Much to the embarrassment of the 4 seasoned veterans and the delight of the Xuanjia team, Zhou Yuan, would you dare to remain in the secret realm? With your swift bow, you could assist the Xuanjia team in minimizing their losses. If I can aid my comrades, how could I refuse? Following a fruitful expedition, Zhou Yuan was eager to find an excuse to engage in further runs when military advisor Kai Chang presented the perfect justification. Very well, for the next few days, do not leave the captain's residence. We shall seize the opportunity of your formidable archery to delve into the demon's secret realm multiple times, once you are fatigued and weary. I will grant you a long respite. It is my duty. I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the assault on the secret realm. Chapter 24. The cause of prosperity. The assault on the secret realm was not the ultimate objective of the Xuanjia divine armed soldiers. Rather, the collection of resources from the realm was their true goal. After a brief tally of their achievements, the Xuanjia and divine armed soldiers swiftly exited the secret realm, leaving only Zhou Yuan and military advisor Kai Chang behind. Observing Zhou Yuan's puzzled expression, military advisor Kai Chang explained, to prevent sudden casualties among currently within the entire Jing'an army, aside from the enigmatic warriors, it is inconceivable that anyone could match Zhou Yuan's precision and swiftness in marksmanship. Perhaps a particularly gifted archer could achieve a similar feat momentarily, yet they cannot sustain such extraordinary brilliance consistently, whereas for Zhou Yuan, it is a permanent state of being. When Zhou Yuan departed from the secret realm alongside the army's chief officer, Kai Chang, the financial audit documents from the cavalry office were promptly delivered. Zhou Yuan received 4 taels of gold and 500 copper coins, while Chief Officer Kai Chang obtained 6 taels of gold without any additional copper compensation. Chief Officer, isn't our treatment rather generous? After several incursions into the secret realm, it would be difficult not to amass wealth. You work harder and thus earn more. The other sharpshooters receive at most less than 30% of your share. The Xuanjia soldiers may earn a little more, but they exert themselves in defense, and their bodies suffer greater harm. I am somewhat unique. I typically receive 6 taels of gold, but mistakes incur penalties. Compensating for the loss of even one Xuanjia soldier costs me dearly. Zhou Yuan jiggled the 4 taels of gold in his hand, suddenly comprehending why the rewards within the camp were so plentiful. After all, Xuanjia soldiers are mere mortals. They cannot endure years of arduous combat. It is possible that after a year of intense fighting, they will be physically and mentally drained, and without substantial investment, their fighting spirit will wane. Chapter 25. Jing'an Cavalry Officer Zhou Yuan was promoted from the position of squad leader to the rank of the Divine Arm Team Commander. An expedition into the secret realm had propelled him to the pinnacle among the soldiers, and the next step would be to receive an official title and ascend to the position of Duke of the Army. Chief Officer Kai Chang was a competent leader, not only charging fearlessly at the front but also judiciously distributing military honors during rest periods. However, he did have his biases, leaning more favorably toward the Xuanjia team. Nevertheless, the members of the Divine Arm Team, including Zhou Yuan, could not accuse Kai Chang of favoritism or of using his authority for personal gain, as 7 Xuanjia soldiers, each with varying injuries, were currently receiving treatment from the military physician in the pharmacy. Some had fractured arms, others bore lacerations, and one valiant warrior who had shielded against a crushing blow from the demon stronghold had an inflamed wrist and a fractured forearm. Fortunately, the healing ointments produced in the secret realm were remarkably effective. Otherwise, these Xuanjia soldiers would struggle to regain their combat capabilities swiftly. As the direct superior of the Xuanjia team, Chief Officer Kai Chang did not immediately offer words of comfort but stood to the side of the storeroom as if awaiting someone. Zhou Yuan looked from afar and indeed spotted a formidable general clad in armor and draped in a black cloak in the corridor of the residence. It seemed the general sensed Zhou Yuan's gaze. As a slight smile crept onto his icy face, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhou Yuan, do not be disrespectful toward the cavalry officer, he is a martial artist whose aura permeates his being. With perceptive abilities far surpassing those of mere mortals like us, your sharp gaze as an archer may be misinterpreted by the cavalry officer. Do not provoke any misunderstandings. I understand. Should the chief officer wait until the cavalry officer has completed his visit before comforting the Xuanjia soldiers? You are quite astute. Indeed, the cavalry officer is a warrior, and the divine armed Xuanjia soldiers have fought valiantly to provide sustenance. Out of both sentiment and reason, the cavalry officer ought to personally offer his condolences. My timing is inconsequential. I can only soothe their spirits, while the cavalry officer can provide them with tangible benefits. Chief Officer Kaichang was correct, following the appearance of the highest-ranking officer in the camp. The injured Xuanjia soldiers were filled with elation. The Jing'an cavalry officer was also exceedingly considerate of his subordinates, waving his hand to grant 15 days of leave for the lightly injured and 2 months of paid leave for those severely injured. The man with the fractured arm immediately knelt, beseeching to return to the city to be with his wife and children. Unsurprisingly, he received permission, and once his condition stabilized, he could take the military transport back to the city for recuperation. After the cavalry officer extended his condolences, he nodded toward the storeroom before departing in the company of his bodyguards. Once the imposing cavalry officer had left, Zhou Yuan curiously inquired, "Chief Officer, since the cavalry officer is such a formidable martial artist, why does he not personally engage in the assault of the secret realm?" Zhou Yuan, a martial artist's aura envelopes them. Every movement is imbued with spiritual energy, while it would be simple for the cavalry officer to attack the secret realm. The consumption of spiritual energy necessitates replenishment through the secret realm's spiritual materials. Our Jing'an army is not a noble clan. The spiritual materials produced by the secret realm must be submitted to the court in fixed quantities at regular intervals. The remaining spiritual materials are required for the cavalry officer's cultivation and for wartime reserves. They cannot be used for offensive replenishment. Kaicheng's explanation made Zhou Yuan understand that extraordinary martial artists could not generate their own spiritual energy. They required replenishment after each battle, while powerful factions with abundant spiritual material output might manage. Regions with limited output could not afford to sustain such voracious consumers. For instance, although the Jing'an army had a martial artist cavalry officer at its helm, this formidable force could not be easily mobilized to follow me. I will comfort the soldiers, and you can make an appearance. Once the brothers learn of your camaraderie, you can apply for a new residence through the documents. Under the guidance of Chief Officer Kaicheng, Zhou Yuan visited the injured Xuanjia soldiers. During this time, he garnered numerous praises, with many expressing their eagerness to fight alongside him again once they recovered. It was evident that the Xuanjia soldiers had a high demand for skilled archers. Unable to enhance their own defensive capabilities, these frontline warriors wished fervently that archers could grow an extra pair of arms to swiftly eliminate the demons of the secret realm. Consequently, the members of the Divine Arm team might find themselves under pressure, as Zhou Yuan's absence had previously concealed their potential for rapid fire with the 3-stone hard bow, and now, with Zhou Yuan elevating the expectations of the Xuanjia soldiers, even the previously protected Divine Arm archers would have to confront the competitive atmosphere. Rest assured, my brothers, I will be stationed in the secret realm for the foreseeable future. You have your valiant shields, and I have my swift hard bow. Together, we shall support one another. The bond forged on the battlefield created a natural camaraderie among them, leading to a joyful exchange as they scheduled a banquet before allowing him to depart. Upon entering the audit hall, Zhou Yuan discovered that not only had he acquired a new residence, but he also possessed the authority to customize weapons and modify armor. Considering the Xuanjia team was exceptionally competent, he needed to reduce weight and enhance agility. He opted for half armor and a round helmet for head protection, eliminating the leg and arm armor, retaining only a pair of iron-reinforced wrist guards. Commander Zhou, do you have any specific requirements for your weapon? We will do our utmost to provide you with a fine bow. Of the metallurgy supervisor, having reviewed the military achievement records from the recent expedition into the secret realm, recognized the significance of the individual before him and the necessity for superior weaponry to fully realize his archery prowess. Metallurgy supervisor, I wonder if the camp possesses a 4-stone strong bow. The demon stronghold lord is as tough as forged iron. A 3-stone hard bow will struggle to dispatch him swiftly, and I wish to try the 4-stone bow. Commander Zhou, that is indeed a jest. We have none. The metallurgy supervisor nearly choked on Zhou Yuan's words. A 4-stone strong bow represents a staggering concept, 1 stone equaling 120 pounds, totaling 480 pounds. A near 500-pound weight equates to 2 heavily armored men. Could a single individual even draw such a weight? Within the camp, even the highest standards only provided 3-stone hard bows to the Divine Arm soldiers. Beyond that, it would require the configuration of a martial artist, which was beyond the metallurgy department's jurisdiction, as they could not possibly possess treasures from the secret realm. Consequently, Zhou Yuan ultimately did not procure such a devastating weapon as the 4-stone strong bow. However, the metallurgy department did mention that while they lacked the 4-stone bow, they had a 5-stone crossbow. If Zhou Yuan did not mind the added weight and length, they were willing to dismantle the bow arms for him. Given that although his bowstring control skill was maxed out, his precision attribute stood at merely 3 points, he declined the metallurgy supervisor's suggestion for the time being. Commander Zhou, if you truly desire a 4-stone bow, we could arrange for a master craftsman to forge one. Not however, strong bows are challenging to make, and you may have to wait several years. No need for that, several years is too long. I shall stick with the 3-stone bow. When Zhou Yuan arrived at his new residence under the guidance of the clerks and the residents, over 30 divine armed soldiers were already waiting for him. Young lord, the brothers have even foregone visiting the flower house just to admire your prowess. Come, we have reserved a table at the tavern to celebrate your promotion and to hear your valuable teachings on archery. My brothers are merely teasing me, my skills are entirely reliant on innate strength, and I cannot compare to your exquisite marksmanship. Do not be so modest. In our divine arm team, it is either you excel or you do not. We may not match the ferocity of the Xuanjia, but our specialty lies in a single word: shoot. You are superior to us, we respect you, and we ask that you guide us in honing our skills with swift bows. The divine arm team was ultimately a close-knit group of warriors who valued archery and revered marksmanship. Zhou Yuan effortlessly integrated into this small circle, transforming from an inconspicuous newcomer into a recognized comrade in arms. Indeed, we brothers should drink and converse, exchanging techniques and gathering collective wisdom under the name of the Divine Arm. Chapter 26, Bonds Forged in Blood. After a night of revelry, Zhou Yuan grew considerably familiar with the men of the Divine Arm team, while he still did not know the true nature of each individual. They were no longer strangers, and they exchanged names. Interestingly, amidst this seemingly brutal assembly of warriors, there were indeed scions from noble families. These individuals sought something different from their peers, while the latter pursued official titles and salaries. The former aimed for military achievements and coveted positions within the court. At this moment, Zhou Yuan learned that the Dewei court possessed a pathway to transcendence, even though this path was exceedingly narrow. With the spirit opening assessments occurring only once every 4 years and selections ranging from just a few to a dozen individuals, the existence of this path for the extraordinary was undeniable. This singular opportunity motivated those scions overlooked by their families to willingly serve the court. Furthermore, one of the divine armed soldiers, hailing from the Ma family of Qingxi, revealed that aside from participating in the court examination, several renowned Taoist temples and monasteries also opened their doors to apprentices. They selected the most virtuous disciples from among the multitude of students, admitting them into their true lineage and granting them the opportunity for spirit awakening. Although each temple and monastery possessed its own secret realms, none could rival the might of Dewei, which commanded numerous secret realms to construct cities and fortifications. Thus only the Dewei court could periodically and stably conduct spirit opening assessments every 4 years. In contrast, other temples, monasteries, or noble families had a limited number of spirit opening slots. Losing one meant that only one could be replaced. Thank you, Brother Ma, for your candid words. They have opened my eyes to the vastness of the world. What is there to thank? You would eventually know this without my saying it. But if you are willing, just pass on some archery techniques to me when you can. And the men of the Divine Arm Brigade have set their sights on Zhou Yuan's archery skills, eager for him to become an instructor within the camp. Fortunately, military Sima Kai-Cheng has also taken notice of him and notified him early the next morning to prepare for the assault on the secret realm. How about it? Has your fatigue subsided? Steady as ever, drawing the bow and shooting swiftly poses no problem. Good, follow me to beat the drums and gather the troops. If we complete this month's quota early, we can enjoy a few days of proper rest. Speed is of the essence, and the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade are no exception. Military Sima Kai-Cheng does not wish to give these soldiers time to ponder gains and losses. He desires continuous fierce battles to accumulate the necessary spiritual items. Zhou Yuan naturally does not oppose this, for he still has numerous skills awaiting upgrades and is in urgent need of experience. Thud thud thud, the dull sound of drums resonated across the training ground as the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade swiftly assembled before the storeroom, ready for action. Just yesterday, Zhou Yuan was one of them. Today, he stood beside military Sima Kai-Cheng. Many of the armored soldiers had yet to hear of his reputation as a sharpshooter, merely assuming he was a scion of a noble family seeking military merit. The 4th Divine Arm Team and the 5th Armored Team stepped forward. Brothers, follow me into battle. A day later, re-entering the Bullhead Village dungeon, Zhou Yuan's feelings were entirely different. Yesterday, he had felt somewhat apprehensive, But today he was filled with confidence and composure, with his archery skills maxed out, coupled with yesterday's detailed understanding of Bullhead Village. He possessed the capability for long-range projectile shooting. Now, with just a glance, he could estimate the drop zone and use his shots to pin down the bandits atop the village walls. Shields up, eliminate the archers first. As military Sima Kaicheng issued the order, Zhou Yuan swiftly released 3 arrows, taking down 3 bandit archers. He did not hog the glory, leaving the other 3 bandit archers for his 4 companions. Upon reaching the wooden arrow tower, without needing military Sima Kaicheng's command, he shot 4 arrows that pierced the arms of 4 bandit archers, completely eliminating the threat of ranged attacks, due to the overwhelming number of bandits in the battle outside the village and at the village gate. Zhou Yuan did not hold back, unleashing a rapid volley that resulted in 20 kills. Military Sima, today's battle went exceptionally smoothly. Most of the brothers emerged unscathed. Shall we step outside to change our gear? Without switching personnel, at this moment, a sense of ease enveloped the soldiers. They had never imagined that the perilous and treacherous Secret Realm battles could turn out to be so seamless. The armored soldiers believed that today's divine armed sharpshooters were simply more formidable. However, military Sima Kaicheng and several divine armed sharpshooters knew that a true marksman had joined their ranks, one gifted with extraordinary speed. We must adhere to the rules, otherwise, the armored soldiers waiting for their turn may grow complacent. If we continue to engage them in fierce battles, they may develop a lack of awareness and succumb to fear. Understood. The armored team, having received their orders, spoke no further and swiftly exited the dungeon, allowing another team equipped with hook spears and iron shields to enter. Zhou Yuan, your marksmanship is nearly superhuman. From now on, you must temper it. Do not let the soldiers develop a dependency, or when the time for true bloodshed arrives, their morale may crumble, and they may become fearful. Moreover, there is a limit to the number of assaults on the Secret Realm each month. If we increase efficiency and output, the court may perceive us as having room for improvement. At that time, when a decree arrives, the soldiers will likely have no time to rest, resulting in consecutive bloody battles and heavy casualties. Military Sima Kaicheng's meaning was clear. One must not push oneself to the brink in the perilous business of risking life. Otherwise, once one surpasses their peak state, they may inevitably suffer the consequences. Another crucial point that Kaicheng did not mention was the matter of gratitude. If, after each excursion into the Secret Realm, not a few soldiers were injured, how could the martial artist Jingyan Shaowei understand that the soldiers were sustaining him through their bloodshed? Would he continue to treat the soldiers generously? It is doubtful. Without blood ties, how could one earn gratitude? Thank you, military Sima, for your guidance. I will be mindful of my bow-drawing frequency to avoid disrupting the established rhythm of our assaults. You understand then, since I am your direct superior, I must secure favorable treatment for you. Fighting bravely is a matter of duty. Stable provisions are the foundation for the soldier's survival. When the second team of armored soldiers arrived, Zhou Yuan moderated his bow-drawing pace and refrained from seeking opportunities to unleash a barrage of arrows to deplete the boss's health. Consequently, this team of armored soldiers still sustained a few injuries. When the bandit chief fell, the victorious soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers. They celebrated their triumph and the value of their endeavors, for they were the valiant warriors of bloodshed. Exactly. If we do not return with a bit of blood, how can we claim the name of Bloodshed Armored in this Secret Realm assault? Although Zhou Yuan did not unleash his full firepower, he maintained the value of gratitude that the divine armored soldiers relied upon for their survival. Military Sima Kaicheng regarded him as a sensible young man, and he seized the opportunity to gain insight into some of the camp's rules. Nevertheless, even so, the rewards from this dungeon run still surpassed the last. Previously he had gained a total of 520 experience points, 5 healing potions, 3 jade essence powders, and various other items. This time, however, he received 780 experience points, 9 healing potions, 3 jade essence powders, and even more miscellaneous items than before. With this experience, he could elevate the level of the bear stance to its maximum. Furthermore, he could also acquire 1 point of chi attribute from the 6th level enhancement and 1 point of divine attribute from the 10th level enhancement. The chi attribute is crucial. It determines whether a certain threshold generates a blue bar automatically or if one needs to learn a related skill. Chapter 27. Awakening the Spirit and Sensing the Divine. The increase in the essence attribute yields immediate effects. In terms of strength, agility, and physique, one can directly perceive their enhancement. The strengthening of the chi attribute is particularly intriguing, even somewhat miraculous, when the bear stance reaches level 6 and 1 point of chi attribute is acquired. Zhou Yuan suddenly felt a sense of clarity wash over him, as if countless pores had opened, alleviating the prior internal congestion. Moreover, his body coordination improved, and his stamina surged, eliminating the suffocating sensation of breathlessness experienced during exhaustion. However, the attribute panel did not display a blue bar. It seemed he still lacked some catalyst to transform the miraculous qi from internal essence to external manifestation. The bear stance focuses on strengthening the body, cultivating qi, and awakening the spirit. Although I did not obtain the 3 talents pillar from the dungeon chest, judging by its name, it should also follow the path of heaven, earth, and humanity, emphasizing essence, qi, and spirit. Ordinary people rely heavily on energy for their actions, while the essence of extraordinary warriors lies in qi. But what about the divine attribute? What changes does an increase in this attribute bring? And are there individuals in this world whose essence revolves around the divine attribute? As the bear stance reached level 10 and the divine attribute increased by 1 point, certain questions naturally unraveled. At the instant the divine attribute rose, Zhou Yuan suddenly sensed a binding force, as if he were clad in a heavy iron armor. This armor served both as protection and as a cage suppressing his freedom. His eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance, revealing a more intricate and formless world before him. In this realm, he could even perceive the shape of the wind and the trajectory of light. At this moment, he felt akin to a cicada, ready to shed its hard shell and soar freely with its wings. This must be the perspective of the soul. Though Zhou Yuan posed this question, he already had the answer in his heart. The attainment of the bear stance's perfection was not some vague concept of martial path divine intent, but rather a very pure awakening of the spirit. In that moment, his soul, closely tethered to his flesh, suddenly awakened, breaking free from the chaotic fusion of essence, qi, and spirit. Although the mere increase of 1 point in the divine attribute could not evolve his life form, it did stimulate the foundation of his divine consciousness, granting him a new perspective on the world. Could this be considered the awakening of spirit and the foundation of qi? Zhou Yuan had not anticipated the vast differences among the 3 attributes of essence, qi, and spirit. The enhancement of the essence attribute provided real-time feedback. The strengthening of the qi attribute could still be sensed, but the divine attribute transcended the realm of reason and was shrouded in mystery. He glanced at the values on his attribute panel: essence, 3 qi, 2 spirit, 2. Suddenly, he grasped a revelation. The attribute values might not simply be ordinary addition, but rather a transformation from quality to quantity that breaks limits. Normal individuals possess attributes of merely 1, not due to their ineptitude, but because this is the standard state of humanity. Each increment beyond that approaches the limit, representing a transcendence that breaks through the extreme. The attribute panel is remarkably powerful. The bear stance's cultivation of qi and awakening of the spirit exist only in theory, yet even in this theoretical state, it can be realized through experience as catalysis. Zhou Yuan examined the bear stance closely. He did not believe that an ordinary person could rely on such martial techniques to achieve strength, cultivate qi, and awaken the spirit. It would suffice for a normal person to strengthen their body. But grasping the elusive qi and the ethereal spirit is no less than a fantasy made real. However, this is not absolute. From the items section of his attribute panel, he retrieved a vial of restorative jade essence powder. If one first possesses qi and then seeks to cultivate and practice it, it would likely become much easier. To validate his hypothesis, he consumed a vial of jade essence powder. Indeed, this substance's restorative effects resembled replenishment. After use, a blue bar appeared on his attribute panel. However, that blue bar was not fixed and continuously diminished, likely what military Sima Kai-Cheng referred to as qi scattering back to the mundane. Zhou Yuan was unaware of how wasteful this action was. To directly consume qi without a method of cultivation, allowing it to disperse, was something even the martial artist Jing and Xiaowei would deem extravagant. Approximately an hour later, the blue bar, forcibly activated by the restorative potion, vanished, yet Zhou Yuan, having enhanced his qi attribute, could sense that this disappearance was not a mere dissipation, but rather a gentle infusion into his body. No wonder people refer to restorative potions as spiritual items. They are indeed excellent, akin to a highly absorbable source of energy. Having clarified the effects of the increases in qi and divine attributes, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the next round of assaults on the secret realm. His behavior, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade, was seen as a concerted effort to recuperate and maintain the stamina necessary for their relentless battles. Consequently, several of the soldiers who were fond of lingering in the flower houses followed suit, cancelling their playful engagements to replenish their vigor. The next morning, Zhou Yuan hastily consumed his breakfast and made his way to the storeroom to await further orders.
In the subsequent days, he became a model soldier among the Divine armored troops, diligently participating in dungeon raids without uttering a word of complaint regarding fatigue. Moreover, he utilized his precise and rapid shooting skills to assist many of his fellow armored soldiers who were in dire straits. Earning their profound respect, unbeknownst to him, he had evolved into the unofficial vice-captain of the Secret Realm expedition, following in the footsteps of the military officer Kai Cheng to become the new core of the team. The enhancement of his influence brought about considerable advantages. The soldiers of the Divine Arm Brigade now greeted him with smiles and profound respect. Undoubtedly, his greatest gains lay in the increase of experience points and the upgrading of his skills. After several consecutive days of attacking dungeons, his life skills, including dietary supplements, recuperation, and brisk walking, had all reached maximum levels. In terms of martial arts, his technique of splitting Mount Hua had been integrated into the 8 blades of piercing edge. With experience accumulating, both the 8 blades of piercing edge and spear thrust had also reached their zenith. Consequently, his mobility, dietary recovery, and status restoration abilities saw remarkable improvements, successfully transforming him from a long-range archer into a versatile warrior adept with both blade and bow. On this day, he was about to apply for leave to seek connections to learn horsemanship and skills such as javelin throwing when military officer Kai Cheng mysteriously pulled him aside and headed toward the decree hall where the Jing'an prefect was attending to official business. "Military officer, what purpose do we serve in the decree hall? Is it possible that the prefect intends to commend our achievements? It is not us who will be commended, but you, my friend, are likely the fastest to achieve promotion among us." Kai Cheng replied. The audit hall had originally intended to delay matters, but the prefect had opted for fair dealings as Zhou Yuan. This fairness does not imply mere impartiality, it carries the intent of fostering and uplifting you. Be sure to express your gratitude to the prefect later. Kai Cheng's words led Zhou Yuan to surmise the purpose of their visit to the prefect's hall. As expected, upon entering the hall, the stern-faced prefect managed to muster a smile, personally stepping down to hand Zhou Yuan a document alongside a bronze plaque. What a fine young man, indeed full of vigor and exceptional presence. This is your official document. Your household registration has been transferred from the countryside to the Jing'an prefecture. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a mere farmer, but an official of the Great Way. Thank you for your promotion, Prefect. I shall certainly devote myself to repaying your kindness, Zhou Yuan expressed, accepting the document and plaque, which bore the inscription Jing'an Capital. The lower portion of the plaque featured the formal seal of the Great Way's military officials, accompanied by the words, Jing'an Divine Arm Duke Zhou Yuan. Henceforth, should anyone inquire about your origins, you may respond with Jing'an Capital, although this status does not measure up to that of noble families or the powerful elite. It will earn you respect from the common folk, acknowledgement from the citizenry, and protection from the authorities, thus granting you a foothold in society. How do you feel now, full of ambition and vigor? Chapter 28, The Painted Skin Demon City. When the Jing'an prefect asked Zhou Yuan if he felt a sense of ambition, he likely did. The Great Way placed immense importance on one's origins. Without a respectable identity, even simple conversations required gratitude for the opportunity. Furthermore, without a formal status, commoners and townsfolk could not freely migrate. They were firmly bound to the land, unable to obtain travel permits except for military service or trade. In such a society, possessing official status signified liberation from the management of petty officials, providing a space to accumulate wealth and pursue self-improvement. Certainly, while it is not illegal for the common folk to save money, the exploitation by petty officials severely limits their opportunities for inheritance and wealth accumulation. As the prefect rightly stated, with a change in identity, one feels the vastness of the world. Achievements through blood and valor. One forges one's own path. A true man should aspire to this. The common folk pass down a field and a house, the gentry pass down books and territories, while martial men pass down positions and titles. Young lad, while your ambition is sharp, strive for a title, for only then can your lineage inherit official positions. After receiving the official document and seal, Zhou Yuan departed the decree hall alongside military officer Kai Cheng. The Jing'an prefect, of noble lineage and formidable prowess, was not arrogant towards his subordinates. His adeptness and nurturing talent was indeed commendable. Military officer, when shall we embark on our expedition into the secret realm for further raids? Not today. The armored soldiers are fatigued with a 2/10 casualty rate, and the Divine Arm soldiers are exhausted. It is time for the brothers to rest for a few days. Zhou Yuan, you must have accumulated quite a sum by now. You should consider purchasing a residence in Jing'an City, lest you squander your wealth in disreputable establishments and find yourself without a home when you can no longer fight. Military officer Kai Cheng had developed a good rapport with Zhou Yuan during this time and was willing to offer guidance to the excessively youthful lad. Thank you for your guidance, military officer. Since joining the camp, I have not ventured outside. It is a perfect opportunity to explore Jing'an City and see if I can find some cherished items. With some free time on his hands, Zhou Yuan recalled that he had yet to witness the cities of this world, prompting a desire to visit martial arts academies and study halls. Finding something he liked was essential, otherwise, the pent-up aggression from the constant battles could lead to significant issues. By the way, there is something I need to clarify with you. Make sure to procure a silk pouch for your bronze seal. Do not let it dangle openly at your waist. Why? Is it necessary to keep the identity of an officer in the camp a secret? What need is there for secrecy? The officers promoted through blood and valor are not shadowy figures. It is merely that the soldiers of our Divine Arm Brigade and the armored troops are somewhat unique. The citizens of the city perceive us as warriors who slay demons and eliminate evil. And the wealthy families vie to win us over. Most will express admiration for our reputation and invite us to feasts, but their true intention is to forge connections for marrying off their daughters. Hoping to have strong warriors as guardians in times of demonic disturbances, upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt that perhaps displaying his official seal was not entirely inappropriate. Marrying off daughters was inconsequential. What truly mattered was being invited to banquets by the city's affluent families, as he relished good food and valued friendships. Do not act recklessly. If there are no demons in the city, and you flaunt your official seal to indulge in feasting, I will not hold it against you. However, if there genuinely are demons lurking among the populace and you recklessly boast of your prowess, it could lead to dire consequences. Are there really demons in the city? What is the Jing'an army doing about it? Zhou Yuan asked, intrigued. How novel. Where can one find a place without a few rat holes? Once they gain intelligence, they seek to hide. Who can find them? Now I understand. However, during my time in Xiaoxi village, I never heard of demons entering the village. It is understandable that demons possessing intelligence would fear entering the Jing'an army camp. But it is illogical for them to spare a village with weaker defenses. Zhou Yuan, do not perceive demons as mere beasts. Many among them are humanoid and, upon gaining intelligence, also indulge in pleasures and luxuries. Villages are impoverished, lacking in fine food and beauty, and the villagers, fearing the elements and diseases, dare not cleanse themselves regularly for various reasons. Intelligent demons prefer thriving cities over impoverished villages. Zhou Yuan could hardly fathom that demons would harbor class discrimination and indulge in hedonism. It was true that without intelligence, they were devoid of desires, but once they gained intelligence, their lives became filled with cravings. As military officer Kai Chang articulated, intelligent, humanoid demons bore a resemblance to humans. Who can deny that? You have encountered demons in the secret realms before. If they possessed intelligence, who could distinguish them from humans? While Kai Chang's words held some truth, Zhou Yuan, capable of perceiving health bars and monster identity information, could indeed tell the difference. However, he chose not to disclose his uniqueness to avoid others perceiving him as possessing extraordinary sight and plotting against him. Come, I shall escort you and let you witness the vibrant world outside the camp. As military officer Kai Chang was also returning to the city to accompany his wife and children, he brought Zhou Yuan along. To Zhou Yuan's astonishment, Kai Chang had personal guards, elite warriors from the Wu Wei camp. With 10 personal guards escorting them, they swiftly arrived at Jing'an City. This city was significantly larger than the military fortress of the Jing'an army, with the open city gates bustling with people and carriages entering and exiting. While merchants were in a constant state of activity, upon entering the city, Kai Chang took his personal guards back to his residence, leaving Zhou Yuan with an address and instructing him not to stay at an inn but to come to his home for the night. Thus, freed from the constraints of military law and protected by his official seal, Zhou Yuan enjoyed a temporary sense of freedom. However, he could not shake off a grave concern. Kai Chang had not deceived him. Demons indeed relished indulgence. While meandering through the bustling streets, he spotted several alluring courtesans beckoning from the railings, yet among them were a few whose heads bore health bars and identity information. Level 6 painted skin green slave. Level 5 painted skin courtesan, Level 8 painted skin dancer. What was this place but a den of demons masquerading as a pleasure house? If it were merely this, it would not pose a problem. The Divine Arm armored soldiers and the martial officer were more than capable of purging these painted skins from the city. However, he also observed that some women leisurely riding in carriages or entering the opulent residences were similarly problematic. Level 10 painted skin lady. Level 9 painted skin concubine, Level 7 painted skin young lady. Moreover, there were even Level 6 painted skin beggars, Level 6 painted skin lackeys, and Level 5 painted skin waiters lurking about. The deeper Zhou Yuan explored, The more he sensed that Gingan City was far from ordinary, it was difficult to discern whether the human race was powerful enough to conceal the demons or if the painted skins were secretly embedded within the city. In truth, he had pondered a question previously: since demons could consume humans to gain intelligence, would they, upon achieving intelligence, assist their subordinates or kin in gaining intelligence as well? The circumstances in Gingan City confirmed the existence of this possibility. It seemed the court was aware of such potential, which was why they had confined significant secret realms and armies within the military fortress for closed management. When Zhou Yuan again spotted an level 8 painted skin physician stationed at a medical clinic and a level 7 painted skin rogue roaming the streets, he realized that the professions capable of causing untimely deaths in Gingan City were predominantly occupied by painted skins. Although he had not ventured into the city's prison, he surmised that there would likely be painted skins among the guards there as well. This truly is a city shrouded in the guise of a painted skin, and it is highly probable that there exist undiscovered lairs of malevolent spirits nearby. Wait a moment, could Kai Cheng's wife also be involved? I must go and investigate. Chapter 29, Acquiring Martial Skills. The phenomenon of sentience is indeed remarkable. The sentient painted skins are even aware of the necessity to maintain an appearance of order, rendering Gingan City a semblance of peace and prosperity. Although this city is fraught with peril, there are no signs of chaos or the extinction of its inhabitants. The painted skins exhibit great intelligence, transforming into various human forms to integrate themselves within the city. They blend into the populace, making their true identities elusive. As Zhou Yuan casually entered a gift shop on the street, requesting the attendant to assist him in selecting some presents. After paying a little extra, the shopkeeper agreed to deliver the items to the Yao Wufang, the residence of the military governor, Kai's manor. Thus Zhou Yuan acquired a living map of the city. The shopkeeper, while on the way, regaled him with numerous insights about the local area. For instance, the leader of the beggars is the most notorious, the scoundrels abound, the brothels are plentiful, the dance halls are lively, and the true elegance resides in the private courtyards, where one can enjoy tea and music and leisurely bliss. The courtyards are indeed the most refined places in the city. Should you wish to partake in some amusement, do remember to seek me out. I can arrange introductions for you at a fraction of the cost demanded by others. Upon reaching the military governor's residence, I shall not accompany you inside, lest the doorman perceives your intentions as lacking sincerity. The shopkeeper, accustomed to sizing up individuals by their attire and demeanor, mistook Zhou Yuan for a martial man seeking favors. Here, take a few coins for tea on your journey. Your hospitality is commendable. It is often said that martial men value loyalty. Today, I have witnessed this firsthand. After the shopkeeper departed, Zhou Yuan, cradling his gifts, proceeded towards the military governor's residence not far away. The military governor is a 5th-rank martial official in the Great Way, and with Kai Cheng responsible for offensive maneuvers in the secret realm and the offering of spiritual entities, he is undoubtedly a trusted confidant of the Gingan commander. Hence, Kai Cheng is an undeniable man of wealth. His estate is not only expansive but also well guarded, with doormen and stewards aplenty. The two guards, unfamiliar with Zhou Yuan, initially intended to consult the steward, but upon glimpsing the copper seal in his hand, they immediately opened the gate to allow him entry. The doorman rushed over to assist with the gifts and hurried ahead to guide him inside. Young sir, you have finally arrived. My lord mentioned upon his return today that he wishes to host a banquet for the dignitaries of Gingan. The household is bustling with preparations. Let me take you to the main hall for some tea. There's no rush. I have been wandering the city all day and could use a moment's respite. Kai Cheng's residence was indeed immaculate. The servants and maidens traversing the halls were ordinary folk, devoid of any trace of painted skins. Zhou Yuan's visit to Kai Cheng's home was not solely due to his status as a superior but rather because Kai Cheng had treated him well, frequently imparting knowledge, and their shared experiences in battle had forged a bond of camaraderie. Zhou Yuan could not bear the thought of his friend falling prey to hidden dangers, thus he felt compelled to attend the banquet. It was evident that not only did Zhou Yuan regard Kai Cheng as a friend, but Kai Cheng reciprocated this sentiment, before Zhou Yuan had even finished a cup of tea in the main hall. Kai Cheng, accompanied by his wife and children, made their appearance. Although the martial culture of the Great Way is open and valorous, the introduction of one's family holds significant weight. The presence of normal folk signifies a cordial relationship between the two families, emphasizing the importance of guests, and for martial men, it conveys an additional meaning, an acknowledgement of one another's families, ensuring that in the event of tragedy, there exists a network of trust. It is no wonder my husband speaks so highly of you. Jing'an is fortunate to have such a noble gentleman die. In the past, when those guards visited our residence, it was a rarity for them to leave without pilfering something. They certainly would not bring gifts.
Dear lady, you are being overly courteous. You and my husband share a bond forged in the heat of battle. Consider this place as your own home, and gifts are unnecessary. Zhou Yuan greeted both the lady of the house and the military governor.
Kai Cheng's wife was a tall and slender woman, while their 2 children were quite adorable, unmistakably human, and not painted skins. My brother, I have brought my family to meet you. Must you still address me by my military title? If you would not mind, simply call me Kai brother. In return, I shall ensure my wife introduces you to a well-bred young lady. Do not trouble yourself on my account. I shall keep an eye out for suitable young ladies as well. The 2 children, unaware of the nature of their parents' discourse, shyly tugged at their sleeves, curiously observing Zhou Yuan. Once the 3 adults grew familiar with one another, they settled on more intimate terms of address. With Zhou Yuan referring to them as Kai brother and sister-in-law, you have brought a considerable number of gifts on your first visit. As your sister-in-law, I must reciprocate. As a military archer, this jade thumb ring, used for archery, is a fitting gift for you. Please do not take offense. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your generous gift. I am indeed in need of a thumb ring. Kai Cheng and his wife had clearly conspired to select such an apt present. It is no wonder they sought to cultivate a friendship, for Zhou Yuan's potential is immense. At such a young age, he has already become a military officer, newly appointed and devoid of any noble lineage. Yet possessing an admirable character. A young archer of such promise, should he not meet an untimely fate, will undoubtedly rise to prominence. Now is the optimal moment to forge connections, not only out of camaraderie but also out of a desire to nurture and support him. After a pleasant exchange, Kai Cheng's wife took the children and departed, leaving Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng to converse freely. Brother Yuan, what my sister-in-law mentioned earlier is true. You must not concern yourself with domestic matters while in the military. She intends to find you a suitable young lady and also assist you in securing a decent residence to prevent you from falling prey to unscrupulous individuals. Should you find yourself short of funds, do not fret. I can lend you some for the time being, and you may repay me gradually. This single statement from Kai Cheng made Zhou Yuan's visit worthwhile, while he certainly valued Zhou Yuan's potential. There was also a genuine brotherly bond at play. After exchanging a few words, Zhou Yuan politely declined the matchmaking affair, expressing his aspiration to become a martial artist and participate in the imperial examination for spiritual awakening. Indeed, with your talent for martial arts and your youthful vigor, it is only fitting that you accumulate merit by attempting the spiritual awakening examination. Otherwise, you may regret it for a lifetime. I possess a martial skill known as the 3 talents posture, which originates from the treasure chest of the secret realm. Take it and see if you can glean any insights from it. As Kai Cheng spoke, he rose, and soon returned with a copy of the martial skill manuscript. Brother Yuan, do not underestimate the unassuming name of this 3 talents posture. It is an excellent method for strengthening the body. Our Jing'an troops practice the strengthening aspect of this technique, given your unique circumstances. Having entered the Divine Arm Corps without undergoing the strengthening training, this is an opportune moment to borrow the original version and fill the gap in your training. However, I must caution you. The initial stages are solid, but the latter parts may be somewhat nebulous. Focus on mastering the strengthening method and do not be misled by the esoteric elements that follow. Thank you, Brother Kai, for this invaluable manuscript. I am profoundly grateful. Kai Cheng presented Zhou Yuan with the authentic original of the 3 talents posture, complete with detailed explanations. Zhou Yuan could not openly access his attributes in front of him, so he patiently perused the manuscript. Indeed, the items produced from a level 3 dungeon and a level 5 boss were far more reliable than the Great Bear posture. This martial skill is categorized into 3 aspects: heaven, earth and humanity, each directing towards invoking spirit, sensing energy, and fortifying the body. It is far more concrete than the vague principles of the Great Bear posture, lacking the instant effects of energy cultivation or spirit awakening. Instead belonging to the category of guiding and sensing techniques, the purpose of the entire martial skill is not merely to practice but to invoke, using essence as the foundation, energy as the source, and spirit as the guide, ultimately uniting the 3 talents to form the 3 talents seal. The data description also indicates that the 3 talents seal simultaneously mobilizes the 3 attributes of essence, energy, and spirit to unleash a special attack. Brother Kai, have you successfully cultivated the 3 talents seal? That was merely a pretentious excuse. Who among us can truly master such a technique? Chapter 30, Unusual Occurrences in the Manner. The fact that Kai Cheng could not master something does not imply that Zhou Yuan cannot. The three talents posture, as a martial skill manuscript, is something an ordinary individual might achieve a modest accomplishment of 30 to 50%, those with talent might reach 70 to 80%. However, attaining complete mastery, condensing essence, energy, and spirit to form the three talents seal is not something achievable solely through talent or years of practice. This endeavor requires enlightenment. Those who can grasp the nuances of sensing energy and invoking spirit will naturally succeed. Those who cannot will toil fruitlessly for a lifetime. However, these requirements pertain to standard practitioners. Zhou Yuan faces no such limitations. As the evening banquet commenced, Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng engaged in a hearty bout of drinking. With Kai Cheng's personal guards generously assisting him in consuming strong liquor, yet, with his maxed-out food supplement skill, it was nearly impossible to intoxicate Zhou Yuan. Ultimately, amidst cheers of "great drinker and brave man," the banquet concluded. Kai's wife had already arranged for the servants to carry the inebriated men to their chambers for rest. Only Zhou Yuan remained sober, guided by a servant back to his guest room. Upon reaching the room, he felt no need for concealment. He directly integrated the three talents posture into his attributes and clicked to use and learn it. The experience required for the three talents posture was 5 times that of the Great Bear posture. With the first level demanding 50 experience points, however, this posed no challenge, as Zhou Yuan had accumulated a substantial amount of experience from his recent exploits in dungeons, sufficient to upgrade the three talents posture. With continuous investment of experience, the three talents posture quickly reached its maximum level. However, as the core of the three talents posture revolves around fortifying the body, sensing energy, and invoking spirit, rather than the energy cultivation and spirit awakening of the Great Bear posture, it did not bestow Zhou Yuan with new energy or spirit attributes. Merely enhancing his essence slightly, this does not imply that the three talents posture is inferior to the Great Bear posture. The differences arise solely from their distinct training objectives. The fully upgraded three talents posture bestowed upon Zhou Yuan a passive skill of sensing energy and invoking spirit and an active skill, three talent seal, upon maxing out the skill. He glanced at his attribute panel once more. Health, 100, essence, 4, energy, 2, spirit, 2. Excellent, my condition is optimal. Let me test the power of the three talents seal, considering this is someone else's home. It would be inappropriate to create excessive noise. On his way to the restroom, Zhou Yuan sought out a flowerbed for testing. He bent down to find a suitably large patch of flat ground. Then extended his palm upward, pressing his thumb against his little finger to form the three talents seal. In the next moment, the essence of vitality converged, and his palm became engorged in crimson. As if a torrent of energy had coalesced instantaneously within the realm of his soul's vision, a colorless world suddenly shimmered with brilliance, and a hand enveloped in the triad of red, blue, and yellow light stood firm on his seal. The efficacy of the three talents seal exceeded Zhou Yuan's expectations. It was not merely a manageable martial skill but rather an explosive manifestation of concentrated energy. In this state, the three talents seal could not remain in place for long. The swifter it was executed, the better its effects, and the lesser the self-inflicted damage. Furthermore, this skill did not permit a gentle release. The moment it was unleashed, it was a full-force explosion. Given this, Zhou Yuan merely sensed the state of the seal before casting it upon the land of Yin Tide. With a resounding boom, the ground of Yin Tide was struck, creating a small crater as the surrounding earth exploded outward, sending vibrations radiating away and stirring up a cloud of dust and debris. The soil around the pit was overturned, while the center remained remarkably compact, clearly indicating that a heavy object had violently compressed the structure. Zhou Yuan beheld the basin-sized crater before him and the swollen, bruised palm, acutely aware of the sheer brutality of the three talents seal. This violence did not solely target the intended victim but also inflicted harm upon the user. Yet, despite this, the act of casting the seal was extraordinarily exhilarating. Just as described in the three talents posture, it was a technique of self-protection and enlightenment. Once the three talents seal was executed, it indeed allowed for a more intuitive perception of the obscure energy and the ethereal essence within the universe. It could be considered a skill that harnessed chaos to attempt to manipulate both energy and spirit. Zhou Yuan glanced at his health bar, now diminished to 95, picked up a hoe from the flowerbed to tend to the marks he had made, and then returned to his guest room. After consuming a healing rice ball from his inventory, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, not only was his health fully restored, but the negative status afflicting his arm had also completely dissipated, leaving no trace of damage. Just as he was preparing to take his leave after breakfast, he spotted an elderly woman trimming flowers in the garden where he had tested his skills the day before. Although her demeanor was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, the identity information displayed above her health bar revealed everything. level 8 painted skin old woman. Who could this elderly lady be? Does Brother Kai have such an aged servant in his household? Young master must not be rude. That is the matriarch of the household, a devout believer in Buddhism who lives modestly and never wears fine garments unless on significant occasions. What does the old lady enjoy cultivating? The elder is concerned she may tire herself, so he has replaced her with easier to care for flowers for her leisure. So it is indeed the matriarch of the household. I have been quite remiss. I, a mere martial man, judged by appearances and hastily concluded without noticing her simple attire and lack of attendance, which is indeed a fault. I shall not disturb the old lady's tranquility. Instead, I will go and offer my apologies to Brother Kai. The household servant, not dwelling on the matter, directly led Zhou Yuan to the main hall to take a seat. Come eat while it's hot. Do not wait for those lazy fellows. After yesterday's feast, they will likely take half a day to rise. Kai Cheng appeared quite pleased, and Zhou Yuan understood the distinctions of intimacy, should any issues arise concerning the household matriarch. Speaking out would yield no gratitude but rather sever ties, thus he refrained from hastily voicing his discovered concerns. This painted skin demon, hidden within the military Sima residence, would undoubtedly not act recklessly, otherwise Kai Cheng's family would have long since perished. Brother Kai, upon my arrival, I encountered the household matriarch. We should wait for her to take her seat before we dine. No need. Mother consistently practices vegetarianism and recites Buddhist scriptures, so she does not partake in meat. Our meal is not suitable for her. I see. I observed the old lady in simple attire, accompanied by no attendants, and mistakenly thought she was a subordinate of the household. Please forgive my oversight. Brother Cai.do not blame yourself. Who could discern that our matriarch is the true master of the household? Since father passed away, her temperament has changed drastically. Sometimes she goes 10 days without uttering a word. However, she has improved considerably after years of tending to flowers and plants, yet she remains steadfast in her refusal to accumulate worldly wealth, devoting herself to prayers and incense for my father and me. Seeking blessings and atonement, claiming that we have committed too many atrocities and seldom attain good fortune. Zhou Yuan was unaware that, while he conversed with Kai Cheng, the painted skin old woman had also summoned the guiding servant. Was that person just now a friend of Cheng Er? What did he say to you, old lady? That individual is Zhou Yuan from Jing'an, a close comrade of the eldest son. He mistook your simple attire for that of a household subordinate and has gone to apologize to the eldest son. Apologies should be directed to me, not to Cheng Er. He appears to be one who only recognizes official robes. Such a hypocritical figure, steeped in the sins of slaughter, is better left unacknowledged. Chapter 31. The notion of malevolence. The painted skin old woman was adept at disguise. Having established a new persona for herself, she had long practiced vegetarianism and abhorred acts of violence, leading the household to regard her as a devout Buddhist layperson, yet none suspected that this seemingly peaceful practitioner was, in fact, a covert operative lurking within the military's Sima residence. The painted skin demons, having gained sentience, vary in cleverness and clumsiness. However, they were acutely aware of who posed a true threat to them in Jing'an City. Or rather, who could eradicate the malevolence plaguing the populace. Such a determination could easily pinpoint the martial officer along with his renowned subordinates, the Divine Armed Xian Armor Soldiers. Thus, monitoring the movements of the martial officer and the Divine Armed Xian Armor Soldiers became crucial. In this context, the painted skins identified a nearly perfect target in Kai Cheng. Kai Cheng was a trusted confidant of the Jing'an officer and held absolute authority over the supply of spiritual materials. In addition to being a direct superior to the Divine Armed Xian Armor Soldiers, in the absence of substituting the officer's family, replacing Kai Cheng's family became the optimal choice. The rationale for targeting the matriarch rather than Kai Cheng's wife lay in the advantage of her seniority. The painted skin old woman, under the guise of a mother, could traverse freely without arousing suspicion while eavesdropping on valuable information. During the banquet the previous night, she had returned to the reception hall. Loosening the soil of the bougainvillea in the corner while listening to the conversations within. A group of boisterous martial men, in high spirits from drinking, would say anything, revealing that a new sharpshooter had joined the Jing'an military. Garnering Kai Cheng's attention, originally, this posed no issue, as long as it was not a significant matter such as the martial officer entering the city. The painted skins in the city need not remain vigilant. However, the painted skin selected for infiltration within the military's Sima residence was an exceptionally patient individual. This patience, combined with the guise of an elderly woman, had allowed her to extract numerous valuable pieces of intelligence. This occasion was no different. Although Zhou Yuan and Kai Cheng had already dispersed to their rooms to sober up and rest, she had not given up. She leisurely tended to her nearby potted plants and picked up a small gardening hoe.
Preparing to enter the courtyard where the guest rooms were located to tidy the flowers and eavesdrop on drunken ramblings. At that moment, the patient spy beheld an unusual guest. The darkness did not obscure her vision. She saw a young guest crouched on the ground, forming a seal with one hand. That palm, appearing both resilient and taut, suddenly turned a deep crimson, emanating an aura of blood-red flames in the eyes of the painted skin. With a resounding roar, a heavy and thunderous sound erupted, nearly shattering the resolve of the painted skin old woman. She withdrew her prying gaze, her body collapsing like a heap of mud upon the ground. Curled tightly in the corner, engulfed by profound fear, the imperial court of the Great Way had aptly summarized the nature of demons. Once they gained sentience, they sought pleasure, relished fine things, and equally feared death. Painted skins do not fear ordinary weapons. Such implements merely pierce their skin, unable to extinguish their spirit or take their life. However, the Three Talents seal was entirely different. This skill was a confluence of essence, energy, and spirit, a unique attack derived from the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. This attack could not only pierce through the painted skin's exterior but also annihilate it and disperse its shadowy essence. Consequently, she was frightened. She feared that Zhou Yuan was a martial artist sent by the Jing'an officer to investigate the military's Sima residence, and feared that Zhou Yuan would uncover her abnormalities and decisively strike her with a seal. Previously, her disguised identity had provided her with a protective charm. Kai Chang would undoubtedly safeguard her, but now that was of no use. She could hardly withstand the impact of that seal, let alone rely on Kai Chang for protection. His official rank was not as high as Kai Chang's, and she could compel Kai Chang to drive him away. From then on, the military's Sima residence could never allow him to enter again. Once the painted skin old woman regained her composure, she dusted off the dirt from her attire and hastily made her way to her chamber. The night was too perilous, with malevolent spirits lurking. She would wait for dawn to venture outside. Those demons with sentience possessed desires, fears, and, naturally, anger. Upon returning to her room, the painted skin old woman became increasingly incensed, enraged by her own fear and the sudden appearance of malevolence within her safe abode. Thus, early the next morning, she set out to tend to the flowers in the guest courtyard, preparing to concoct an excuse to expel Zhou Yuan. Her objective was clear. The moment she engaged with Zhou Yuan, her persona of a Buddhist devotee who despised violence would come into play. Having found her pretext, the painted skin old woman could hardly contain her impatience. "You may summon Cheng Er. I have matters to discuss with him." The household matriarch's command left the servant with no room for disobedience, and Kai Chang, being a filial son, would hardly ignore his mother. Before long, Kai Chang arrived at the guest courtyard garden, guided by the servant. "Mother, you called for me. Is there something amiss with the flowers and plants? Plants and trees possess their own lives. How can they simply be replaced? Mother, I practice vegetarianism and recite scriptures not for myself, but for you and your father. You have shed much blood, bearing a heavy burden of sins. Without the scriptures to absolve you, you shall be haunted by vengeful spirits. Thank you, Mother, for your blessings. I am deeply grateful." Kai Chang was puzzled as to why his mother suddenly broached such topics today, yet he complied to please the old lady, expressing his gratitude. "My dear, our family's Buddhist statue has been consecrated, and the spirit of the Buddha resides within. Your inability to perceive the maternal presence is not entirely your fault, yet you must not allow the ominous aura of bloodshed to tarnish the sanctity of our home's protective light. It is a grave injustice, for the bloodshed that stains my being is a consequence of my duties. I have never engaged in indiscriminate killing and have often shown care towards my comrades, harboring no grudges that could jeopardize my mother's blessings and prayers. Following my father's demise, I am burdened with a sense of guilt towards my mother and family due to my military obligations, which compels me to be considerate of their feelings. You are my son. How could I possibly resent you?" My words are directed at that Zhou Yuan of Jing'an. His hands are drenched in blood, yet he remains a fierce and ruthless individual. Together, the malevolent energy he exudes threatens to disrupt our home's protective light, bringing calamity rather than fortune upon us. Mother, I understand that Zhou Yuan is your comrade, making it difficult for you to sever ties with him. I do not wish to impose, but if he could simply keep his distance, it would suffice. Should he desire to maintain a connection, he may do so elsewhere, indulging in merriment at taverns or restaurants, as long as he refrains from entering our home. Otherwise, if he disrupts our sacred rituals, I fear for your well-being." Such a statement, though unfounded and steeped in the uncertainties of fortune and misfortune, nonetheless carries weight. The guise of the old woman is effective. Her unique identity means that out of filial piety, I must acquiesce to my mother's wishes and extend hospitality to friends. After all, in the barracks, camaraderie is ever present, yet upon returning home, I must first prioritize my mother's preferences. Please, Mother, refrain from speaking of life and death.
I shall escort Zhou Yuan away now. Should we meet again, I will arrange for him to stay in a separate residence, and I shall certainly not bring him back home. Madame, why, dear child, your assurance brings me peace. Upon returning to the main hall, Kai Cheng sat awkwardly for a moment until Zhou Yuan inquired, prompting him to reluctantly share the circumstances of his household. Now I see it, Kai brother, there is no need for discomfort, we are comrades. And trivial family matters should not create distance between us. I had intended to explore the bustling streets of Jing'an City, so please do not see me off. Instead, cherish your time with your family. My good brother, should you encounter misfortune, simply invoke my name, and Kai Cheng shall be at your service. After leaving the military governor's residence, Zhou Yuan sought refuge in a tea house. As he sipped his tea, he reflected on his experiences at the military governor's estate, swiftly unraveling the events that had transpired. Kai Cheng had no reason to deceive him, nor to fabricate tales about his mother. The city harbors many disguised figures, yet none exhibited any intent to drive him away. It must have been during his skill experimentation the previous night that the old woman sensed something amiss. The Triad seal, gathering essence and spirit, was formidable indeed. Perhaps she detected a threat and concocted a tale of fortune and misfortune to insist on his departure. Were the matriarch of the estate a normal individual, Zhou Yuan would not have thought twice. Yet being a spirit of disguise, her presence concealed within the military governor's estate was hardly out of affection for Kai Cheng. Zhou Yuan could not afford to overlook this. Kai Cheng indeed held considerable value, both within the military and in the city of Jing'an, making him a significant figure. Even the disguised figures had their eyes on him, going so far as to masquerade as his kin to surveil his life. As Zhou Yuan pondered how to navigate this situation, whether to feign ignorance or discreetly provide clues, he turned to pour himself more tea, only to see 4 7th-level disguised ruffians enter the tea house. Brother, you occupy our seats, surely you owe us an explanation. The old woman served as a vital informant for the disguised ones, with various professions lurking in the streets, waiting for her to relay information. No sooner had Zhou Yuan departed the military governor's estate than the old woman transmitted her findings to a disguised merchant. Thus, the 4 ruffians trailed into the tea house, eager to test Zhou Yuan's strength. Should he prove weak, they would swiftly eliminate him. If he was indeed powerful, they could adjust their approach and keep him under surveillance. However, the ruffians were taken aback when Zhou Yuan, without waiting for their taunts to conclude, simply descended the stairs and exited. Hey, don't run, you must give us an explanation today. In a bustling area where humans seemed to reign, providing a facade of safety from danger, the reality was quite the contrary. Zhou Yuan knew instinctively that the ruffians would not hesitate to kill. If need be, they could easily face capture by the enforcers of the disguised. Even if imprisoned, there were likely other disguised figures within to aid them. They were not to be trifled with, and the authorities in Jing'an could not contain them. Those who believed that the throngs of people would deter the ruffians were sorely mistaken. Should the ruffians show their weapons, the crowd would scatter in fear. Thus Zhou Yuan paid them no mind, swiftly exiting and merging into the throng. He over there, don't let him escape. Black Tiger Gang, clear the area. The 4 ruffians pursued him closely, while a disguised courtesan casually pointed the way from behind the railing. The pedestrians hurriedly evaded, while the girls from the flower houses urged the courtesan not to meddle. At this moment, the city seemed divided into 2 factions, the oblivious, self-contented humans, and the cunning, malevolent disguised figures. Zhou Yuan glanced at his inventory: 112 healing potions, 35 essence recovery pills, and 237 rice balls. In terms of weaponry, he possessed over 60 swords, spears, and shields, 20 sets of leather armor, and 13 bows and arrows, all looted from dungeons. Have you mistaken your own identities? I am the boss here. With an ample supply of restorative potions, several max-level skills, and the high-impact Triad seal, Zhou Yuan was indeed more formidable than the 5th-level bandit chief of the dungeon, boasting higher damage and a greater health pool, with skills that overshadowed those of his foes. The 4 7th-level ruffians were no match for him. Those above level 10 were uncertain, but with the support of his healing items, he could certainly hold his ground. You were so confident in your speed, why not now? The 4 7th-level ruffians found themselves cornered in an alley as Zhou Yuan brandished a knife, seemingly intent on dispatching them. How rude of you to draw a blade. Take care with my attire, should it be ruined, I will have your skin as a patch. Do you know who I am? Huh, do you think we care? This is but a small Jing'an. You truly believe we fear you? Come and meet your demise. Let me see if your skin is as tough as you claim. Zhou Yuan had intended to extract information, but the ruffians offered no opportunity. Drawing daggers and skinning knives, they closed in. It appeared there would be no negotiation. Very well, I shall endeavor to spare at least one for questioning. Zhou Yuan's words elicited laughter from the 4 ruffians.
Has he been dulled by life in the barracks? A mere unarmored man alone and without allies will fall to our blades. What audacity! Clearly, the disguised figures had not informed them of Zhou Yuan's martial prowess, only instructing them to eliminate him. As the four ruffians closed in, Zhou Yuan consumed a potion to replenish his energy. He then executed a sweeping strike from the eighth form of Breaking Edge with his right hand, while his left hand formed the Triad Seal to strike at a ruffian's head. With 4 points of essence, Zhou Yuan's blade struck with fierce intensity, knocking 2 ruffians to the ground. They were not as formidable as 7th level foes. Their attack methods were akin to those of bandit knife wielders from dungeons. It seemed that their disguise not only served as a fade but also constrained their power. No, the battle ignited in an instant, and the enemy faltered just as quickly. Utilizing the energy restoration potion activated a surge of offensive power, fully unleashing the core of the Triad Seal, which drew strength from essence and spirit. In that moment of activation, Zhou Yuan's left palm glowed crimson, igniting a visible flame of blood energy. Bang! The blood-imbued Triad Seal struck one 7th level ruffian with tremendous force. In the next instant, the ruffian exploded like a balloon, fragments of skin scattering everywhere. A dark shadow emerged from the remnants, its health bar diminished by more than half, howling as it fled into the shadows of a corner. Indeed, the skills supported by the energy bar proved formidable. The blood flames unleashed by the Triad Seal burned relentlessly at the fleeing specter's ethereal form. It hurts. Give me my skin back. I demand a piece of skin. All this transpired in the blink of an eye during their confrontation. The four ruffians, once brimming with confidence, were utterly unprepared for the injury of one of their own, who might even perish from the wounds. You are a martial artist. I am not. Do not speak such nonsense. You know too much already, Zhou Yuan interjected, having shattered the disguise and revealed the hidden specter, yet somehow it was twisted to suggest that they knew too much. Bang! Another ruffian met a similar fate. The wails of the spirit and the consuming blood flames instilling terror in the remaining two. Stay back, help, he is killing us. Chapter 33, Inhuman yet human. The ruffians, despite their fierce exterior, were frail in spirit. Though they bore respectable levels, their resolve paled in comparison to the armored soldiers of Jing'an. This was not due to inferior combat ability, but rather because from the moment they gained sentience, they existed as predators. Having witnessed the cries and pleas of humans and unleashed their own brutality, they had yet to experience the true essence of a life-and-death struggle. Intelligence conferred upon them the capacity for thought, yet it could not bestow upon them the courage of the fearless. In their mindless state, they fought without hesitation. Upon gaining awareness, they transformed, developing consciousness and, consequently, fear. Thus, when they witnessed the explosive demise of their comrade, terror gripped them, and they instinctively cried out for help. Like humans, run swiftly, seek out the constables to apprehend this fiend. The painted skin rascals have disguised themselves as humans for far too long. Or rather, since they gained sentience, they have lived like humans, their conduct inevitably influenced by those around them. In this moment, they yearn to escape the desolate alley and cry for help on the streets, hoping to deter Zhou Yuan from committing his heinous acts in plain view. Yet they are mistaken. When confronted with brutality, people scatter in fear, unwilling to defend a stranger's cause. Moreover, Zhou Yuan possesses exceptional speed, far surpassing that of these painted skin knaves. A bang, the ball exploded, and the spirits wailed, the soul-devouring flames once more attaching themselves to a being, crackling as if they had encountered grease. Help, murder. The last remaining level 7 painted skin rascal had barely fled the alley when a powerful hand yanked it back. It wept profusely, exerting all its strength to cling to the brick corner of the wall, crying out for aid from a passing merchant, yet the assailant in the alley showed no mercy. Brutally breaking its fingers, from which oozed a mist as dark as blood, the villain strikes again, and the constables are on their way. Bang! With a thunderous noise, a robust young man leaned out from the alley. Truly, how many coincidences could exist in this world? The blustering old man was merely a level 6 painted skin merchant. Old man, selling dates. Let me have a taste. If they're sweet, I shall buy some. You, I shall not do business with you. If you wish to eat, take them all, but spare my life. What nonsense are you spouting, you old fool? I am a man of integrity. How could I harm your life? Are your old eyes deceiving you, mistaking me for a villain? Come take a look. Is there anyone in this alley? I merely came here for a convenience. I cannot have my reputation sullied by you. Zhou Yuan seized the painted skin merchant and dragged him into the alley, causing the merchant to tremble in terror, repeatedly pleading for mercy. My lord, spare my life. I saw nothing. I have children to care for. I cannot die in vain. Speak further nonsense, and my wrath shall be kindled. Look, this alley is spotless. Where is the villain? For spirits hiding in the shadows wailed in despair, the soul-devouring flames scorching their ethereal forms. Save me, brother.
please, I am in pain." Under Zhou Yuan's oppressive presence, the painted skin merchant dared not glance at the spirits, merely casting a cursory look down the alley, hastily nodding in agreement. "Yes, my lord, I must have been hallucinating. There is nothing in this alley. You are certainly not a villain. Have you seen clearly? Is it clear to you that in this bright daylight, the old man would never mistake you? It is clear. In broad daylight, I would never err. Very well, you may leave. Do not wander into this alley haphazardly again. Should you encounter true villains, it would be quite dire. Indeed. Thank you for your guidance, my lord." The painted skin merchant, trembling on unsteady legs, stumbled out of the alley. The wails of the spirits abruptly diminished, and with a few more steps, fell utterly silent. "Damn it, what business do you have provoking this fiend? If a singer, vendor, or jester were to engage in a true battle, they could not possibly contend with a martial warrior. Thankfully, that warrior cannot see through our disguise. Otherwise, I would be finished today." The painted skin merchant dared not linger, gritting his teeth to hasten his escape from the alley, only daring to steal a glance at the corner. That glance revealed the sinister smile of the fiend within the alley, nearly causing his soul to flee. "What is there to fear? I am no malevolent spirit." Zhou Yuan refrained from killing the painted skin merchant, not wishing to compel the painted skins to unite against him. The ability to slay painted skins and the ability to see through their disguises are entirely distinct matters. The former merely demonstrates strength. The painted skins can simply avoid him. However, the latter leaves no room for retreat. The painted skins, under any circumstances, must eliminate the entity that uncovers their guise, otherwise their survival within the city would be jeopardized. Thus, upon spotting the painted skin merchant, Zhou Yuan assumed a demeanor of explanation, allowing the painted skins to retain their sense of security in their disguise. Our roles seem to be reversing. 4 painted skin rascals and 1 painted skin merchant revealed to Zhou Yuan just how anthropomorphized they had become. This is promising news. The more human-like they become, the greater their fear, and the more disbanded their collective combat power. Had they been of lesser intellect, they might have rushed at him in a frenzied charge, compelling Zhou Yuan to retreat to the military fortress for safety. But now that is unnecessary. The painted skins have learned all that humans know, including the nuances of thought and the tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong. It has been quite some time, yet no reinforcements have arrived. It seems the painted skins are not a military faction like the Jing'an army, but rather a loosely organized gang. Zhou Yuan exited the dark alley and climbed onto the roof of a nearby courtyard. Lying there and waiting for approximately half an hour, yet saw no painted skins entering the alley in formation. Had soldiers of the Jing'an army been slain, nearby patrols and the armory would undoubtedly spring into action, sealing the area. The painted skins have evidently only adopted the lifestyle of the residents of Jing'an City, failing to learn the militaristic readiness of a war machine. After a while, realizing he could not probe the painted skins' collective response, Zhou Yuan opened his attribute panel to assess his gains. The 4 painted skin rascals had provided him with 280 experience points, averaging 70 points each. In addition, he acquired 1 special item from a painted skin rascal, 2 units of shadow essence, and 4 skinning knives. Item: painted skin rascal. Use: the painted skin's facade is difficult to depict. Upon use, one transforms into a painted skin rascal but cannot alter height or weight. Note: sustaining heavy damage or cutting injuries may harm the painted skin, which can be repaired with shadow essence. Item: shadow essence. Description: a spirit enters the skin, condensing into liquid resembling blood and flesh, filling the skin pouch. Use: quickly restores a small amount of true energy, stacking the shadow cold status, alleviating faintness while causing continuous blood loss and mitigating negative states of temptation. The effects of the painted skin items are somewhat unique, and the shadow essence proves quite effective. However, shadow essence is merely an item, not a potion. One must be prepared for the shadow cold to enter the body. A normal person might not even have time to circulate their energy before succumbing to serious illness, and 2 doses could very well prove fatal. This substance is akin to a poison, trading blood for energy, far inferior to the jade true powder produced in military camp dungeons. Just because it is not particularly useful does not negate its value. These painted skins possess worth. As long as they hold value, warriors, noble clans, and the court will likely take the initiative to exorcise evil. Chapter 34. Transforming emotion into puppet. In the evening, Zhou Yuan made his way to an inn near Yaofeng. This location is in close proximity to the military commander's residence, allowing him to seek refuge there in the event of a sudden attack. Kai Cheng's card remains quite effective, connecting the common soldiers of the Divine Armored Battalion below with the Jing'an constables above. Such status, should he fall victim to an attack, would certainly draw the attention of the Jing'an army if any demons were to intrude upon his residence, under the influence of bloodshed and the bonds of brotherhood. Even a high-ranking Jing'an constable must intervene to protect his confidants. I have wandered throughout the city for half a day, and the painted skins remain unmoved. Have they truly given up? While Zhou Yuan contemplated the painted skins' attitude, they were conversing about him within Jing'an City. At this moment, in Chunrongfang to the east of Jing'an City, within the estate of the county governor's aide, Luoying, a literary gathering was taking place.
However, the few cultured gentlemen present were not discussing the beauty of prose but rather the newly appointed Jing'an governor Luo Jun. Can we ascertain Zhou Yuan's identity? Is he affiliated with the Jing'an constables or the court?
It has been established that Zhou Yuan hails from Qiaoxi village in Shangle County and began military service in the 13th year of Hongye. In June, the county records indicate that this individual engaged in bear wrestling and entered the camp as a sharpshooter, subsequently serving in both the Wuwei and Xisheng battalions before joining the Divine Armored Battalion to showcase his prowess in battle. In just a month, he was promoted from a squad leader in Xisheng to the position of captain in the Divine Armored Battalion. Later appointed as the Jing'an constable, receiving a gold seal, the painted skin scholars present, having mingled within the county office for an extended period, had long since mastered the art of analyzing government orders and interpreting information. Yet even so, Zhou Yuan's rapid ascent left them in awe. This fellow has remained inconspicuous in the countryside. How did he gain the ability to exorcise demons and monsters as soon as he embarked on his military career? And his promotions are exceedingly rapid. If left unchecked, who knows who will command the troops in a few years. However, rather than suppressing him, the Jing'an constable actively promoted him, a move that genuinely perplexed the painted skins. Luo Jun. Zhou Yuan's abilities are surely not those of a mere country bumpkin. He must be a court spy, assuming a facade of innocence. Indeed, from his promotion trajectory, it aligns perfectly with the identity of a spy. Furthermore, martial artists rely on spiritual items for vitality, and his entry into the military allows for a stable supply of spiritual sustenance. While we do not know why the court has dispatched a martial artist spy, it is fortunate that we have verified his identity. This is a positive development. Going forward, as long as we enhance our surveillance of him, our plans will remain intact. The few painted skin scholars analyzed and attributed all inconsistencies to the Wei dynasty. It is not surprising that they misjudged, as Zhou Yuan's background was exceedingly clean, akin to a blank slate entering Jing'an City from rural origins. Of course, such rural youths do exist, but they would not ascend so swiftly. Nor would they wield the power to command spirits and subdue demons. Luo Jun, do you think it possible that his father sent a secret letter to the court, prompting them to dispatch a spy to investigate in Jing'an City? Absolutely not. His father is surrounded by our people and is accompanied by his mother, leaving him no opportunity to relay any messages. Moreover, if the court truly received a secret letter, it should not be Zhou Yuan entering the city but rather the Jing'an constable and his elite soldiers. I see, I had misjudged. With the formidable authority of the Wei dynasty's edicts, it would be a mere trifling for the Jing'an prefect to command the Jing'an cavalry and the local warriors to march forth and vanquish the demons. There is no need for us to engage in any clandestine espionage games. Though the skin-changing scholars hold no high office, they are adept as the enforcers of local governance, well acquainted with the martial ethos that pervades the Wei realm. Thud thud thud. Luoying, the assistant to the county magistrate, furrowed his brow, struck the table several times, and resolved to take decisive action. I propose to send Munning to engage with Zhou Yuan, ideally to facilitate a romantic entanglement. Binding him with emotions, only then can we firmly control that fierce youth and prevent him from causing chaos. How shall we accomplish this? Munning, with her motherly grace, is exquisite and ethereal, as if fashioned by the heavens themselves. Such beauty ought to be wed to the scions of the city's noble families, not squandered on a mere spying. Matters must be prioritized. Zhou Yuan wields a sharp blade capable of tearing through our defenses. Thus we must first stabilize him before contemplating future developments. Luoying pronounced his verdict, and the other skin-changing scholars fell silent, recognizing that marriage alliances are merely a matter of advantage, applicable to anyone. With the principal matter settled, the skin-changing scholars ceased their serious discourse, summoning a bevy of maidens to dance and indulge in pleasures of the senses. In the interim, Luoying departed to a secluded courtyard within the estate. Mother, I wish to use Munning to ensnare that infatuated youth, transforming him from photo puppet. A lovely woman attentively tended to the young man in the sickbed, her demeanor reminiscent of a gentle maiden caring for her beloved. Yet the youth showed no gratitude, oscillating between fits of weeping and bouts of laughter. Status and rank weigh little. The essence of greed corrupts the human heart. Let the malevolent spirit strip me bare, and I shall become a demon to devour you, swallowing all evils. De Lang is once again speaking nonsense. Luoying should fetch a bowl of calming soup from the kitchen to spare your father further distress."
Understood. After receiving the command, Luoying exited, the echoes of roaring and mad utterances trailing behind. Such sounds vexed him greatly, akin to encountering a rabid dog he could not put down, and alas, what a worthless creature! "Unworthy of being our father, were it not for that skin, I would have shed you long ago, so that you might understand that while there are indeed phantoms in this world, one cannot simply act as one wishes." Zhou Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that the skin changers were preparing to stage a performance for him, intending to ensnare this hot-blooded youth in the throes of love, weaving a rope of affection to transform him into a hound of the ring. A puppet of love. Thankfully, he could perceive the health bars and the identities of the monsters. No matter how flawless the disguise, it could not obscure his mind. Bang, bang. Jing'an Prefect, I have procured the Taoist and Buddhist scriptures you requested. At a total cost of 320 coins, would you prefer to settle the account directly, or shall we proceed to the military commander's estate for reconciliation? There's no rush. Who would carry over 100 coins while out and about? Allow me to provide you with a receipt, and you may send someone to collect it from the Barak.to ensure your trip is not in vain. I shall include an additional 100 coins for your travel expenses. The authority of official status is indeed advantageous. Once Zhou Yuan's funds were exhausted, he could use an official seal to validate a receipt. During the day, he entrusted the innkeeper with purchasing scriptures related to Buddhism and Taoism. And mere hours later, they were delivered. The Jing'an Prefect was magnanimous. "Take your time, I shall attend to the other guests." After the innkeeper departed, Zhou Yuan perused the Buddhist and Taoist texts, hoping to uncover some skills of utility. It soon became evident that these texts were not mere fabrications. Beyond various philosophies, they contained practical knowledge as well. From a volume titled The Sutra of Longevity of Pine and Crane, he discovered a set of breathing techniques. And from another, The Sutra of the Great Golden Radiance King, he unearthed a series of demon-binding incantations. Although other scriptures also documented spells, they primarily focused on methods of application rather than cultivation, rendering them unlikely to yield skills. Consequently, Zhou Yuan set aside those texts for the time being, selecting 2 relatively complete scriptures for skill conversion experiments: Pine and Crane breathing, Great King binding demons. Let me test whether the sacred spell can manifest. Chapter 35, The Play of Skin-Changing Scholars. The bustling Jing'an city stands in stark contrast to the seclusion of the military fortress. Here, a myriad of professions and crafts flourish. Had Zhou Yuan been inclined to invest more time, he may well have been able to acquire several skills. However, he prioritized the widely circulated Buddhist and Taoist classics and the well-structured medical texts, compared to the medical theories requiring extensive tutelage. The doctrinal texts of Buddhism and Taoism were far more accessible. Zhou Yuan spent nearly 320 coins to gain access to the profound teachings of the sacred spells. Unbeknownst to him, the 2 sects of Buddhism and Taoism had left a measure of genuine essence within these so-called fundamental texts, and he had no qualms about testing their merits. Interestingly, in addition to the Sutra of Longevity of Pine and Crane and the Sutra of the Great Golden Radiance King, Zhou Yuan stumbled upon a volume interpreting the cosmos, the classic of mountains and seas. The opening proverb reads, "In the primordial chaos, heaven and earth were born, the 4 seas and 8 desolations hold myriad phenomena, rare herbs and spiritual medicines spring forth, while demons and spirits conceal their traces from mankind." This verse, seemingly shrouded in mystique, indeed introduces several terrestrial phenomena. Those well-versed in worldly matters would recognize its significance, while the uninitiated might glean some hidden truths. The publication of such a work signifies the Wei dynasty's open stance towards the existence of mystical realms. At least among the literate populace, this is a manifestation of confidence, openly declaring rather than concealing, showcasing boldness. Upon acquiring the classic of mountains and seas, which details extraordinary geographical tales, Zhou Yuan found himself irresistibly drawn into late-night study. The following day, he was awoken not by the innkeeper or any ill-intentioned spirits, but by the military commander, Kai Cheng. "Kai, why have you come here? Do you wish to invite me for a drink?" "Ah, Zhou Yuan, you wily fox, as a guest, you expect me to treat you." After a brief exchange of banter, they seated themselves at the tea table, adopting a serious demeanor. Zhou Yuan understood that Kai Cheng had not come to the inn without purpose. This visit bore the weight of investigation. Had it not been a matter of great importance, Kai Cheng would not have acted so recklessly. "Brother, a calamity has befallen my wife's family. I intend to take my personal guards to investigate, and I hope you can assist with your sharpshooting skills. We are brothers in arms. There is no need for pleasantries. However, may I inquire as to the nature of the incident, so that I may ascertain the enemy's condition?"
Indeed, it is as you say. My wife hails from the esteemed Zhang family in the city, and she has a sister named Mening, who is exquisite and gentle. The child possesses both beauty and grace, and is well loved by family and friends. Last night, Mening suddenly suffered a seizure and fell unconscious, only to awaken at dawn. She later recounted to her family a dream in which she was tormented by vengeful spirits who feasted upon her flesh and skinned her alive, causing her unbearable agony as she pleaded for her parents' rescue. The Zhang family initially dismissed it as a mere nightmare, but to their shock, Mening fell into another faint, continuously moaning and crying out for her mother, lamenting her pain and pleading for her father's help. Which parent could bear witness to such a tragedy? My in-laws are nearly heartbroken, which is why I must go and see for myself. Kai Cheng earnestly requested his brother to accompany him. If a tangible demon were to appear, they would test their blades and arrows, but if it were an intangible spirit, he would return to the camp to formally request the prefect's intervention. Kai Cheng's words stirred a sense of coincidence within Zhou Yuan. It was too fortuitous. Just yesterday, he had dispatched 4 skin-changing rascals, and today, he encountered ghostly affairs at his friend's home. Moreover, Kai Cheng's wife's sister just so happened to be a beauty in need of rescue by this youthful military man. There is something intriguing here. Whether this scenario unfolds as a hero rescuing a damsel or a case of love at first sight, let us hope it is a calamity caused by man, not a deception of spirits. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan rose and followed Kai Cheng out. He felt no fear of an ambush by the skin changers. After all, it was merely a skin, no different than any other. Should they provoke him, he could directly employ the skin-changing rascals as a disguise, infiltrating their ranks to discern their schemes. Military Commander Kai Cheng, Jing and Prefect Zhou Yuan, accompanied by 10 elite soldiers, departed from the military commander's estate armed with swords, shields, leather armor, and bows, making their way to the Zhang residence in Chunrongfang, east of the city. As they prepared to leave, Kai Cheng's wife expressed her desire to accompany them to visit her sister, but was firmly declined by Kai Cheng. Furthermore, an elderly woman, said to be a pious practitioner of Buddhism, appeared, cautioning Kai Cheng to proceed with care and not to act recklessly. The sight of a skin-changing spirit advising an officer tasked with confronting ghostly threats was undeniably peculiar. Do not worry, mother, my brothers and I shall test our strength, and should we fail, I will duly report to the authorities. Zhou Yuan observed that upon hearing the phrase report to the authorities, the frail palm of the skin-changing matron trembled slightly. This was a sign of trepidation, yet why did she still draw Kai Cheng into this affair? The Zhang residence in Chunrongfang, east of Ding'an City, was even grander than Kai Cheng's military estate, with an abundance of servants surpassing those of Kai Cheng's household. However, such details were trivial. What truly mattered were the intermittent revelations of monster identities. Level 5 skin-changing maid, Level 6 skin-changing steward, Level 8 skin-changing young master. The master has arrived. Quickly lead the way, that he may ascertain whether demons are at play within the estate. The common folk could not distinguish between the divine armored soldiers and the martial warriors. While the steward of the Zhang residence might discern the difference, he still placed his hopes in Kai Cheng. Kai, come quickly and see Mening. You must save her. The urgency in Kai Cheng's father-in-law's voice was palpable, promising a generous reward for any assistance. Before they had even begun their task, crossing through a door, Zhou Yuan and the 10 elite soldiers were taken aback, though their astonishment stemmed from different causes. The 10 soldiers were mesmerized by Zhang Mening's beauty, her enchanting and sorrowful form evoking deep sympathy. Zhou Yuan, however, was struck by the sight of a named elite monster, Level 15 skin-changing Mening. Kai, can you discern anything? Before Zhang's elder could finish his words, 3 shadowy figures emerged from beneath the bed of skin-changing Mening, Level 5 wraiths. They flailed their hands, tugging at skin-changing Mening's body, eliciting a series of feeble moans from her. This skin is exquisite, do not attempt to take it from me. It is mine. Nonsense, I found it first. Step aside, do not damage my skin, otherwise, I shall end you both. The 3 wraiths engaged in a fierce struggle, creating a temporary illusion that the skin could not be stripped away. Kai Cheng, accompanied by 10 loyal guards, remained oblivious to the presence of the malevolent spirits, unable to perceive their ghostly murmurs. At this moment, all the hidden entities within the Zhang residence, including the feigning comatose figure of the painted skin woman Man Ning, awaited Zhou Yuan's decisive action. Hurry and act. You can see the malevolent spirit that was unmasked yesterday, can you not? Quickly dispatch those lingering specters. The beauty was tormented by evil spirits, who sought to strip her of her skin. This was beyond my endurance. How could he remain so indifferent? Is he even human? This was a court spy, resolute as iron, prepared to execute Plan B. After a brief exchange among the painted skins, the 8th level painted skin young master seemed to recall something. Rushing towards Kai Chang. Brother-in-law, do you not possess the divine essence bestowed by the captain? Quickly produce it. It may reveal something. Without further deliberation, Kai Cheng hastily removed a pendant from around his neck. It was a diminutive copper vessel, resembling a finger's length. He twisted open the spout and instilled 2 drops of the emerald liquid into his eyes. Indeed, there were malevolent beings at play. Zhou Yuan received the potion. Chapter 36. The truth revealed. Kai Chang, the military officer, remained remarkably composed upon discovering the spectral entities. He did not charge recklessly but instead summoned his comrades, after Zhou Yuan applied a drop of the divine essence to his eyes. He swiftly knocked his bow and released 3 arrows in rapid succession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Brother Kai, this bow cannot hold them. The painted skin steward, witnessing the execution of Plan B, hastily interjected. My lord, I have heard that the blood of the wicked can vanquish evil spirits. Upon hearing this, Kai Chang slashed his palm, coating his blade in blood, and struck with fervor. The malevolent spirits recoiled in fear, evading him as if encountering something dreadful, yet, despite their trepidation, they were unwilling to abandon their perfect disguise. Circling around Man Ning's bed, severely hindering Kai Cheng's efforts, such an assertion warrants my trial. Zhou Yuan sliced his arm, massaging his palm with the crimson liquid, rendering it a vivid red, before stealthily forming a seal. Lacking the blue essence, his palm did not exhibit the fiery effect of blood flames, and the formation of the seal was concealed beneath the blood. As Zhou Yuan approached, the 3 5th-level malevolent spirits continued their charade. Secretly taunting him, the 15th-level painted-skinned Man Ning, however, began to panic. Unlike the ignorant spirits, she was well aware of Zhou Yuan's prowess. She feared this warrior youth and, without hesitation, offered him a seal of her own. Do not fear, do not fear. The esteemed Zhou Yuan knows not my true nature. He should protect me and not harm me. This exquisite guise of mine is of exceptional quality, as long as he remains human. He cannot possibly resist my charming, delicate-formed brother. Assist me. Kai Cheng's fierce shout disrupted Man Ning's self-reassurance, presenting a genuine threat to the 3 5th-level spirits. The blood-stained crimson palm, though it appeared to wield a blade, was in truth forming a seal for a counterattack. Without the enhancement of the blue essence, the 3-talent seal lacked the soul-devouring flames, yet it remained formidable. The malevolent spirit struck by Zhou Yuan's seal had its vitality instantly reduced by 1/3. Issuing anguished cries, "Run, this fellow possesses true skill." The 3 spirits dared not linger around the bed any longer, nor provoke the formidable specter resting upon it. With a cry, they attempted to flee. The performance had reached its climax, and it was expected that the painted-skinned Man Ning would awaken, captivated by the young warrior, and develop feelings for him. However, Zhou Yuan was not one to indulge in romantic notions or follow conventional scripts. Do not leave, take another blow from me. At this moment, the ordinary inhabitants of the Zhang residence were deeply impressed by Zhou Yuan's courage, while the painted skins felt a sense of dread. Indeed, Zhou Yuan moved with remarkable speed, bursting forth from Man Ning's chamber in an instant. By the time Man Ning opened her eyes as anticipated, the only figures present were a group of robust soldiers, including Kai Cheng. Child, I thank your parents for their rescue. Good child, quickly lie down. Have the spirits departed? Your safety is our family's greatest blessing. Father, though the spirits have left, I fear they may return. This ordeal has shattered my heart and instilled terror within me. I hope for a valiant protector to guard my side. Although Zhou Yuan had vanished, the painted-skinned Man Ning had to continue her act. Upon uttering this phrase, even Kai Cheng felt a stirring in his heart, let alone the other loyal soldiers. Yet, what kind of figure was Master Zhang? Not only did he discern the underlying meaning in his daughter's words, but he also swiftly dismissed Kai Cheng and his guards. My child, I have come to a realization. No matter how good a family may be, security is paramount. That Zhou Yuan, who dares to confront vengeful spirits, is a truly valiant individual. I shall speak with him shortly, urging him to remain and protect us for a time. The hearts of the burly men shattered at this moment. How could such a delicate maiden, in the hands of the impetuous youth, fail to ignite some fervor? Kai Cheng also felt a tremor within. This could lead to trouble for that young man, who was truly fortunate. The painted skins in the courtyard were somewhat relieved that, despite a minor mishap in the first act of their performance, the overall direction remained intact. However, the other 3 5th-level malevolent spirits could not share in this relief. They were unable to regroup. After Zhou Yuan dashed out of the courtyard, he activated a vial of jade essence to restore his vitality, evading the gaze of several servants, and swiftly dispatched the 3 malevolent spirits. This ruthless demeanor instilled profound fear in the hidden painted skins among the servants. Master Zhou, my lord requests your presence in the main hall to discuss matters. The painted skin steward, suppressing his trepidation, approached to guide this fearsome individual to another courtyard. He did not endorse today's performance. While using the tale of vengeful spirits was a simple means to achieve success, it also posed certain risks. However, the plan had already been set in motion, leaving him with no choice but to comply and amend any flaws to prevent Zhou Yuan from discovering anything amiss. Steward, why does your household suffer from ghostly disturbances? Is there a reason behind this? If the root cause is not addressed, the vengeful spirits may not disperse. In response to Zhou Yuan's inquiry, the painted-skinned steward merely forced a smile, indicating that the servants should not discuss matters of the master's household. Master Zhou, this way please. Upon his return to the main hall, Zhou Yuan's gaze immediately fell upon the feigning weak figure of the 15th level painted skin Man Ning. Young Master Zhou, my daughter was nearly slain by vengeful spirits, but thanks to my son-in-law Kai Chang and you, she was saved. I ought to offer a generous reward to express my gratitude. However, my daughter, frightened by the spirits, is now unable to find peace. Might I ask you, young Master Zhou, to remain for a few days to safeguard her life and well-being? Why not the military officer? He possesses the divine essence and is a relative. He is far more suitable than an outsider like me. The truth was laid bare as the painted skins appeared uncertain of their intentions. Seemingly wishing for Zhou Yuan to cohabit with the 15th level painted skin Man Ning, was this a scheme to nurture a trap? Dear nephew, you should understand that a young lady must be guarded against suitors. Though Kai Chang is my relative, it is still inappropriate for him to accompany an unmarried woman. If Kai Chang must be cautious, I am even less suitable. I implore Master Zhang to consider alternative arrangements. You young man are quite ignorant. You hold an official position, and my family is of significant standing, making you a fitting match. After this ordeal, I ask for nothing more than the health of our children. You are unmarried, and my daughter is unwed. You are exceptionally courageous, and my daughter is stunningly beautiful. If you can support each other, it would be a splendid tale of father. Please do not say more. The pallid cheeks of the painted skin Man Ning, suddenly flushed with an unnatural hue embodying a bashful allure, she turned her gaze towards Zhou Yuan, and for reasons unknown, tears began to fall. I wish to live, my lord, please save me. This mournful lament, coupled with her tearful, hopeful expression, pierced the hearts of all present. Only Zhou Yuan remained unmoved, resembling a stone, even furrowing his brow as if confronted with a dilemma. Why so heartless? Dear nephew, my daughter is but 15. A beautiful age, how can she be so senselessly harmed? What troubles do you face that you cannot share? If you truly do not wish to, my Zhang family would never compel you. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your generous regard, but I have some aspirations within the military, and it may be difficult for me to reside in the city to watch over your daughter. Zhou Yuan's response left Kai Chang momentarily stunned, stirring doubts within him. Could Zhou Yuan truly be so foolish? Such a beautiful woman as Man Ning was rare throughout Ding'an County. Why would he refuse? Was his ambition to participate in the spiritual awakening trials so unwavering? Indeed, his strength was not without reason. This conviction was worthy of his talent. What a resolute heart you possess, my lord. Will Man Ning still await you? Chapter 37, A New Incident. The Painted Skin Man Ning performed her role exquisitely, portraying a tender longing for salvation and companionship. Were it a typical young warrior witnessing such devoted affection, he might have felt a stirring within his heart, perhaps believing it to be fate or love. Yet Zhou Yuan was different. He was uncertain whether he could defeat this 15th level elite foe, having no inclination to indulge in theatrics. Thus, Man Ning's ardent pleas ultimately failed to persuade Zhou Yuan to remain. My son, there are many outstanding youths in the county. That boy is merely a fool. We shall find someone better. A father, I do not want anyone else. I want him. The daughter, upon first meeting, was infatuated and could not entertain idle talk of others. Wishing only for Yuan Lang's change of heart, he was the one, and no other would do. What a tragic fate. Were it not for my daughter's affection, how could a mere Ding'an County youth enter my family's doors? He is not content and continues to decline. Such a simpleton is better left behind. My daughter shall wait a while. In time she will forget. How could one dare forget? As the Zhang family bid farewell to Zhou Yuan and his companions, one daughter lingered, leaning against the vermilion doorframe, gazing longingly outward, resembling a heartbroken maiden bidding farewell to her beloved. Zhou Yuan cast a glance back, perceiving the cunning glimmer of desire in her eyes. While the soldiers observed only the depth of her feelings and her pure affection, the heart of a brother can be exceedingly ruthless. It is not yet too late to reconsider, should you depart from here and later find yourself regretting it. The gates of the Zhang residence will not be easily traversable. Brother Kai, do you truly believe that a fleeting encounter can ignite mutual affections? I do not, yet my wife's sister, Bai Yu, is gentle and kind-hearted. What could she possibly seek from you, and what do you have to offer in return? That remains uncertain. Perhaps they covet my outward appearance. Nonsense, while you possess a striking demeanor. There are many noble scions blessed with good looks. If Zhang Manning were to judge by appearances, she would have long been betrothed. Kai Cheng is unaware that the enchanting Zhang Manning, with her delicate grace, is a mere facade. As he himself stated, his wife's sister, Man Ning, is adored for her beauty, which can indeed be beguiling enough to mask shortcomings. Consequently, the soldiers accompanying him assume that Zhang Man Ning has taken a liking to Zhou Yuan out of genuine affection rather than ulterior motives. Not to mention that Kai Cheng is further influenced by familial bias. As Zhou Yuan, I had previously perceived you as ambitious, yet I did not realize your resolve was so unwavering. As your superior and Man Ning's elder brother, it is not my place to meddle in the affections of the younger generation. However, I must express this: resisting temptation is wise, your rank is modest, and you dwell in the military camp. Should you remain alone with such a captivating beauty, it could bring misfortune rather than fortune. Brother Kai understands me. Beauty is indeed alluring, but to me, it holds no value. Upon reaching Yaofafang, Zhou Yuan parted ways with Kai Cheng and the others. They returned to the military commander's residence while Zhou Yuan made his way back to the inn. The goods promised by the Zhang residence would be delivered directly to the military commander's estate, and Kai Cheng mentioned he would take Zhou Yuan's share to the barracks, to avoid incurring interest at the moneylender. Thus, this matter appeared concluded on the surface, yet Zhou Yuan suspected that the facades would not let the matter rest. As long as he remained in this city, the facades would undoubtedly create disturbances to manipulate his actions. Therefore, upon returning to his room, he unhesitatingly employed the special tool, the facade rascal. He was eager to see whether, once donned with this guise, the facades would still be able to recognize him, and what actions they would take in the absence of a target, the moment the special tool took effect. Zhou Yuan felt enveloped in a complete suit of skin armor. He tugged at the outer layer of skin and, upon testing, discovered that the tool did not merely alter his appearance but also possessed a degree of defensive capability. The abilities of the facade demons primarily resided in this skin. Without it, they were merely formless wraiths. With a thud, Zhou Yuan pushed open the window of his room and leapt down from the second floor. Emerging from the shaded alley, he headed straight for the nearest red pavilion. The facades there would serve as prime subjects for his experiment, if they perceived Zhou Yuan as one of their kind. It would affirm the efficacy of the facade rascal. Welcome, dear patron. Come play with me. Oh dear, I dropped my fan. Could you kindly retrieve it for me? As Zhou Yuan approached the entrance of Xiuzhou Tower, he witnessed a round fan falling from above. The attendant inside swiftly picked it up and placed it into his hands, then directed him toward the second floor. Zhou Yuan complied, ascending the wooden staircase. And upon reaching the second floor, a stunning facade maiden hurried towards him, resembling a lovesick girl finally reunited with her beloved. What brings you here, you scoundrel? Has your mother sent word? Good sister, my mother is well. I merely wished to see you. The facade maiden's reaction confirmed to Zhou Yuan that they possessed means to identify their kin and regarded him as one of their own. In light of this, he reached out to pinch the facade maiden, discovering that her texture felt identical to that of a real person. Dear ghost, if you desire me, come to my room tonight. During the guest's rest, I shall offer you a taste. Good sister, we are family. Why must we wait for an opportunity to indulge? Why not let me stay for a day? Bah, you lot are utterly devoid of wealth and vitality. What joy could I possibly glean from your company? Begone, do not obstruct my business. Though Zhou Yuan was cast out, he had gathered ample intelligence. The facade maiden's touch, her forceful push, and the allure in her gaze were indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Such realism made it impossible to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. No wonder they could remain concealed within the city. After exiting Xiuzhou Tower, he initially intended to visit Chunrongfang to see if the facades had any subsequent actions. However, before he could leave the market, he observed several noble scions accompanied by 20 or so servants advancing with great fanfare toward the inn where he had previously stayed. Where is Zhou Yuan of Ding'an? I am Wang Li, son of the county magistrate. You, military man, are utterly ignorant. Having just entered the city, you do not even know to pay respects to the officials, compelling us to come personally to summon you. This marked Zhou Yuan's first encounter with the brazen arrogance of the gentry. Kai Cheng was an exception, as he had earned his rank through bloodshed in combat. Unlike these privileged scions, Wang Li, son of the county magistrate, clearly sought confrontation. His father would likely be unaware, for otherwise, he would not permit his simple-minded son to provoke a military officer, given that the De Wei dynasty revered martial prowess. The county magistrate, despite his title, was merely a fifth-rank civil servant. This rank was equivalent to that of Kai Cheng, a military commander. There was no reason to challenge a battle-hardened officer within the military stronghold. Moreover, the Jing'an district was governed by serious 7th-rank military officers.
Due to their differing affiliations, even the county magistrate could not afford to act imperiously, let alone his son Zhou Yuan. Do not cower, come forth and face me. The innkeeper appeared to plead desperately, yet he dared not approach. When the guest room door was violently thrust open, the innkeeper was left utterly dumbfounded. How unfortunate! His modest establishment had ignited a conflict between civil and military factions. How could Wang Li, son of the county magistrate, be so foolish? Surely he was being used as a pawn. The noble scions accompanying him seemed to sense the absurdity. All were of respectable status and should have settled matters through discourse rather than reckless hostility. Brother Wang, hold on. If this escalates further, the military officers within the camp may grow discontented. After all, they wield weapons and armor, while you, clad in fine silks, may find yourself at a disadvantage. I care not. For Man Ning, I would do anything. Why has Man Ning taken a liking to that dull-witted soldier? My heart is like a knife in anguish. How can I not be furious? Even worse, he dared to refuse her. How could he possibly think himself unworthy of her? Chapter 38. The skin of the local deity. The actions of Wang Li, son of the county magistrate, were deeply contradictory. He desired Zhang Man Ning for himself yet could not tolerate anyone else rejecting her. To most, he appeared as a lovesick young master, ensnared by his own emotions, causing him to act recklessly. However, in Zhou Yuan's eyes, this county magistrate's son was merely a source of intelligence, his very state serving as evidence of the facade's malevolence. For atop Wang Li's head lay not just a health bar, but also a special identity marker, Level 2 Emotion Puppet. Wang Li, this was the weakest foe Zhou Yuan had encountered since his journey began. He suspected that if he were to slap Wang Li, the latter might yield experience points and fall into a deep slumber, yet such a boisterous and pitiful creature provided Zhou Yuan with valuable information. Emotion Puppet, what a fitting name. The emotion precedes the puppet as the cause, the puppet follows the emotion as the result. Lured by emotion, the lovesick lose their way, ultimately becoming puppets. Zhou Yuan could not ascertain whether his hypothesis was correct, but Wang Li's condition had already validated many insights. The character puppet signified his loss of self-determination. What was more alarming was his low level, let alone the level 15 facade Man Ning. Even the level 5 facade maidens from the flower houses could easily send him sprawling. It appeared that the facades possessed not only the ability to craft their skins but also skills to manipulate others. Zhou Yuan reflected carefully and realized that in the past 2 days, he had not encountered any other emotion puppets. Those entering and exiting the red pavilions bore no such markings. It seemed that ordinary facades lacked the capacity to create emotion puppets. Only a select few powerful facades held such deceptive powers. Zhou Yuan, where are you? Why do you not dare to face me? Do not pull me away. I await an explanation from him. For Man Ning's sake, Zhou Yuan was ill-equipped to engage with such individuals. More adept at digging a pit for them to remain indefinitely tranquil. Nonetheless, while Wang Li was indeed irritating, his offenses did not warrant death. Thus Zhou Yuan paid little heed to this lovesick individual and turned toward Chun Rongfang. Along the way, he entered 2 more greenhouses, consulting an 8th-level facade dancer to validate his disguise. Indeed, the facade dancer could not discern any difference, instead complimenting his physique and inviting him to join her later. In the realm of pleasure, indulging in revelry, these facades lived more delightfully than the city's denizens, transforming into a haven for those who thrived in indulgence. As Zhou Yuan continued his journey, he drew closer to Chun Rongfang in the eastern part of the city. Noting an increased density of facades in the vicinity of this phenomenon seemed abnormal. When Zhou Yuan and Kai Chang had come to quell the ghostly affliction, the density of facades here had not been notably higher than in other areas. Were they simply more numerous here, previously hidden, or had they intentionally congregated for some purpose? Following the flow of the facades, Zhou Yuan discovered that they passed by the residence of the level 15 facade Man Ning without pausing. Continuing onward, venturing further into the marketplace, the surrounding buildings grew larger and more imposing, and the variety of passers-by diminished, while the number of servants and attendants increased. Eventually, he arrived at a quaint spot by a small bridge and flowing water, where the facades entered a secluded courtyard. Zhou Yuan observed clearly that this courtyard was a small temple, directly facing Chun Rongfang and nestled against the market street. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside and make your offerings. Do you wish to forfeit your monthly stipend? I'm coming right away. As an elderly facade passed by Zhou Yuan, he tugged at him, urging him to enter the temple promptly. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan discovered that this was a local deity's shrine. Akin to a village's land god temple, though modest in size, the statue of the deity was exquisitely crafted, resembling a lifelike and benevolent elder. Many townsfolk entered to pay their respects, some even placing a few copper coins into the incense box. Zhou Yuan looked up closely and was astonished to find that the statue bore an identity marker: local deity's skin. The devotees burn incense in reverence, while the painted skins offer their essence in devotion. The inky liquid of accumulated falls from the eye sockets of the painted skins, and the level 10 temple priest reaches out to catch it, smearing it upon the back of the deity's statue. Those painted skins that contribute their liquid receive 5 strings of copper coins, which, judging by their size and length, should amount to approximately 500 coins. Observing this peculiar scene, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. It was not surprising that the painted skins cloaked the local deity, but what was truly bizarre was the inscription of local deity on that very skin. What exactly were these painted skins up to? Was the skin of the local deity crafted by them, or was it an authentic artifact? The schemes of the painted skins exceeded Zhou Yuan's imagination. He could not fathom that they would gratuitously offer a skin. This skin must possess some extraordinary significance. Verifying the truth would not prove difficult, as this item, akin to a dropped object, bore a name and description, and it was highly probable it could be stored in his inventory, once it found its way into Zhou Yuan's inventory. A simple examination of the item's description would unveil its hidden secrets. With this thought in mind, he proceeded accordingly. After all, draped in the guise of a painted skin, the others would not recognize him. Leaving him unafraid of their pursuit, mimicking the devotees, he lit several incense sticks, bowing respectfully in worship, and as he approached the incense burner, he stealthily grazed the statue of the local deity. Ding! He acquired the item known as the skin of the local deity. Without pausing to inspect the item's details, Zhou Yuan turned and departed. The devotees, oblivious to any wrongdoing, merely sensed that the local deity appeared somewhat stiff, losing its previous vividness. In stark contrast, the level 10 temple priest, who was busy applying the accumulated liquid to the back of the statue, felt a disturbance. Perplexed, he gazed at the suddenly altered figure of the local deity. Where had my grand skin of the local deity vanished to? How could it have disappeared in the broad daylight? A thief! A thief! Someone has stolen the golden belt of the local deity. Though the level 10 temple priest was alarmed, he did not lose his wits. He merely referred to it in a euphemistic manner, refraining from uttering the terrifying term skin of the local deity. Who would dare to steal even the golden belt of the local deity? The moral fabric of society is indeed fraying. Do they not fear the deity's wrath? Who is this audacious thief, daring to pilfer right under our noses? If caught, they would surely have their hands and feet broken and be brought before the local deity to atone for their misdeeds. Yet, wait, isn't the golden belt still on the local deity? Perhaps the temple priest has made a mistake. While the devotees were incensed by the sacrilege against the local deity, they did not take it too seriously. In these times, the city was rife with rascals and beggars. It was not uncommon for the impoverished to seek fortunes at the temple. However, they had not anticipated that this thief would be so brazen as to steal an item from the local deity. Truly an act of unparalleled audacity. Unlike the outrage of the devotees, the level 10 temple priest and the painted skins were engulfed in panic. A grave situation had arisen. They had lost the skin of the local deity, and their mother would surely flay them alive. What was more alarming was that they had found no clues, let alone identify the thief. It was a calamity. To have something vanish without a trace, why must they target that particular skin? Their mother, in her desperate plight, relied on the skin of the local deity to contain their father's life essence. Chapter 39, The Doctrine of Life Essence. Item: Skin of the local deity. Description: In the West Market, there exists a deity known as the local deity, small yet benevolent, a spirit of the deceased who has transformed a friend from their living days, witnessing their entrapment in the shrine, unable to reunite with old companions. Thus, they opened the coffin, took the skin, and fashioned it into garments for the mortal realm, much to the local deity's delight, who then returned to the human world. One day, while patrolling, the deity witnessed a faithful believer drowning. Their soul scorched by the sun, and urgently cried, "Enter my garments and shield from the sun." Years passed, and the spirit faded, leaving only the garments. Effect: the divine garments are impervious, shielding the spirit and containing blood. They can be nourished with accumulated liquid and repaired with the essence of incense. Upon use, they provide a continuous, albeit minor, recovery of health and mana. The effects of the skin of the local deity are exceedingly formidable. Even a normal person lacking an attribute panel can enjoy the benefits of sustained recovery merely based on the description of shielding the spirit and containing blood. It is a precious and unique spiritual item. Not to mention its attribute of impervious divine garments, this item likely bears some connection to the origins of the painted skins. I may have inadvertently unearthed their roots, while the description of the skin of the local deity is not a conspiracy.
but rather a gentle and warm tale. The information it conveys is substantial, particularly the phrase, take its skin, fashion it into garments, and return to the mortal realm. This description aligns perfectly with the circumstances of the painted skins. Differing only in the quality of the garments and the nature of the spirits that don them, as Zhou Yuan was indeed correct. He had unearthed the foundations of the painted skins. At this moment, the temperature in Xuanrongfang, within the official residence of the governor's aide, had dropped several degrees. All the servants, including the painted skin maidservants, trembled in trepidation, hoping that the master of the house would not unleash their fury upon them. Luo Jun, given the gravity of the situation, should promptly explain the circumstances to their mother, otherwise, when she seeks accountability, we will all be implicated. I am well aware that this matter requires our mother's decision. But her recent attempts to manipulate fate have not gone well, and her inner turmoil has been ignited. If we were to report the inexplicable disappearance of the skin of the local deity, I fear we would be flayed alive and have our souls extinguished. What should we do now? Reporting at this moment still grants us a glimmer of hope. If our mother were to utilize the skin of the local deity, and we only then reported its loss, it might very well lead to our demise. Alas, we cannot escape this calamity. We, the hidden demons of the secret realm, have enjoyed a life of luxury, which is already an immense stroke of fortune. Why does our mother heed the words of that human sorcerer, insisting on taking the life essence of Luo Xing? The heavens grant for a reason. If we defy the natural order, how could we escape retribution? Luo Ying has lived in the city for over 20 years, having learned the Confucian doctrine of the resonance between heaven and humanity, and his way of thinking has been somewhat influenced. He believes that the universe is orderly, and that one must align with the will of heaven to survive in this world, otherwise one will inevitably lose their spirit and be driven back to the secret realm. Yet, he is not the painted skin mother. Most of the time, he must still obey orders. What use is it for Luo Jun to speak of these matters now? They must seize the opportunity of the recent disappearance of the skin of the local deity to search the entire city. If the thief has escaped the city, even with our mother's abilities, it will be nearly impossible to retrieve the divine garment. The demons of the secret realm lack intelligence, while the sentient beings of the world possess fragile lives. This is the essence of yin and yang. Very well, we have committed sins and enjoyed blessings. Should calamity befall us, we shall revert to being mindless demons. Luo Ying waved his sleeve and led the assembled painted skin scholars toward a secluded courtyard. There resided not only their mother but also the ruler of their lives. Referring to her as mother was merely an expression of familial affection. They could not expect genuine maternal love. Clang, clang. Mother, I seek an audience. The tightly shut door automatically opened, revealing a graceful woman who was massaging the legs of a young man resting upon the bed. Hold on, your father has just fallen asleep. Let us speak outside. The graceful woman carefully set down the young man's legs, covered him with a light blanket, and then donned her shoes to walk outside. Speak, why have you all come to find me? It must be nothing good, mother. We must atone. Today, before the temple priest and the guardians, the skin of the local deity suddenly vanished without a trace. It was not due to our negligence. We were simply caught off guard. One moment, the temple priest was applying accumulated liquid to the divine garment, and the next, it inexplicably disappeared. Crack, crack. Terrifying sounds emanated from the graceful woman as her hands clenched tightly, her cheeks quivering, as if she were exerting every effort to contain her fury. Several painted skin scholars knelt before her, while the graceful woman glared at them with fierce eyes. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. No one dared to utter a word, fearing they would be flayed alive and have their souls extinguished by the enraged mother. After about half an hour, the graceful woman resigned, waved her hand. Alas, it is fate. It is not your fault. Go find a carriage to take me around the city. If I am fortunate enough to recover the divine garment, you will be rewarded. If not, we must find a remedy. We obey your command. Though the graceful woman declared the painted skin scholars blameless, she also spoke of the need for a remedy. The painted skin scholars, not daring to be negligent, ordered the servants to bring 3 carriages, preparing to personally escort their mother through the city. The graceful woman paid no heed to their attentiveness, turning back to enter the room and lay down on the bed. Xinglang, I wish to spare your life, which is why I comply with your every wish. Originally, I intended to take your life essence so that I could be reborn, and you could don the skin of the local deity to accompany me. However, with the divine garment lost, I can no longer play the role of the vengeful spirit. I fear I will reveal my true nature and endanger your life. Tell me, if your life essence as the bearer of the ram is a fabrication, and I cannot draw upon the power of heaven and earth to sustain myself, then is my technique of transforming emotions into puppetry not a waste. I never expected that I a demon would come to believe in the sorcerer's doctrine of life essence, greedily seeking to escape the bindings of the secret realm and longing for a method to retain my intelligence. If heaven permits the existence of mindless, immortal demons, why can it not accommodate intelligent, eternal ones? The graceful woman caressed the young man's face and lifted him into her embrace. She had lost the skin of the local deity and could not afford to lose Luo Xing. A being of life essence, otherwise she too would lose her purpose and become one of those gluttonous painted skins, reveling without concern for tomorrow. Xinglang, why are you so foolish? You have seen through my facade. Why do you not understand the value of patience? Yes, the sorcerer spoke truthfully. The bearer of the ram is strong-willed and fierce, unaccustomed to yielding or retreating. The painted skin mother vividly recalled how, upon marrying into the Luo family, she endeavored to please her lover by meticulously altering her garments. To her surprise, her husband Luo Xing possessed the innate ability to perceive yin and yang, upon discovering the presence of a ghostly entity concealed beneath the table. He brandished a knife, ready to fight for his life, truly a valiant warrior. Since that day, the demon mother had cast aside her initial infatuation. She had changed her allegiance to the Luo family, seeking out Taoists and sorcerers to investigate Luo Xing's peculiarities. A certain sorcerer discerned some clues, utilizing the 7 stars and 4 extras, along with the plum blossom divination, concluding that Luo Xing bore the life essence of the ram and belonged to the fire and metal elements. A celestial star capable of discerning yin and yang, the painted skin demon mother thus became acquainted with the doctrines of fate as expounded by the practitioners of geomancy, and the art of altering one's destiny. She harbored the intention of augmenting her own fate, ensuring her survival against the demons, while solidifying the intelligence of humanity. Mother, the carriage and horses are prepared. Please make your way. Several respectful painted skin scholars bowed deeply as the petite painted skin demon mother cradled the tall, slender youth and exited the dwelling. The attire of the city deity belongs to my master. Those who steal from my master shall bear the lingering scent of their misdeeds. They cannot escape. Chapter 40. Seeking refuge in the camp. The painted skins are, after all, not the true masters of Jing'an City, even though they wielded their power to seal streets and patrol the city. Numerous loopholes remained. The moment Zhou Yuan glimpsed the skin introduced by the city deity, he swiftly fled through the eastern city gate, leaving behind the mixed populace of Jing'an City. He did not even take a carriage. Relying solely on his fully mastered sprinting skill to dash towards the military fortress, along the way, he discarded the painted skin disguise and restored his original appearance, returning to the military camp before dusk. To his surprise, the camp was under strict lockdown. Even he, a military officer, was subjected to scrutiny. Please allow the blood of Jing'an to verify my identity. This blade is thin yet sharp. A cut will not cause pain. So let us not make it difficult for my brothers. Zhou Yuan examined the exquisitely crafted dagger and discovered it was a secret realm treasure with inscribed information. Following instructions, he made a cut on his left forearm and right upper arm, allowing crimson blood to flow. Identity verified. Please enter the camp. Commander of Jing'an. An elderly guard at the gate wiped the blood from the dagger, tasted it, and then permitted Zhou Yuan to enter the camp. This was indeed fortuitous, as it completely blocked the painted skins from infiltrating the military. The commander of Jing'an was evidently aware of something. Where is Zhou Yuan of Jing'an? The commander requests your presence. As Zhou Yuan entered the commander's residence, intending to report back to the commander of Jing'an, he noticed the commander's personal guards searching for him. Zhou Yuan is here. My brothers, please lead the way. Under the guidance of the guards, Zhou Yuan once again entered the command hall of the commander of Jing'an. The stern-faced commander sat at the head, gesturing for the guards to provide Zhou Yuan with a chair. Zhou Yuan, why have you returned to the camp so suddenly? Have you grown weary of the city? Upon observing the situation, Zhou Yuan discerned that the Jing'an army likely had spies within the city. Otherwise, the high-ranking military officer would not engage him in trivial matters regarding the city. Therefore, he resolved to present some substantial information to ascertain what the commander of Jing'an wished to hear. Commander, since entering the city 3 days ago, I have encountered unusual occurrences and thus dared not remain any longer, so I left the city to report to you. What unusual occurrences? Pray, share them with me. Commander, on my first day in the city, I wandered aimlessly. On the second day, while departing from the military scribe's residence, I was accosted by ruffians, so I lured them into a dark alley, intending to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, those ruffians were not human. I struck their painted skin with my blade but saw no flesh. Killing them resulted in 4 torn skins. On the third day, I intended to return to the camp immediately to report the anomaly. But at the military scribe Kai Chang's residence, a vengeful spirit appeared, compelling me to assist. The military scribe utilized a spirit-revealing liquid to aid my sight, revealing 3 spirits tormenting the innocent. We used the blood of malevolence to drive them away and saved Miss Man Ning of the Zheng family. The commander of Jing'an tapped his finger rhythmically on the table, and only after Zhou Yuan finished his report did a faint smile emerge on his icy visage.
Every word rings true. You are indeed a loyal and valiant individual, having not deceived me. Zhou Yuan, do not believe that the camp is monitoring you, rather, the prefectural spies have been concealed within Jing'an City. They witnessed your encounter with the ruffians in the dark alley, and they also observed your dealings with the spirit at the Zhang residence. This is not surveillance of you, a newly appointed military officer, but rather scrutiny of the military scribe's estate. The spirits in the city are adept at hiding among the populace. The military scribe Kai Cheng has a close relationship with me, and thus the spirits will undoubtedly keep watch over him. The spies are observing him to uncover the spirits. The spirit affliction in Jing'an City is not a recent development but rather an accumulation over many years. While they may have hidden well at first, as their numbers grow, they will inevitably reveal some flaws. In truth, the commander of Jing'an and the officials at the prefecture have already set their sights on them, but have yet to strike. Still in the phase of identification and investigation. Commander, the spirits in the city move as a collective. Their numbers are likely substantial. Why not dispatch soldiers into the city to conduct a thorough search and eliminate the hidden spirits? Zhou Yuan, the spirits in the city are exceedingly skilled at concealment, making them truly difficult to root out. Employing the bloodletting method to force verification is a last resort, if pressed too hard without leaving a way out. They may unleash even greater calamities. As long as they remain hidden, they will act cautiously, restraining themselves, and the harm they cause will be limited. And now I understand. Thank you, Commander, for clarifying. By the way, Commander, the military scribe Kai Cheng gifted me the martial technique of the 3 talents stance. I have been fortunate enough to comprehend the 3 talents seal recorded within. On 2 occasions, I successfully repel spirits, largely due to the seal. However, after using it several times, I feel somewhat fatigued and wonder why that is. Since there are indeed spies from the prefecture in the city, Zhou Yuan, I shall no longer keep things concealed. I will lay bare the 3 talents seal, a technique reliant on insight. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how a mere martial artist could easily repel spirits without visible injuries. Good to hear, otherwise I would not have known how to offer you this bottle of vitalizing balm. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's inquiry, the commander of Jing'an's stiff, feigned smile finally faded, replaced by a hint of sincerity. He retrieved a bottle of balm from beneath the table and casually tossed it to Zhou Yuan, as if it had been prepared in advance. Had Zhou Yuan not divulged the hidden truth, he would not have received the balm and would have lost the trust of the commander of Jing'an. Zhou Yuan, your kin of the divine arm Shen Yan, the blood warriors, provide sustenance for me, guarding my path and my sworn brothers. You may speak freely to me about any matters. If you conceal them, I shall not pry further. From the moment I appointed you, you should understand that I am not only your superior but also your support. Though the Jing'an army may not be entirely united, those above the rank of Bo share honor and disgrace. If you suffer humiliation or injury, the camp will not remain indifferent. With orders from the court, you and I need not complain. We shall wield our bows and swords to combat the enemy. Use the 3 talents seal sparingly henceforth. It draws upon your essence and blood for its strikes. An excessive use will inevitably deplete your vitality. Upon returning, take a spoonful of the vitalizing balm 3 times a day for 3 days. It will sufficiently replenish your lost vitality. As Zhou Yuan grasped the balm, inscribed with information, and could not help but marvel at the commander of Jing'an's generosity. Is this the advantage of having power? Is this how the commander of Jing'an unites the military officers? Truly, it feels as though the dead soldiers are being nourished. The 3 talents stance draws upon the spirit, sensing the essence. I wonder how many fierce warriors in the army have struggled with this. I did not expect you to master it so well. Now, solidify the seal and let me see how proficient your 3 talents seal has become. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and struck the sturdy wooden chair with a decisive palm. Bang! Wood splinters flew as the resilient military chair shattered into pieces, the tremendous force even causing the fragments to scatter explosively. The commander of Jing'an, witnessing Zhou Yuan's rapid gathering of energy and effortless dispersal of the chair, felt a tinge of disbelief. How did you practice the seal? How can it be unleashed at will without the need for preparation? Isn't that how the 3 talents seal works? The martial technique manual states that the spirit draws the essence. Hence, it should naturally flow with one's intent. Where the heart goes, the essence follows. Remarkably, I did not anticipate you possessed such talent for cultivating energy. Do not become complacent. Diligently pursue martial arts when the court conducts the spiritual examinations. Your innate talent may yield rewards. Thank you, Commander, for your guidance. Only after Zhou Yuan departed did the commander of Jing'an let out a deep sigh. How many talented individuals abound in the world? And who would have thought that even among the rural folk a dragon could emerge? Thankfully he is mine. With this bond of loyalty, even if not selected as my fierce warrior, he shall be chosen as my ally. Chapter 41. Preparing for battle. Zhou Yuan returned to the military fortress for refuge. While the painted skins in Jing'an City faced great distress, they abruptly received the edict of lockdown and street patrols, compelling them to scrutinize all suspicious individuals around them. However, Jing'an City is, after all, the seat of the prefecture, bustling with merchants, county officials, scholars seeking knowledge, and traveling entertainers, making it an incessant flow of humanity. Finding a suspicious target among these throngs was nothing short of a daunting task, especially since the painted skins could not entirely seal off the city gates. Yet, the oppressive pressure from the painted skin demon mother and the painted skin scholars left them with no choice but to remain vigilant. Consequently, the atmosphere in Jing'an City began to grow increasingly peculiar. Ruffians patrolled, noble women strolled the streets, dancers enjoyed the spring, and even the officials of the prefecture altered their usual demeanor, delving into various markets to gauge public sentiment. As the saying goes, remain calm in the face of danger, only then can great matters be accomplished. It is better to remain still than to act recklessly amidst the painted skin's unusual behavior. The prefectural spies began to hone in on several city factions and groups of interest. To the general, we report that merchants, dancers, ruffians, and physicians in the city are behaving abnormally. The county officials and aides also exhibit misconduct. A detailed record of the aides is enclosed. While the ruffians are countless, we suggest their dismissal and reselection. On July 12, the 13th year of Hongye, the commander of Jing'an received a confidential letter from the prefectural spies. Upon examining the lengthy list of aides, the commander was greatly satisfied. Regardless of whether any were wrongfully accused, the mere fact that the aides listed could be manipulated by the painted skins marked the end of their bureaucratic careers. This list represented not only a potential achievement that could be realized at any moment but also an opportunity for the court to bestow grace. By apprehending this batch of prefectural aides and dismissing those grassroots officials, new positions would naturally open up for ambitious youths. As for whether those implicated would harbor resentment, that was never a concern for the court. The Great Way is a nation governed by martial artists, where military oversight reigns supreme. The officials in the court are generally somewhat lenient regarding military affairs but do not extend the same courtesy to ordinary bureaucrats. Excellent, truly commendable work by the prefectural spies. Their efficiency is remarkable. Once these treacherous spirits are cleared out, Jing'an Prefecture may even hold a civil examination to select aides, benefiting the populace. The commander of Jing'an marveled at the efficacy of the prefectural spies. His accompanying guards presented another confidential report. Commander, spirits in the city are exhibiting unusual activity, even daring to seal streets and patrol the city. After several days of meticulous investigation, I have pinpointed the suspects scattered across various sectors, with the Red Chamber and the Azure Pavilion being the most prominent, supported by the county officials. Between these two, the city's gangs and the drug halls serve as conduits, indicating that the bandits have grown formidable and organized. I beseech the esteemed captain to make a decisive judgment. This encrypted report is crafted by the secret agents of the Jing'an army. Upon reviewing the military dispatch, the captain was contemplating the proper course of action when unexpectedly a confidential letter arrived from the county office. The situation described within diverged entirely from the previous two missives, authored by the county magistrate, asserting that the officials acted independently and that the commanding officer was unable to impose restrictions. Fearing that the orders would be misinterpreted by subordinate officers, he implored the Jing'an captain to lead the troops into the city and impose martial law. It appears you have no intention of concealing your machinations. Believing yourselves capable of governing Jing'an autonomously, relay my orders to mobilize the martial artists from the various counties into the camp, commanding the troops of Wuwei, Xishang, and Shaoqi to prepare for battle. The soldiers are to be restricted from leaving the camp, and swift riders are to be dispatched to the provincial capital to request reinforcements from the governor of Huai Prefecture. Urgently report to the court regarding the audacious actions of the specters, who no longer attempt to hide their ambitions to seize the county city. Jing'an Captain Jiang Ren shall enforce the law and quell the specter menace, asserting the authority of the court. The command swiftly disseminated through the three divisions of the army, with soldiers hastily arming themselves for battle, while the auxiliary troops gathered first to prepare for the transport of supplies. The entire military fortress began to operate efficiently before Zhou Yuan.
This war machine was being warmed up. With the time to strike drawing near, the captain ordered the opening of the armory, procuring spiritual items to supply the martial artists from various counties, and retrieving sacred artifacts to equip the valiant soldiers. The busy aides of the captain and the assembled martial officers, tirelessly transporting special wooden crates from the armory, made Zhou Yuan acutely aware of the severity of the situation. The Guises feared they might err due to their disarray, and their excessive actions led the Jing'an captain to believe they were serious in their intentions. Crucially, the Jing'an captain was even more ruthless and powerful than they, and should he take genuine action, matters would escalate rapidly. Where is the Divine Arm Commander Zhou Yuan? Here I stand, ready to receive the orders. The captain commanded Zhou Yuan to temporarily oversee the Divine Arm Division. Taking 3 sacred bows, 60 exorcism arrows, 300 bloodthirsty arrows, and 20 spirit-revealing elixirs, with 20 fierce warriors in command, armed with arrows and potions, they would guard the Xixing Division. Zhou Yuan accepted the command and immediately prepared the soldiers for battle. The Jing'an army is not an independent warlord faction but a garrison under the Grandwei court. Although the spiritual items produced in their camp are not abundant, the court does not neglect them, instead equipping them adequately for battle. At the moment Zhou Yuan was assigned to lead the troops, Kai Cheng in Jing'an City was still enjoying the warmth of his home. At that instant, his status as a military officer became insignificant, for under the strict orders of the general, no one would dare disclose any information to him. Nevertheless, the Guises within the city sensed the anomaly. This anomaly was not due to their ability to scrutinize personnel traveling between the counties or spies lingering in the military camp. Rather, it stemmed from the unusually smooth execution of the street patrols. The county officials merely offered a few remarks before tacitly approving their actions. After several consecutive days of patrolling, the Guises had shed their initial panic and regained their composure. Mother, due to the loss of the garment of the divine, we have dispatched too many kin to investigate, leading to inevitable exposure of certain issues. There must be numerous spies within the city, and they are likely to compile and analyze the situation before reporting it to the officials. Mother, our actions do not align with those of the city officials. If we overstep, we may be seen as provoking a declaration of war. The Guises observed the bustling and lively Jing'an city. Sensing that the human military might soon become uncontrollable, their ability to indulge in joy hinged upon mimicking human behavior and blending into the city. Should they be exposed, the court would undoubtedly not permit them to remain. Is it possible to retreat to the secret realm and rest, waiting for a time to infiltrate the city once more? No, it cannot be done. 2 dissenting voices arose, one from the county assistant Luo Ying and the other from the Guy's mother. The number of spies in the city is unknown, and we cannot ascertain how many have been exposed. If we return to our lair to evade disaster, it is likely that the spies will discover the location of the secret realm. Thus, if we are exterminated, we will have no opportunity to enter the world again. Luo Ying is correct. Evading today's calamity will surely bring misfortune in the future. No matter how formidable the Jing'an captain may be, he cannot massacre the citizens of the city. He may only execute a few exposed specters for his report, and once he withdraws, the city will still belong to us. Mother is wise. We request a halt to the street patrols, allowing our kin to once again blend into the populace. The Guy's mother shook her head, stroking the tall, slender youth in her arms. She sighed deeply. In 3 days, it will be the Ghost Festival. A day when the gates of the underworld open, and also the time when my fate may change. Let them attract the attention of the Jing'an captain. I shall bring them into the human realm to enjoy years of merriment, and surely there will be some recompense. Chapter 42. The Ghost Festival. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the Festival of the Dead, the Yulan Pen, a time for the living to pay tribute, burning paper offerings, honoring the souls of the departed, releasing lanterns upon the river to convey remembrance. On the 12th day of the 7th month in the 13th year of the Grandwei dynasty, Jing'an Captain Jiangren issued military orders to prepare for battle. Nearly 2 days later, 13 martial artists from various counties had gathered. By the 15th, on the day of the Ghost Festival, the Jing'an captain did not wait for reinforcements from the provincial capital but led 3,000 troops to march into Jing'an city. Among the forces were 500 from the Wuwei division, 300 from the Xixing division, 300 from the Shaoqi division, 1,800 auxiliary soldiers, and over 100 members of the Divine Arm and Dark Armor. Zhou Yuan, observing the sacred artifacts in his possession, felt that a great battle was imminent. Weapon: the tiger shooting bow. Description: the intricate artistry displayed at the entrance beckons the skilled marksman. Riddles and lamps alike reveal the challenge of shooting the tiger. Effect: the bow can launch arrows with a force of 5 stones, 600 pounds, and upon locking onto a target, it carries an effect that pierces through concealment, subjecting the struck target to a breaking concealment judgment.
Note: the lower the target's health and level, the stronger the breaking concealment effect. Weapon: the exorcism arrow. Description: wealth is the source of life, while evil is the source of death, exorcising evil to avert calamity.
Effect: the exorcism purges demons, eliminating specters, and purifying the aura. It can directly attack spectral beings, dealing additional damage to malevolent spirits. The combination of the tiger shooting bow and the exorcism arrows is particularly effective against the Geizes. The presence of such targeted weapons in the Jing'an army's armory indicates that the captain had long been prepared for the eradication of specters. Previously, the limited suspects identified by the provincial capital and military spies allowed the Jing'an captain to exercise restraint.
However, the recent actions of the Geizes, conducting street patrols and undermining the authority of the officials, have exceeded the captain's limits of tolerance. He feared that if action was not taken soon, the Geizes would exploit political means to broadly replace the citizens of the city. Today marks the Ghost Festival, a day when the gates of the underworld open and the souls return home, regardless of the reasons behind the sudden visibility of the specters in the city. Today would undoubtedly be their day of reckoning. In truth, what the Jing'an captain Jiangren feared most was not merely the specter troubles within the city, but the potential merging of the specter crisis with the unique timing of the Ghost Festival. The legal texts of the Wei dynasty record that during the Ghost Festival, the Yin spirits are released from confinement. This implies that on this day, the secret realm will temporarily lose its hold over the Yin spirits, allowing them to freely enter the human realm. Jing'an City had never experienced a calamity of Yin spirits before, but the recent unusual movements among the ghostly inhabitants, combined with the impending Ghost Festival, could not be overlooked by the Jing'an captain. Therefore, he not only summoned martial artists from the various counties but also sent a request for aid to the governor of Huai Prefecture. Had the reinforcements from Huai Prefecture arrived, Jiangren would not have hesitated to besiege the county city, forcefully severing the connection between the Ghost Festival and the specter troubles within the city. The command was given for Zhou Yuan to hold the military flag and lead 100 light cavalry to control the city gates and welcome the Central Army inside. Understood. As a military officer capable of wielding the 3 talent seal, possessing abilities akin to a martial artist, Zhou Yuan was indeed well-suited to serve as the vanguard of the Central Army. Upon receiving the order, he rode into the Shaoqi division, locating the captain and swiftly assembling over 100 light cavalry to charge towards Jing'an City. Thud thud thud. When the galloping light cavalry reached the vicinity of the county city, the guarding soldiers finally sensed the anomaly. Expecting a swift response from these peacekeepers and patrolling guards was unrealistic. The panicked crowd hurriedly cleared the official road, while the frightened soldiers attempted to drive the citizens inside and outside the gateway, aiming to close the city gates. Whoosh whoosh. 2 heavy arrows pierced through the wooden bolt in the soldiers' hands, startling them into dropping their wooden barricade. The Jing'an captain had issued orders to open the southern city gate and welcome the Central Army. The other 3 gates were to operate normally. Those fabricating falsehoods to incite panic and create chaos were to be executed. That fool, do you not see what flag this is? Do you wish to keep our Jing'an army locked outside the city? Although Zhou Yuan had fired 2 arrows to prevent the city guards from closing the gates, he maintained a professional demeanor. The accompanying light cavalry, however, did not hold back, openly berating the guards, leaving them bewildered. Do not be angry, General. We are all brothers here. It is not that we have not received orders from the county office. How could we not be frightened upon seeing the cavalry charging? The guards, realizing they were among their own, hurriedly adjusted their armor and rushed out to explain, hoping the soldiers would not hold them accountable for their actions. Military orders are in effect. Promptly inform the county magistrate and the county officials that the Jing'an army is ordered to enter the city for defense. Zhou Yuan tossed the black token, inscribed with red characters, to the gate captain, ensuring he would report to the officials and avoid being punished for unauthorized release. All right then, General, please wait. I will seek our district governor. After a comical exchange, the citizens near the southern city gate regained their composure. For them, since it was the Jing'an army that had arrived, there was nothing to fear. Many of the husbands of the citizens in the city also served in the Jing'an army. Roughly speaking, the Jing'an army was akin to their own people. One side trained in arms while the other was busy with life. Particularly, many military officers owned residences in the city, marrying and raising families, substantially increasing the sense of belonging among the citizens. Consequently, when the infantry and auxiliary troops arrived, some citizens felt bold enough to approach and exchange a few words. The military officer, well versed in the protocol, promptly organized a contingent of guards to ensure the safety of the officials, allowing the soldiers of the Central Army to enter the city first. Zhou Yuan, is there anything unusual within the city? Reporting to the officer, there is nothing amiss. The ruffians who were originally patrolling the streets scattered at the sight of the cavalry entering the city. They even knew to hide, indicating that the situation had not spiraled completely out of control. The Jing'an officer rode into the city, first meeting with the county governor and magistrate before dispatching troops to secure the 4 city gates. The soldiers on duty continued to adhere to the principle of allowing entry and exit. Seemingly indifferent to the possibility of the malevolent spirits escaping, the Jing'an officer prioritized maintaining order during the Zhongyuan festival, and if the spirits were to flee the city, it would align with his intentions. The Jing'an troops began entering the city in the morning, and it was only by afternoon that the soldiers had completed their guard replacements. Subsequently, Officer Jiang Ren divided 8 small teams, each led by a martial artist from the various counties, to execute the order for capturing the malevolent spirits. Of Zhou Yuan, possessing skills akin to those of a martial artist, was also assigned 5 divine armed soldiers, 20 armored warriors, and 50 auxiliary troops to carry out the mission of subduing the spirits. The Black Tiger Gang. It seems that the city's spies are more concerned with factions than individuals. The military order Zhou Yuan received was to investigate the Black Tiger Gang. The document did not detail any names but merely noted that many members of the gang exhibited abnormalities and must be apprehended for blood testing. The entire capture operation focused on the mid-sized factions within the city's various markets, carefully avoiding the hidden malevolent spirits among the common folk and the officials disguised within the county office. Officer, shall we not conduct a thorough investigation? Without the cooperation of the officials, the spirits could not possibly patrol the streets. A detailed investigation is not feasible. We shall dismantle the mid-level operations instead. The upper echelons are adept at avoiding trouble, while the lower ranks are fearful and good at hiding. By only targeting the mid-level, we can instill a sense of caution in them, preventing them from consolidating their strength for resistance. Zhou Yuan, the martial artists from the counties have their own protocols. You are young and impulsive, do not act recklessly. Those guilty should be handed over to the auxiliary troops for capture. Do not seize the opportunity for slaughter. Otherwise, when rivers of blood flow, we, the suppressors, will also be seen as bloodthirsty demons by the people. If, in the end, our actions are less commendable than those of a group of malevolent spirits, it would be better not to enter the city at all. Yuan received the order to only execute those who resist or attempt to flee, and to capture and interrogate those who surrender. Chapter 43, Exterminating the Malevolent Spirits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the swift arrows locked onto the various malevolent spirits, and the combination of the tiger shooting bow and the spirit subduing arrows effortlessly pierced their skin, nailing the spirits to the ground. Ding, 7 levels of rogue spirits killed, experience 350. The Jing'an army orders a thorough investigation of the Black Tiger Gang. Those who resist or flee shall be mercilessly slaughtered, while those who submit shall be captured and interrogated. Zhou Yuan released 6 arrows, killing 5 rogue spirits that attempted to resist and piercing 1 Black Tiger Gang leader intending to escape. Utilizing the secret realm treasure Bao Tiger shooting, which possessed the might of 5 stones, he not only obliterated the rogue spirit but also created a fist-sized blood hole in the chest of the Black Tiger Gang leader. Such a grisly scene left all the members of the Black Tiger Gang in shock, and the remaining 2 non-resisting rogue spirits lost even the desire to flee. The city was overrun with malevolent spirits. Devoid of flesh and blood, only empty skins remained. You should all perform blood tests to expose the hidden spirits. Terrified, the members of the Black Tiger Gang, upon hearing the demand for blood tests, hastily drew their daggers, slicing their own arms and pointing to the bleeding wounds, desperately proving their humanity. General, I bleed. I am human. General, I bleed. My brother is still serving in the camp. Our family is undoubtedly human. Those 2 rascals dared not cut their arms. They are certainly malevolent spirits and need our brothers to help capture them. The members of the Black Tiger Gang, accustomed to brawling, found that a mere cut could validate their identity, which seemed quite advantageous. Thus, upon seeing the 2 rogue spirits who dared not cut their arms, they instinctively recoiled in panic. However, upon realizing their numbers and the elite armored soldiers with shields and blades, they developed a mindset of bullying the weak and began to encircle the 2 rogue spirits. I know aired de 2, we just want to know why you have such fine skins and no wounds. Turns out you are filthy malevolent spirits. How many people have you harmed to earn this skin? Wu Lao Lu, if it weren't for the officials being here, I would have skinned you alive. We malevolent spirits harm others, it is only natural. You, a mere dog, seem human, yet your methods are even more vile than ours. You are the true demon. The encircled rogue spirits were on the brink of collapse. One stepped forward to counterattack Wu Laolu, while the other fell to his knees in fear, begging for mercy. Whoosh whoosh, 3 heavy arrows shot towards the 2 rogue spirits and the blustering Wu Laolu. The spirit-subduing arrows pierced their skins, obliterating the malevolent spirits, while a regular penetrating arrow struck Wu Laolu's head, instantly shattering part of his skull and splattering blood and brains. This gruesome death instilled profound terror among the Black Tiger gang members. Some trembled uncontrollably, bowing their heads, afraid to make a move. Others, consumed by anger, wished to protest, but upon meeting the cold gazes of the soldiers, quickly understood their predicament. These soldiers were here to slay spirits. But who the spirits were was not theirs to decide. Record this: Zhou Yuan's troops encircled the Black Tiger gang, exterminating 7 rogue spirits and slaughtering 5 flesh and blood demons. I just killed 2. Leaving 3 quotas remaining. Later those who disobey will be dragged out to meet the count. Understood. With his treasure bow in hand, Zhou Yuan's seemingly playful demeanor sent shivers down the spines of the Black Tiger gang members. This was dire. They were facing true killers, and if they angered him, the count of flesh and blood demons might very well double. To bow, there are too many people, why not just kill half of them? It's enough to have something to report when we return. The bloodthirsty armored soldiers were indeed a fierce bunch, advocating for the slaughter of half. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Tiger gang were thoroughly frightened. These were not mere soldiers, but a group of bloodthirsty fiends. General, spare us, we are very obedient. We will bind ourselves. You send a soldier to take us wherever you wish, just do not wield your blades. Please spare our lives. We have strength and can serve diligently in the camp. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly strip off your clothes and bind your hands. Otherwise, prepare to join the ranks of flesh and blood demons. Evil men must endure the trials of evil men. Under the military's fierce oppression, the Black Tiger gang members became immensely compliant, almost eager to prostrate themselves and demonstrate their submission. Let us wait and see. I promise the officer not to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. If you obey, you shall be taken. If you do not, it will be too late to kill. All right, whatever De Beau says goes. We shall wait for our chance. Zhou Yuan led the divine armed soldiers in formation towards the next target, 50 auxiliary troops clad in leather armor, wielding sharp blades, hurting the self-bound members of the Black Tiger gang. The bold men in the marketplace spat disdainfully at the captured ruffians. You officials, take them away. Don't let them come back. This bunch is despicable, causing havoc among the people. Very well, I will report to my superiors and send them to do forced labor. That sounds good. Send them to dig canals for a few years, and they will return tamed. The Black Tiger gang was so unpopular that as Zhou Yuan progressed, he encountered numerous citizens lamenting their grievances. Thus, it was indeed inadvisable to release them lest they return for revenge. The members of the Black Tiger gang, hearing the accusations from their neighbors, appeared crestfallen, wishing to utter threats but dared not speak. Ultimately, they could only hang their heads in defeat as they were escorted away, bringing an end to their reckless days of chaos. After traveling a distance, they exited the alleys and entered the market, where the citizens, upon seeing the armored soldiers, hurriedly cleared the streets to make way, surround the Xiuzhou building, investigate for hidden malevolent spirits. At Zhou Yuan's command, 40 auxiliary troops swiftly surrounded the front and back doors and windows of the Xiuzhou building. While the armored soldiers advanced with shields. Sir, General, what is happening? We at the Xiuzhou building conduct legitimate business, with official documents from the office. By order of the Jing'an army, malevolent spirits disguise themselves and harm the populace. All suspicious targets must undergo blood tests. Since you approached first, you shall be the one to start. Zhou Yuan gazed at the level 10 rogue spirit disguised as a flower maiden before him. What a stroke of luck to encounter her. General, you jest. We are delicate maidens, how could we endure the pain of blades? Moreover, damaging our appearance would affect our business. Why not send some brothers inside to rest and use some clever methods to verify our identities? I have a few tricks up my sleeve. You might want to try it yourself. The flower maiden inadvertently shed her outer garment, revealing her generous and alluring form, inching closer to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan swiftly retrieved a spirit-subduing arrow from his quiver, his other hand readying to form the 3 talents seal. Choosing between blood testing or the blade was an inevitable decision. However, you are different. From the moment you entered, I sensed something amiss about you, and you were likely doomed to face the blade. Upon noticing Zhou Yuan's wariness, the flower maiden realized she could not evade capture this time. With a fierce determination, she drew a dagger from her waist and lunged at Zhou Yuan. Die, you dog of an officer! Bang! The violent eruption of the 3 talent seal shattered the flower maiden's disguise, and the spirit-subduing arrow swiftly followed, pinning the malevolent spirit to the floor. Zhou Yuan raised his hand and executed 2 more 3 talent seals, completely depleting the flower maiden's life force. Ding! Level 10 flower maiden killed.
Experience 100. The Xiaoxiao building is under investigation. All individuals inside are to be scrutinized, those innocent need not fear, while the malevolent spirits shall face combat. Chapter 44, each fighting for themselves inside the Xiaoxiao building. The rogue spirits varied in level, including level 5 flower maidens, level 6 flower attendants, and level 8 dancing maidens, among others, yet they all shared one common trait: a lack of fighting spirit since the acquisition of sentience and the donning of their deceptive skins. They have been indulging in unrestrained pleasures. Apart from their mechanical combat instincts, they lack corresponding battle experience and will thus, upon encountering the armored and sharp-clawed soldiers, their only thoughts, amidst their clamorous uproar and frantic writhing, were to escape. Bang, bang, bang. As Zhou Yuan ascended to the second floor to command the maidens to descend for blood testing, the concealed figures, one by one, pushed open doors and windows, leaping from the second floor. The onlookers in the streets were still oblivious to the unfolding events. They merely witnessed a group of armored soldiers entering the building, only to see several lightly clad women jumping from the windows shortly after. The sight of their fair, pert, and soft forms swaying elicited gasps of excitement and thrill from the spectators. Help! The soldiers are killing people, my lord, save me, those armored soldiers have gone mad, they intend to slay us all. Silence, the Jing'an army has entered the city to eradicate the ghostly threat. Be cautious, those fleeing are surely vile spirits. Do not let yourselves be bewitched, lest you lose your lives. By the order of the lieutenant. Any who flee shall be executed without mercy, and those who disrupt the military formation shall face grave punishment. On one side, the delicate and innocent maidens cried out, while on the other, the armed soldiers issued threats, leaving the crowd momentarily unable to discern friend from foe. Yet, the allure of soft, fair flesh seemed far more appealing than the weapons wielded by the soldiers, rendering the maidens more worthy of sympathy. A few men were about to step forward to speak a word of justice, only to be firmly restrained by those nearby. Are you mad? The lieutenant's orders have been issued. Do you think the Jing'an army would hesitate to execute you? What if they can? Even with their orders, they cannot act with such impunity. Some were held back, while others managed to break free. A few hot-blooded men, emboldened, called out for justice, only to be terrified into silence by even more audacious events. From the second floor, a commanding officer and 5 archers drew their bows, unleashing a hail of arrows upon the fleeing fair maidens. Thud, thud, thud. The figures struck by Zhou Yuan's tiger bow and the dispelling arrows exploded upon impact, scattering into mere dust. The figures pierced by the blood-slaying arrows of the divine archers resembled punctured balloons, deflating as they moved, and in mere moments, their once ample forms collapsed into wrinkled softness. Ghosts, there are truly ghosts, and they are wearing human skins. Are those who leapt out accomplices? Capture them and verify their identities. The general is a master archer. Swiftly unleash your arrows to slay the ghosts. If they escape, who would dare venture out at night? Prior to ascending the building, Zhou Yuan had utilized a revealing liquid with the 5 divine archers, providing ample justification for perceiving the ghostly entities. Therefore, he did not cease his barrage until all the jumping maidens had been struck down, lowering his bow only thereafter. Let us test the blood of those raucous ones and see if they are bewitched or merely wearing ghostly skins. Alright. Be gentle, be gentle. I fear pain. I have blood. I am human. I was merely foolish earlier. Please do not hold it against me. It was only when the soldiers pinned them down for blood testing that the loudmouths grasped the meaning of military law. In a physical sense, it was as solid as a mountain. 2 robust soldiers firmly subdued them, allowing no room for resistance. Haha, just as it should be. You thought you were righteous, while we were unruly soldiers. Your sense of justice seems rather whimsical. The armored soldiers on the second floor found great satisfaction in this scene. Had they been on the street, they would not have been as accommodating. Even without drawing blades, they would have struck with their shields. Alright, the ghosts on the second floor have been cleared. Let us proceed to the first floor. In truth, there were no ghostly entities among the maidens on the first floor. But the blood testing procedure had to be followed, otherwise, they could not prove their own innocence. After entrusting the verification task to the armored soldiers, Zhou Yuan stepped out of the Xiaoxiao building, collecting his arrows while gathering fallen items. In this encounter, he obtained 5 portions of Yin essence and a prop, both a ghostly dancer and a ghostly maiden, combined with the contributions from previous encounters with ghostly rascals and flower maidens. He now possessed 12 portions of Yin essence. The onlookers, witnessing Zhou Yuan descend to recover his arrows, immediately realized these were valuable items capable of slaying ghostly entities, yet the surrounding soldiers watched like hawks, deterring them from making any rash moves, leaving them to lament their missed opportunities. My eldest son also serves in the camp, as a warrior in the Wuwei camp. I wonder if he could procure a ghost-slaying arrow for our household. What are you thinking? The officer is personally collecting arrows. that means he is short on supplies. How could he possibly spare one for your eldest son? That's not necessarily true, arrows do get damaged. We don't need the good ones, even the bad ones would suffice. The onlookers were merely overthinking. Blood-slaying arrows in the hands of the divine archers would never leak out. Zhou Yuan's superior dispelling arrows were also coveted by his subordinates, who had promised to repair and use them once they were damaged before entering the city. Old man, these two are beyond repair. Just give them to us, take them. The shafts are cracked, but the arrowheads are intact. However, the spiritual essence has likely dissipated. If it has dissipated, so be it. The arrowheads are still good. Better than the piercing arrows. A bit of repair, and they will still be usable. After handing over the damaged arrows to the divine archers, Zhou Yuan ascended the flower tower once more, gazing toward the direction of Chun Rongfang. The behavior of the ghostly figures was exceedingly abnormal. They clearly possessed the ability to manage their ranks yet allowed their subordinates to engage in disorganized combat, leading to their systematic elimination by the Jing'an army. Even if they could not win in direct confrontation against the Jing'an army with martial support, they should have concentrated their forces for a desperate fight. However, they seem to have abandoned all struggle, allowing the Jing'an army to cleanse their mid-level liaison units. Consequently, how would the upper echelons of the ghostly officials maintain meticulous control over the hidden ghostly populace among the common folk? Could they rely solely on the loyalty of the lower ranks? They had scattered too widely. If this continued, it would only delay us, causing minimal actual damage. Of the 15th of July, the Zhongyuan festival, a date too significant. Perhaps they were merely stalling for time, waging war on their own to lower our vigilance. The ease with which the operation progressed bore both advantages and disadvantages. The martial artists in various counties had begun to underestimate the strength of the ghostly beings, perceiving them as nothing more than fragile spirits. This was the outcome the ghostly figures desired, or rather, what the ghostly matrons sought. At this moment, in the secluded courtyard of the Luo residence within Chun Rongfang, various types of ghostly figures, manning, literary figures, and warriors, gathered together. Mother, our subordinates can hardly hold on. The armored soldiers roam the streets, using blood testing to force us out for slaughter. The wails we hear break our hearts. We beseech you to issue a counterattack order. Even if we perish in battle, it is better than being slaughtered indiscriminately. Wait a moment, nightfall is approaching. On Zhongyuan night, the ghost gates will open, only the dead may enter. Chapter 45, The Battle of Humans and Ghosts. As evening fell, the Jing'an army abandoned their small group hunting tactics and reassembled. Of course, the focus of the assembly was on the elite county martial artists and the divine armored soldiers. The other troops were merely supplementary and would not contribute significantly in a real fight. The reason the Jing'an lieutenant reactivated the city guard for a shift change was to prevent the ghostly beings from retaliating against his soldiers. As for whether the newly rotated city guards would be attacked by the ghostly entities, he could not concern himself with that. The Jing'an army and the city guard were ultimately two distinct systems. As their superior, he could only strive to protect his own troops, while the city guard, with its hidden ghostly entities, did not warrant his attention. The captain of the city guard was no fool. Having observed all afternoon how elite soldiers slaughtered ghostly beings, he was well aware of the dangers that night would bring. The afflicted Jing'an army treated the city guard as if they were less than human. They had angered the ghostly beings within the city, leaving the night patrol to them. Tell the brothers below that tonight we'll just put on a show for the patrol. The guards at the 4 gates should not leave the city during the night. Captain, this is not good. The Jing'an lieutenant is not someone to be trifled with. If we take this opportunity to slack off, he may hold it against us. If dawn breaks and he submits a report to the county office, how will we explain ourselves? Explain? We've already explained ourselves to him. Who will explain to us? Anyone who dares to act recklessly. I want to stop them. If you want peace, just be honest and take a break this once. He cannot punish us all. As long as we can keep our brothers alive, I can always resign from this captaincy. If Zhou Yuan were present, he would certainly discover that the captain of the city guard not only had a health bar but also possessed the identity of a level 12 ghostly warrior. Yet, even if he were a ghostly being, his actions were cloaked under the guise of protecting his subordinates, leaving no room for criticism. After reassuring the city guard officers, he swiftly returned to the eastern city of Chun Rongfang. To the Luo residence of the county official, Lord Luo, just as you said, that Jing'an lieutenant is a man of selfish motives, and now the 4 gates of the city are back in our hands. We have no worries regarding our exit routes. Good, tonight we shall fight while retreating, leading the Jing'an army out of the city, making them believe our secret realm lies beyond the city, rather than within it. Once we are outside the city, they will have a vast wilderness to search. Only then shall we be truly safe. As the county official and the city guard captain exchanged words, a ghostly warrior hurriedly arrived.
Lord Luo, the reassembled Jing'an army is heading straight for Chunrongfang, and the surrounding common folk have been led away to the western part of the city. Do not panic, I knew it, they will not merely sweep away a few gangs upon entering the city. The flower houses and county officials are their true targets. Have our kin don their armor. Although the iron armor of the city guard is crude, it is sturdier than mere cloth and flesh. Also, arm them with large shields, bows, and crossbows. Their ghost-slaying arrows are formidable, but as long as they don't hit us, they won't have much effect. Understood, with the guise of the city guard and their commander in place. The armory had long since fallen under the control of these impostors. Although they could not wield the city guard's forces against the Jing'an army, they still possessed the capability to utilize their weapons. Manning, as the stalwart of our combat prowess, tonight you shall assume the role of a mother. Once the mother alters her fate and gives life anew, all our sacrifices will bear fruit. There is no need for further words. Luo Jun Manning cannot deceive the blood testing method. Retreat is not an option, so why not engage them in battle? Very well, let us allow them to pay with some lives today, ensuring they remain weakened and unable to disrupt our sanctuary. The assistant to the county magistrate Luo Ying cast a hopeful glance toward the secluded courtyard, praying for the mother's success, otherwise their struggle would be rendered meaningless. As the impostors donned their armor and prepared for battle, the Jing'an army surrounded Chunrongfang, heralding the imminent clash of man against specter. Orders were given for the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion to ready their long spears tipped with bloodthirsty arrows. Forming a defensive line, the military officers were instructed to utilize the spirit-manifesting liquid to serve as the eyes and ears of the soldiers directing their assaults. The guards escorted the nearby citizens into the city's southwest Yawu Square, establishing a temporary encampment for the maintenance of order. Under the command, the soldiers withdrew in an orderly fashion, leaving behind 1,200 battle-hardened troops of the 3rd Battalion. Orders were dispatched for all those clad in black armor to utilize the spirit-manifesting liquid, arming their spears with exorcising arrows. To patrol Chunrongfang, the duty of overseeing the divine arm was assigned to Dobo Zhou Yuan, who was to ascend the walls and await an opportunity to snipe the spectral entities. Upon reaching the 3rd-story wooden structure within the marketplace, Zhou Yuan spotted an official clad in the standard black robe of the Wei dynasty, shouting frantically from the periphery, without the soldiers of the Wu Wei battalion forcibly restraining him. He might have rushed into the military formation. Lieutenant Jiang, I am County Magistrate Wang Hun. My son is still in Chunrongfang. He is a human, not a malevolent spirit. I personally conducted the blood test on him this afternoon. You must not kill him. At this moment, County Magistrate Wang Hun was in utter despair. During their family's normal evacuation from Chunrongfang, his son Wang Li had suddenly shouted about protecting Zhang Manning and had stealthily run off. He understood that distinguishing between impostors and ordinary people was an unreasonable task for these soldiers. If his son dared to appear on the streets at night, he would most likely be shot dead as a spirit. Thus, he desperately sought to meet with the Jing'an lieutenant, pleading for the county's warriors to ensure his son's safety. However, amidst the chaos of war, his plea could not be accommodated, and the Jing'an lieutenant, as the commander of the Central Forces, could not meet with him. Ultimately, the heartbroken magistrate was carried away by the soldiers, having not encountered any military officer. Fortunately, the Wu Wei battalion conveyed his request to the Jing'an lieutenant. Though no response was forthcoming from the stoic officer, the drums of war reverberated, signaling the launch of fire oil arrows towards the southeastern Luo residence. Following the military command, the soldiers of the Arrow Rain battalion ignited their oil-soaked arrows and unleashed a volley towards the Luo residence. The soldiers of the Wu Wei battalion also brandished various incendiaries, advancing in small squads to continuously bombard the interior of the Luo residence. The lieutenant's actions served not only to flush out the impostors within but also aimed to create a stable source of illumination. Under the thunderous beat of the drums, the fire's spreading capability was partially diminished, while its ferocity was somewhat amplified. In merely a quarter of an hour, the wooden structures of the Luo residence transformed into a steady source of light, burning vigorously and significantly reducing the smoke produced. Break through the military formation and avenge our kin who perished in the light of day. Teams of specters emerged, shedding their skins to engage in battle, attacking the soldiers of the official army. Let Wang Li take the forefront. If the Jing'an army slays him, the county and military strongholds will become divided, making their entry into the city exceedingly difficult. A fifth squad of armored impostors burst forth from various residences, each team comprising approximately 10 to 20 members, totaling less than 100. Yet their prowess was formidable, executing dispersed assaults on different targets.
while 3 squads of spectral entities coordinated their actions, inflicting significant damage upon the Wu Wei battalion upon initial contact. On the Jingyan lieutenant's side, 8 warriors from the county were hastily deployed into the fray to stabilize the shaken military formation. Yet the foremost combatant, the emotional Wang Li, fell. A mere level 2 creature, he was pitifully weak and was pierced through the chest by a soldier of the Wu Wei battalion. In such chaotic clashes, it mattered not who stood opposite him. Even someone as trusted as Lieutenant Kai Chang would meet the same fate at the hands of the Wu Wei soldiers. Thus, Wang Li was destined to become a disposable tool, exacerbating the conflict. Zhou Yuan, engrossed in his focus, remained oblivious to his death, concentrating intently on targeting the spectral squads with his arrows. Chapter 46, the ghostly script and spells. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the tiger strike bow, imbued with stealth-breaking effects, vibrated rapidly as arrows imbued with exorcising power struck the spectral entities in a torrential downpour. Zhou Yuan abandoned a killing strategy in favor of one of containment, regardless of whether the spirits struck by the exorcising arrows lived or died. As long as the stealth-breaking effect was triggered, he would switch to a new target. Thus, he became a reaper on the battlefield. Any target he marked would either perish or be rendered ineffective. In a mere brief skirmish, he released 20 arrows, slaying 11 spectral entities and breaking the stealth of 8 others. One level 12 spectral entity, not having been revealed by a single arrow, was subsequently exposed after Zhou Yuan's follow-up shot. Kill that archer, or we shall struggle to exploit our spectral advantages. Good, those who look down from above are not benevolent. I shall remove him. The cries of the level 12 spirit further intensified the chaos of battle. Several hidden imposter warriors suddenly surged forth from various residences, charging towards the county warriors who had stabilized the front line. The assistant to the county magistrate, Luoing, locked onto Zhou Yuan as he rushed forward. A figure, exquisite and incongruous in the bloody battlefield, gracefully made her way onto the market street, clad in silk and brocade, adorned with jade ornaments. Her visage bore an expression of sorrowful yearning, her perfect form exuded an alluring charm. Illuminated by the flickering flames, resembling an ethereal spirit amidst the inferno. Yuan Lang, Manning shall not wait for you any longer. You may proceed first, once I have skinned this lieutenant to craft a garment for you. Our fates shall entwine. Arrogant demoness, Jiang shall test the sharpness of my blade here. The moment the imposter Manning appeared, she captured the attention of the soldiers in the fray, uttering nonsensical threats to skin the Jingyan lieutenant. This juxtaposition of extreme beauty and unfathomable arrogance was strikingly contradictory, yet it exuded an eerie charm of lethal elegance. The surrounding battlefield appeared merely as a backdrop, with only the resplendent flower of blood and whales at its core. Yet such theatrics could hardly sway the Jingyan lieutenant. He drew forth his secret treasure blade, channeling his spirit energy, showcasing the formidable might of a martial artist. The emanating aura radiated with intensity. Bright electric arcs entwined around the long blade, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as the flickering blade light seemed poised to cleave through the darkness. Bang! The diminutive figure of the imposter Manning unleashed tremendous power. Wielding an iron bamboo whip to deflect the lieutenant's strike to the ground beside her. Nevertheless, the sheer force of the long blade still sent Manning staggering backward, the violent energy fracturing her palm's skin and revealing the flowing dark essence of accumulated liquid beneath. However, as a level 15 elite creature, Manning remained intact despite the superficial damage, her form still exuding a youthful fullness. Lieutenant, you are truly oblivious. Yuan Lang is about to depart, yet you allow him to witness my disgrace. Which is intolerable. The imposter Manning had underestimated Zhou Yuan, believing it easy to dispose of him, a being with ample potions and supplies, while the imposter Manning engaged the Jingyan lieutenant in battle. The imposter Luoing, shielded by 2 armored imposters, advanced towards Zhou Yuan. The Jingyan lieutenant is indeed no ordinary being. Had we slain you directly back then, we could have avoided much trouble. You likely could not manage it. I am quite adept at concealment. As the approaching imposter Luoing drew near, Zhou Yuan retracted the tiger strike bow and unsheathed his steel battle knife. The third floor of the wooden structure offered limited space, cluttered with debris, making it difficult to maintain distance and shoot freely. Oh, the Jingyan lieutenant indeed possesses other means. I find your blade ostentatious yet lacking substance. It is but a mundane object. If you intend to use it against me, you may be overestimating your chances. Mundane steel cannot slay spirits. Why not give it a try? Very well, I shall. The imposter Luoing wielded a sword donning half armor. However, such a configuration could not safeguard his skin, which had limited defensive capacity. His advantages lay in his elevated level of 13 and his finely honed swordsmanship developed over years, yet, the human skin he wore restricted his power, preventing him from unleashing the full force necessary to shred the imposter-esque eyes.
He could only engage in combat as a formidable warrior. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades echoed as the agile and powerful impostor Luo Ying initially overwhelmed Zhou Yuan, yet Zhou Yuan was even more ferocious. Relying on the extensive coverage of his armor to absorb damage, not defending unless aiming for critical targets, trading wounds for wounds with ruthless ferocity, after a fierce exchange, as the impostor Luo Ying glanced at his shredded skin and the numerous wounds on Zhou Yuan that bled profusely, he let out a resigned sigh. I underestimated you. I did not anticipate your audacity. Since my skin has been breached, the spirit should shed its guise. Let me send you off on your final journey. And then I shall use your skin to mend my attire. You, a spirit with commendable combat experience, why cling to a human guise? You should have shed it long ago. What do you know? You possess flesh and spirit by nature. How could you comprehend the value of this skin? Without it, how could we touch the mortal realm? Zhou Yuan appeared to have sustained some injuries, yet they were merely superficial. His health had remained above 95%. As long as his potions remained, his vitality could not be subdued. With the loss of the filling within his damaged skin, the impostor Luo Ying finally revealed his spectral form. The shadowy entity lunged towards Zhou Yuan, intent on obliterating his very soul. However, what awaited him was a hand enveloped in a crimson aura. With a resounding thud, another strike swiftly followed, and the onslaught of palm prints came in an unending succession. The energies consumed and blood drained by the three talents seal transformed into mere ordinary attacks in Zhou Yuan's hands, the depletion of which could not keep pace with his replenishment. After Zhou Yuan executed the sixth seal, the health bar of the painted skin demon was completely depleted. He scarcely had time to feel the searing burn of the soul-devouring blood flame before he collapsed beneath the relentless barrage of the three talents seal. Ding defeated a level 13 painted skin demon, experience 200. The experience granted by the painted skin demon was not substantial, yet it yielded a green orb of light. Ding, acquired item, painted skin scholar, ghostly language of the netherworld. Ghostly script curse, skill, ghostly language of the netherworld.